I would like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me in the national anthem. Members, please join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Irving Abella, Max Eisen, Karen O'Brien, and Loretta Rogers. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting. Members of council, staff, and the public are participating in today's meeting remotely and in person, and the meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are here with us today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, as this is our last regular council meeting of the term, we should take time to acknowledge the contributions of council, the public service, and recognize outgoing members of council. And I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to address City Council at this time.
Well, Speaker, thank you, and good morning to colleagues, and good morning to our public service partners, and to members of the public who are both here with us and watching online. It is indeed the last, I'm trying to think of the right word, the last full business council meeting of the term. And I did want to take this time this morning on your behalf, I'm sure, to recognize the Speaker and all of the staff who've worked for the last 4 years to keep these meetings on track, including in the midst of the pandemic. You know, if you think back, it's easy for these things to kind of pass back into the mists of time. But we went through an extraordinary experience that I don't think the City Council had ever experienced before, with a lengthy period of time during which we had to conduct all of our business virtually, and then it kind of morphed from there into a kind of hybrid model that we're still experiencing, but to actually have continued with our business and done things we did first and foremost to manage the pandemic in a way to preserve the health and safety of Torontonians, I think was something that was a significant achievement and required a lot of help from our staff, including people who are really unsung heroes, which are people who made that all possible technically. You know, I've used that as an example of if you'd said to somebody in 2 days we need to have a city council meeting and do it virtually, somebody might have told you it was impossible, but when the pandemic made it necessary, it happened. And I think it happened in a way that was relatively seamless for most people, including the ability we had to allow the public to continue to participate almost in an as normal a fashion. I think there might even be an argument made that the virtual nature of it made it more accessible for people to be able to just log on at home and participate in our meetings. I want to also say thank you to the members of City Council for the dedication and commitment over the past 4 years. As you'll recall, going back just before the last election, things had a very rocky kind of start, and indeed, even after this council was elected, there was a rocky start in terms of some of the matters that we had to take up with the province, including matters related to public health and things like that. And if you think back about how ironic it is that there was a big debate taking place about the importance of public health and the need for a robust public health infrastructure at the city, it is kind of ironic. But I think that the real testament to this council and the work that it did was the work we did together, and I underline the word together during the pandemic. It was a team effort. There was remarkably little fractiousness between and among the members of council, and for that matter, between and among the different governments. And I think it allowed Toronto to post a record, not just the sort of top-line vaccination numbers, which were global leading in their achievement, but also the way we did things, such as the ambassador program that we employed to get out into the community and support people who needed a little bit of extra support to deal with the pandemic and to get vaccinated and so on. This was something that I think can be a source of pride for the city internationally, and has been when I've participated on various panels with other mayors and talk about this effort we made to recruit the local pastors and the local health, community health organization staff members and so on to go to the door and knock on the door and reassure people about vaccination. This was something that people were very impressed with, and it did help us to achieve great things in Toronto, including the thing that was most important. And there can be debates about this, but in the end, I mean, the facts have shown over and over again that if you were vaccinated, you stood a much lesser chance of ending up sick, you stood a much, much lesser chance of ending up in the hospital, and certainly of losing your life. And I think the fact we sit today, and again, we haven't really celebrated this much recently, at 92% of people in this city that have had a first dose, 89, almost 90% have had a second dose, and we're well on the way to getting those numbers up into that range for the third dose. We've got some work to do there. We discussed that as recently as this morning. And of course, we had some new challenges presented to us this morning because we now have 900,000 people that stand in front of us to be persuaded to get dose number 4, the second booster. And we have 100,000 or thereabouts of children from 0 to 5 that have just begun or haven't even yet begun to get vaccinated. So I don't want to focus on that exclusively, but I think that was, if you look back, when we look back in history, hopefully no one else for another century to come, if not longer, will be confronted by this kind of a pandemic that took the terrible toll that it did. I think we have to remind ourselves sometimes that while we had great successes, we still did lose 4,000 plus, I think approaching 5,000 Torontonians to this, which is an unprecedented, terrible tragedy that befell a lot of families in Toronto and a lot of neighborhoods. But I think that we worked well together as a group, and when it was time for us to stand together to stand against things that might have threatened the well-being of the city, like in the case of public health and so on, we did that. When it was time to cooperate with each other and with other governments. And I do want to say, because I'll pay tribute a little bit later in these remarks to some of the councillors that are leaving us, I did it once already, but I just want to, just because I feel I should say this, Councillor Joe Cressy, in the management of the pandemic, which was, the extraordinary challenge probably put in front of any city administration in the last 100 years, to deal with that and all the potential for tragedy and the actual tragedy and so on, was a great partner and was somebody that worked cooperatively with the rest of the team, and also was instrumental in that program of having the ambassadors deployed in the community in terms of helping to sort of design that and push that forward. I want to take time as well on your behalf, I'm sure, to thank our beloved speaker, Frances Nunziata. There is no more difficult a job, I don't think, than to be asked to do what she willingly does. I think often to myself when I sit here that I have the luxury of being able to sit here and not have to deal with what she deals with sitting there, because I otherwise could be sitting there, and it is, it is the ultimate task of keeping us on track and in line, and having our discussions go forward in as productive and constructive a way as possible. And I know that, for her as a person, but for anybody sitting in that chair, it was particularly difficult to go through the sort of first the experience of not hybrid meetings, but meetings that were entirely remote, and then into hybrid, when I think she would prefer, as I would, for us to be here in person. I just think the personal interaction that happens in this chamber is important. But with her leadership and guidance, we were able to move things forward with all kinds of council meetings taking place during the course of a pandemic, which was something, again, that was unprecedented. And I should point out that most of the council meetings we had, not all, were completed in 2 days, which I think was something that was a testament, again, to our own, yes, to her leadership in stewarding these meetings, but to our own, sense of discipline as well. And so, but I do want to say, Francis, if I may, Madam Speaker, to you, thank you. The clerk staff, again, are unheralded heroes in the context of keeping this place going. And I think sometimes if you look at the number of hours of the day they have to sit at the table and keep us all going again, working with the speaker and with each other. It is a very important role that they play, and the same is true, of course, of the public service. Fortunately, many are here today because they haven't been able to be here over the time people were working remotely, but again, we've been through extraordinarily challenging times. Working in this place, in this building, but in this place, in this room, is challenging at the best of times. And to throw on top of that pandemic, I think, was something that tested everybody, and it certainly tested our public service as well. And I think now we can take the same team of people here and the people in the public service and continue our work on the recovery, which I know the public service will help us with. We do have to commit ourselves to getting back on track and, to returning to normal. And you can't push that any faster than you can push it, but I think we still have to make sure we commit ourselves to getting back to a normal state of affairs in many different respects. It doesn't, in fact, it doesn't have to mean the status quo, and it probably shouldn't mean the status quo in most areas. There are lessons we've learned from the pandemic, and time has passed, and so there's going to have to be change. But at the end of the day, achieving a strong recovery is going to require all hands on deck, public service and elected people, because the city, let's be honest, there's very encouraging signs of the city coming back to life. There are some encouraging numbers like the low level of unemployment and so on, but the city is far from back to completely normal. If you just look at things like people and what the future of work is going to be, you look at the transit system and its ridership, while improving, is still not where it needs to be, and a host of other things that I could mention that you're all very familiar with. Before I finish, I do think it's very important that we should, as a group, mention and recognize the city councillors who have indicated that they're not seeking re-election, and those who have already left City Hall to pursue other endeavours. I think we all know, and when I say this sometimes when I'm speaking in different places, as I'm sure you do, and it's never with a view to trying to get anybody's sympathy. It is just with a view to making sure, I guess, that we remind ourselves from time to time, and that we do remind the public of the challenge that is faced by serving an elected office. I tell people it's the most interesting and challenging and fulfilling job that I've ever had among several that I've had, and I'm sure you all feel the same way. However, it is also a profoundly challenging thing to do, to make the decisions that are made, leave alone the decision itself to run for public office. I mean, it's something that, again, it's not for everybody, as proven by the fact that there are relatively few people who do it. And the decision to not seek re-election, I think, can be just as difficult, because I think these jobs are so fulfilling and so challenging and so interesting that they're very hard to give up. So I want to begin by acknowledging Deputy Mayor Denzil Menon-Wong, Deputy Mayor Anna Bailau, and Councillor John Fillion. They have made this difficult decision to withdraw, and all of them, I think, were still making great contributions, and clearly were at the top of their game, but they've made the decision for a variety of different reasons, best known to them, to leave City Hall effective the end of this term. I want to start by thanking Deputy Mayor Menon-Wong for 28 years of service at City Hall, and for serving as Deputy Mayor over the last 8 years. If you just look at that timeline by itself, it's an extraordinary commitment of one's career and life to public service, and I think that in and of itself deserves to be recognized, as does Denzil's commitment, which was always there. And again, I think we all try our best to serve the whole city. In my position. I'm elected to serve the entire city, but each of the members of council have specific areas they have to perhaps serve to an even more focused extent, because that's what they're elected to do, but they have to serve the whole city as well. And I think Denzel has been somebody who has been very committed to the residents of North York and spoken up for his residents and for their concerns, and that's an important part of the job that he's had, in addition to the extra responsibilities he's had as deputy mayor these last 8 years. I appreciated his focus because, look, you know, in the end, there are cross pressures on all of us all the time to spend more here and spend more there and raise taxes here and not raise them there. And he had a particular focus, which I think we would all acknowledge, on trying to keep taxes low, trying to keep life affordable for Toronto residents, and trying to achieve greater efficiency in the government itself. And while some of those things are easier said than done, the bottom line is that I think we know we have that responsibility. And for me, trying to modernize the government, which is the way I look at it, is something that remains as a challenge for us, albeit that we've taken steps forward in that regard. And he's helped us to make sure that we have continued to focus on that over the last 4 years. I'll point out one other thing he's done that sometimes, again, because it's been relatively peaceful, and I don't want to hex us by saying this, he also has served as the chair of the Collective Bargaining Committee. And I'm proud of the relationship we as a council have had with our collective bargaining partners. Because if you look at it, we've had a couple of little hiccups, but they've been very small and very short. But by and large, on the big relationships, they've not just been peaceful in the context of no labor stoppages, but we actually, I think, invested in those relationships such that we could count on them to be real partnerships when the pandemic came. And we could work with those unions that we work with to achieve some things that were absolutely necessary in the context of flexibility during the pandemic. And Councillor and Deputy Mayor Menon Wong was the chair of that committee, and helped us to establish those relationships and to establish successfully the contracts that we've had in place for some time now. I want to just say, in thanking Denzel, thank you to his family. I don't know how many of you have met Colleen or his kids. I've had the privilege of meeting both, and he would be the first to say, but I certainly want to acknowledge as well, they've been indispensable as a part of giving him their support. Colleen was one of those people who came along when Denzel was already a politician and married him notwithstanding. And so, you know, that proves that she did have her eyes wide open, but at the same time, you still have to have a lot of patience and forbearance to be married to a person in public life, as we all know. And so, Denzel, on behalf of the council, thank you for your service, and we wish you, of course, every success in whatever you end up doing, which I'm sure will be interesting outside of the City Hall. Next is our colleague and friend, Anna Bailau, also a deputy mayor and of course, a councillor. You know, she's of course been a champion as well for the residents of Davenport, and I can't count the number of issues, and we all would be familiar with the different things that have affected that part of town as it's undergone a fundamental transformation, especially over the last 8 years, where as much of the city has, but there's been a lot of focus of sort of growth and pressures of growth in that area. And it had been, you know, prior to that growth taking place, a very settled, you know, kind of neighborhood. And so that's caused its own set of challenges for her. But, you know, beyond that, I guess I have to say that you could go next to her her role as chair of the Planning and Housing Committee throughout the term, where there's been so much going on because of the pressures of that growth. But then even beyond that, I just believe that well beyond her chairmanship of the committee has been her role as the champion for housing and for affordable housing in the city. It has been a blessing for me, and you know, I've had the privilege and the opportunity to be a chief executive and the head of a number of different organizations in business and law. But you know full well you can't do these jobs alone, especially this one, but you can't do them alone. And on the housing file, which I think is presently and will continue to be the challenge, you know, aside from preserving our values and our way of life here, fundamental in that will be the progress we make on housing. And to watch Anna work, dealing with the other governments, dealing with colleagues, dealing with the staff of the city has been a sight to behold, in all seriousness. I mean, she has been, in every respect of the word, a champion for housing, and has allowed us to make the progress we've made. And we're not there yet. She'd be the first to say that, and so would I. But we have made progress. If you go back to times when you know, there was no money to repair Toronto community housing. There were targets that were set that were not achieved for affordable housing for years. And we've now been exceeding those targets. We've been exceeding new targets we set for supportive housing, and we are underway with billions of dollars in repair for Toronto community housing, and have, as a council, made a commitment on both operating and capital funding to the Toronto community housing so it could operate on a reasonably financially stable basis, which had not happened before. It was always year by year, this kind of exercise that they went through, not knowing what they would have to work with in the context of looking after some of our most vulnerable citizens. And so, Anna, I can just say that, again, as I said to Denzel, thank you for your public service. Thank you for your extraordinary commitment to our housing goals and to just working through those files, which I know are incredibly painstaking in terms of how, we just have to keep working them and working them and working them until we get things signed, and then we get things built, and then we get things occupied. But I think thanks to your leadership, we've made significant progress. And again, I don't know what you're going to do. I do say to you every time I see you, pretty much, and I think you'll confirm this is true, August 19th is still some time away, so there's still papers that could be filed. But having said all that, whatever you do, I'm sure it's going to be great. And we thank you very much for your public service as well. And last but certainly not least for today, in terms of people who are here and who've more recently indicated they're stepping down, Councillor John Fillion. John has had a 40-year career in public service, which is, I guess, just in terms of the length of time and so on, even more extraordinary than the others that I've mentioned. But he's been a Toronto City Councillor since 1997, and before that, of course, representing the residents of North York on North York Council. Again, he has been a champion, not just for the residents of North York, but he has been a champion for them, as would be expected to be the case given the area that he serves. But if you look back at his record, all the way back, he served on probably just about every committee and board that one could serve on, and has not just served, but has been a person who has spearheaded changes and initiatives that have been to the benefit of all residents of the city of Toronto. John and I, it's the nature of the beast around here that you have things that you agree on and things you don't agree on and things you come to agree on over time if you work at these things. And John has always been absolutely untiring in his efforts to make sure that the things he believed in and that he wanted to see achieved during his time in office, that he just kept pushing them forward in a kind of relentless manner. And I say that in a complimentary way. And I think that's what people expect us to do. So, John, to you again, I just want to say thank you for your dedication all these years, basically much of your career. You devoted to public service, and I think people should be very thankful for that. And again, I'm sure your decision wasn't easy to decide now was the time to step aside from this life, but we wish you as well all of the best as you move into a new phase beyond City Hall. I do want to just make mention, because it sort of happened when we were not here, of the departure of two of our number to the provincial legislature. They got elected successfully, and that's, of course, Kristen Wong-Tam and Michael Ford, and they both now serve as members of provincial parliament. I think this is a good thing for us. I think to see people move there from time to time, and nowadays is becoming customary that people actually move here from other orders of government, is a good thing, because the more we can have that kind of cross-pollination of knowledge and cross-pollination of experience and understanding of the issues, I think the better. And I know that having Kristen Wong-Tam and Michael Ford at Queen's Park will help us as we go forward. They're not there to help us, but I guess in some respects they are, because they're both representing Toronto constituencies, and I hope that they will be there as a positive force for us to advance the interests of the City of Toronto. And I want to thank them for their service here on your behalf, and also wish them well in their new responsibilities. So finally, I want to just say again, thank you to the members of City Council. And I think I've left, just hang on one second. It's always helpful if you bring the last page of your notes up, and I sort of remember what it said, but I wasn't here before. I didn't have the experience of serving on City Council, but I certainly have watched it over the years, and maybe I'm fooling myself because it's us and we're sitting here and so on. I believe that we've played out our roles and we've discharged our responsibilities in a constructive way in the last 4 years that I think we can be happier about than perhaps in previous times when more of the kind of fractiousness I often think about what you see on the news from City Council. And sometimes, if we're honest, what was on the news was not the best reflection of the work we do here day in and day out. Because a lot of it's very serious work and we do it in a deliberative and collegial manner. And I think in the last 4 years, what people have seen has been more, what I think they would expect. And I think what is a true representation of what we do, because we have given them perhaps less reason to look at some of the sort of stuff, the hijinks and whatnot. I think we can take as a body immense pride in the management of the pandemic. I mean, again, without emphasizing this too much, this was an unbelievably historic challenge that we faced as a city. The whole country, the whole world faced it, but we faced it here in Toronto as well, and I think that we discharged it in a way that we can be proud of. It wasn't perfect, but I think we did work together well. There was no, fractiousness between and among us as we went forward with some very difficult decisions, and with people perhaps not being able to be in a room to be part of decision-making as much as they might have liked, and we did it together. I think it really was all hands on deck. Everybody took part, everybody sort of helped in their own local and other ways, and I think we can be very proud of that. And so I just want to say from my perspective, because it is the day on which we would comment on this, and we're doing it at the beginning of the meeting, because if you left it to the end, you never know when these meetings are going to end, and all of a sudden we finish at 6:15 some night and we haven't had a chance to say this, that for me it was an honor to serve as part of this council, as the head of this council, but part of it for the last 4 years, and I hope that you feel the same way. Let's finish well. We have, 3 or 4 days work ahead of us here with a huge agenda, and I hope that kind of constructive tone that has been struck over the last 4 years, most of the time, the vast majority of the time, can continue for the next 4 days, and we'll finish our work in a way that the public can reflect well on, just in terms of not looking at politics, just looking at how we discharge our important public responsibilities. So on that note, I will say thank you for your attention, and again, thank you to the colleagues who have announced their intention not to be serving and offering themselves for re-election, for everything that you've done. And thank you to our public service partners who, you learn in our business and in any business, you can't do the stuff alone. And we need each other, and we need the public service partners and a whole bunch of other people out there in the community to get jobs done on behalf of the city. And I think that they deserve our thanks as well. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, I believe you have an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members and colleagues. I'm happy to welcome to the Council Chamber the dance group Supernaturalists to City Hall today and to celebrate their 30th anniversary with them. Supernaturalists is a Toronto-based breakdance group which formed in 1992. They're sitting 2 rows up, just over here. Their innovative dance moves and performances have garnered popularity and showcases original talent and teachings of togetherness. The group is comprised of 7 generations of dancers who represent this city on stages around the world. And I was just talking to them a few minutes ago, and a couple are off to Europe for dance competitions, winning countless dance competitions. The individuals that comprise Supernaturalists represent the very best of Toronto's rich arts and cultural history, and I am honored to welcome them to the Council Chamber this morning. Please welcome one of our premier dance groups, Supernaturalists.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Oh, okay. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have a lot to say. I want to wish members of council good luck in the election. I want to say that I want to thank my constituents for the privilege of serving here for the last 28 years and being on this council and being part of some very big decisions. Over 28 years, I've made a lot of friendships. I think a lot of people would be surprised at some of the friendships that I've made over the years. Some of my closest colleagues included Howard Moscow, who Howard was one of the smartest, dedicated, and most principled counselors that I've ever served with, and he and I had a lot to share in common, and that's, I think, where we had that bond over that time period. I know over this term of council, I think Councillor Fletcher and I have gotten to know each other a lot better, and Councillor Carroll and I have collaborated more. So that's that's been really great for me. But number one and first and foremost, it has been a privilege. Not a lot of people get to do what we do. I'd like to thank the mayor for allowing me and appointing me as deputy mayor for the last 8 years. That was a real privilege as well to participate there. The one thing I would say moving forward is I hope, someone once said to me, and this had a lot of resonance, that this council should be an arena of ideas. We've got a lot of, you have a lot of things moving forward, and you at this council meeting moving forward, to talk about different ways of solving the problems in the city. And this place needs to be a place where we talk about all the options, and we have respect for all ideas. And that's one of the great things about this place. You can talk about different points of view, and there are different ways to solve different problems. And I think that's one of the things that this council has the potential to be very good at. And so I look forward to hearing about those different ideas and how to solve them. This council has a lot of challenges facing it. I'm very happy about the decisions that I made. One of them is next year is going to be a really tough one for this council. I'll talk about the tax rate is probably, if we go rate of inflation, is going to be 5-6%, and that's something that the residents of the city haven't seen in a long time. MLTT will be down, and at the same time, there's going to be a lot of pressure to do a lot of things, and I think that's going to be a real challenge. I would also say, and the mayor made some mention of that in his remarks, and thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for your kind comments. I appreciate that. I'm a suburban councillor, there are going to be a lot of challenges for the residents in my constituency, and I think all across the suburbs. And we're going to have to make some tough decisions next term on rooming houses. I'll be watching for that. We've done second suites. We're going to have to do number of units, how many units there are going to be. There are all sorts of real challenges. And what I hope that this council takes into consideration is not just tenants, but homeowners. And for some reason, it seems that it's a bad thing to be a homeowner these days, a residential homeowner. To have someone who is saved up for 25 years for their home, and now they have this little piece of wealth that they're going to use that's going to take them forward. And I want to make sure, and my message to you is, don't forget about them. Like, they're real people. And I think that sometimes it's because they don't come down to City Hall, we tend sometimes not to listen to them. And I think that we need to listen. I think this council needs to listen to all the residents in the city. So I will save the remainder of my remarks for the council debate, because there are a couple of things that I'll be interested in talking about. But I did want to thank, I've thanked my residents, but I would like to thank members of council for their friendship and for their advice. It's been a real honor to work with you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Councillor Bala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So 12 years, some days feels like 100 years. Other days feels like just yesterday that I walked into this chamber. And so I do want to take this moment to thank a lot of people, because there's a lot of people to thank, because we're not here on our own. I think we all realize that. We don't make it here without the support of our families, without the support of people that encourage us, that work with us. And so I want to start by thanking the people of Davenport that over the 12 years trusted me, elected me, guided me, worked with me to make sure that we managed the change that was coming to our community. I want to thank the civil servants, which I so admire so many of you that put your heart and soul into this work and work with us to make sure that we deliver good policy, or at least you try. You try. I know you do your best. It doesn't work all the time. To all of you, my colleagues, I've learned so much from so many of you and made new friends, and so thank you. I know that I will continue to be in contact with many of you as friends. And to the mayor, thank you. Thank you for these last 8 years leading the way on housing. You've been a champion of this file. We've done a lot of work together, and it could only be done because we had a mayor that believed in it. That's the reality. To my team, because we cannot do this work without a team, and to supporters and family that are behind us. I came to this country at age 15, and so you don't see yourself at city council at age 15. You kind of have to have, sometimes people open your eyes to say, you can be there. And I'm crying, yes. It's not the first time. But I sensed one thing when I was at age 15. It was the sense of opportunity that this city had. And that's what made me get involved in my community, because I always wanted others to feel that sense of opportunity that made me belong in this city, that made me feel like I could be here. Because at age 15, let me tell you, I thought it was the end of the world, coming to Canada, Toronto, leaving everything behind. And it was this sense of opportunity that really felt me feel at home. And I truly believe that you should not close the door behind you. You should open even wider for others that are coming, others that are living here. And that's what drives me, and that's what drove me these 12 years. And that's why a lot of you would ask, why do you spend so much time on housing, so much political capital? Because housing 12 years ago, let me tell you, was not the hot issue that we have today. We could barely get a headline to talk about housing. But if you think about it, there's nothing more fundamental for the success of an individual, and therefore the success of communities, than somebody to know where they're going to sleep at night, or to make sure that they're not going to spend all their money to pay for their rent, that they're going to have money to educate their kids, to take care of their health, and so on. That's why I spend so much time on housing. It's because it's about creating that opportunity, that base, so people can have a decent life and succeed. And that's, for me, that's the success of our city depends on that. So I'm so proud that we've moved this file so much, from not being able to get a headline to, we did protests to Ottawa and nobody cared. We took tenants from TCHC on buses, nobody cared, to, being leaders. This weekend I was reading about an article in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia is doing a program to help nonprofits acquiring properties. Guess what? Councillor Perks, we've done it. So we're leading in this country with lots of programs on housing. And I just ask one thing, because as the mayor said, this issue is just getting tougher and tougher. So that opportunity is constantly getting challenged. And I think it's upon all of us to maintain this city as a city of opportunity, and so work on issues like this. But I just, if I could caution you on something, is that housing is a really complex issue. And we live in an era of populism. And, you know, very often I hear a lot of you saying, oh my God, those people that talk about, you know, that you can pay all the bills at City Hall just by efficiencies, you know, it's so bad, you can't. And it's true, you can't. You know what? Sometimes you have to have tough conversations with Torontonians. Efficiencies is not gonna cut it. But so is when you ask somebody to say, oh, that piece of land, it should be 100% affordable housing. You know what? Just because you ask, you're not gonna get it. Sometimes you need to have those tough conversations. Because in housing, I say this very often, we're not gonna pay our way out of this crisis, and we're not gonna build our way out of this crisis. We need both. We need governments to invest, and they need to invest in the deeper affordable housing, to create the deeper affordable housing. That's where our money needs to go. And we need to ensure that we're building so that we don't have to spend that money in the other end of the spectrum. So we need both. It's not one or the other. It's gonna be tough conversations. Yes, as Deputy Mayor said, you know, rooming houses, multiplexes, those conversations need to happen for the health of our city, for the opportunity of our city. I hope that every 15-year-old in our city feels that sense that I felt when I arrived to this country. And in here or outside here, I'll be always fighting for that. Thank you.
Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. I'm having this really strange sense of deja vu, like I've stood here before in this same spot. Joe Mihevik was sitting next to me, and I was about to give a farewell speech, and this just all feels so real. I'm trying to think what happens next, and Doug Ford's going to cut council in half. You're all going to have to run against each other. I'm going to get pulled back in. Somebody who doesn't like that's going to send someone to shoot up my car in my house. There's going to be a pandemic. We're all going to have to work remotely. You know, I really do have to get out of this time. And so I really am leaving for real. And as with 4 years ago, I'm going to start out with some thank yous. First of all, to my colleagues on council who've really been fantastic, especially this very difficult term, very collegial group. You know, I'll say to all of those who are crazy enough to want to do this for another 4 years, you're all overworked and undervalued, and I hope the public appreciates that. I'd like to thank the mayor for his extraordinary leadership during the pandemic, but also for the climate he created here. That imagine if we'd had with the discord we had in the mayor's first term. If we had that going on with everything we've had to deal with during the pandemic, it just would have been awful on top of awful. And so having everybody working together and being so cooperative, and the mayor setting the tone for that, has been terrific. I'd like to thank my office staff, especially Marcus O'Brien Fair and Catherine LeBlanc Miller, who've been with me for the last 12 years. I'd like to thank all the city staff who have indulged my very out-of-the-box machinations when it came to collecting more Section 37 and building childcare and creating parkland. You all know who you are. I'd like to thank the Clerk's Department. And I remember thanking Clerk's Department 4 years ago for just being, the best all the time, every year. Certainly, most importantly, I'd like to thank the people of Willowdale for electing me over 12 elections for 40 years. So, and I remember, I'm just going to be a bit nostalgic here. I remember the first day on the job at North York City Council, and I walked in, and the nameplate above my office said J. Fillion. And so I went to the staff and said, can you those of you who were alive back then will remember that it was this very formal way of separating important people from regular people. You didn't have a first name, you just had an initial. And I said, well, change that. I don't want to be a J, put my name on there. And the answer I got back was, well, we're not authorized to do that. Everybody's got, an initial in front of their name. So I said, well, okay, I'll go out, have my own nameplate made and put it up. And of course, the bureaucracy of the day went into full crisis management mode. Somebody was not only going to break the rules, but they were going to go off and kind of cut them out of the process. So I went in 2 days later, and the bureaucracy had found a solution that everybody's nameplate had their full first name on it. And I thought, oh, that's kind of interesting. And that really became my MO for the next 30 years, how to make change without anybody noticing you're doing it. And it doesn't work terrifically well for campaign literature, but makes some great stories over a beer. So hope to be sharing those with some of you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Bylaw. If you can read it, it's on the screen.
That City Council confirmed the minutes of council from the regular meeting held on June 15 and 16, 2022, and the special meeting held on June 24, 2022, and the forms supplied to the members.
Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do, Speaker. Thank you. I move that report of meeting 34 of the Executive Committee be presented to Council for consideration. This, of course, was the last meeting of the Executive Committee for the term, and it was also, just like this Council meeting, the longest agenda of the year so far, 43 items, and I'll just touch on a couple because in the interest of time. Most notably, the growth-related funding tools, which, of course, is going to be before us for discussion. The potential for significant new parks downtown, which I've designated as a priority item because I think it deserves to be such for this meeting. The role of a housing commissioner and how we can fulfill some of those challenges and many other topics, including, I should say, the Hydro Climate Action Plan. And I think thanks to the Council's efforts at pushing a bit, and thanks to Hydro's cooperation, and thanks to some of the work done by Councillor Layton, that Hydro has come forward with some initiatives, with more to come, I hope, that can help us to achieve, as they must, our climate change goals. I just want to stop for a second on the growth-related funding tools, which will be, of course, the subject, I'm sure, of considerable questioning and debate. And I will say that all of those involved in that process, which doesn't just come to a meeting with the sort of numbers drawn out of a hat or a report drawn up in a vacuum. Everybody's worked very hard to find a balance between the raising of revenues that the city needs to pay for new infrastructure. And I think we all know, and I have occasion to explain this over and over and over again, that even the development charges that are applied, which some take issue with, as you know, don't even begin to pay for the infrastructure that we have to put in place to deal with a growing city. And so we have to achieve a balance between that and the impact on the affordability of new homes. I think what this speaks to as much as anything else is the fact that we are left with so few tools as a huge, complex government with many challenges to meet, that we're left with the tools we have, which is a pretty short list of tools. Property tax, land transfer tax, thank goodness that it was brought into place years ago. The various fees we charge for people to go to summer camps and whatnot, and development charges. I mean, that's kind of about it. And yet we're running here a multi-billion-dollar capital program just to try to keep up, with the needs to have the infrastructure put in place that we need. I think what these charges reveal and what goes on each year with this kind of balance you have to strike between affordable housing and infrastructure you need. I said the other day here at the executive committee, how can any of us preside over a city where we find it acceptable that there should be signs up on developments that we've approved saying, sorry, there's no spot for your kid in the school here? But what's next? Is it next going to be the case that you have signs up saying, sorry, there won't be a community center or a library here because we can't afford, given the tools we don't have? And I think what the development charge debate will indicate yet again is that the system of municipal finance as it exists, certainly as regards a city like the City of Toronto, as big and complex as this city is broken. And heaven knows, Mayor David Miller tried. I don't know whether, I can't recall whether Mayor Ford did, and people have tried to sort of crusade on this before. And I don't know whether it falls on deaf ears or whether it just nothing happens because nobody seems to want to cede any kind of responsibility to a government that is itself duly elected and I think very responsible in the discharge of its duties. But that is part of what we should be discussing when we discuss the growth-related tools today. The cost of infrastructure is so high that it simply should not be paid for through property taxes and development charges alone. That's the problem that pushes the development charges up. Growth in Toronto benefits the province of Ontario and it benefits the entire country. And I registered that in a polite way, as you know I would, respectful way, to the other two governments when I've met with them in recent weeks, because our success is their success. And their success is ours too. So in any event, that will be an important discussion we'll have today. And I hope that in the course of that discussion, some of the members of council just register that concern in a way that is taken note of by those who can have decisions they could take that could allow us some greater latitude as to how we pay for these things so we don't have to rely on the sources of revenue that are the only ones open to us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Audit Committee report.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 13 of the Audit Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Members, there are 12 audit items on this agenda. I want to draw your attention to two of them. That's number 5 and number 6. These are incredibly important reports. They did generate a lot of discussion in the media and at the Audit Committee. And if you're not familiar, one deals with 911 and one deals with the future and the potential for changing services, emergency response services. There's a difference between our experience in living in an urban center and going camping up in Algonquin Park in an isolated area. And the difference is, that when you're here, you can dial 911 and get some help if you need it. Get some help right away. And if you're out in a remote place, your approach to life, the way you prepare for it is a little different. And so this report about 911 talks about some of the stories that we've all heard about people that have been put on hold or have had some trouble getting through. And so the Auditor General has made some recommendations both to the Toronto Police Services Board and to City Council about managing the integrity of that process and improving it. And of course, hand in hand with that is a discussion about the future of who responds when someone calls for help. Because there is a difference between protecting human safety, human life, public property, and then splitting the difference of what it means to keep the peace. And I think that journey that's laid out is really exciting. And finally, I'll make mention again on this Audit Committee agenda is another report that speaks to the city's cybersecurity and the integrity of our services. And I'll encourage members of council to take a look at those reports and the others. And if anything, at least watch the videos that are attached, courtesy of Madam Auditor General, on the 911 and Transformation of Services report. But also to thank council for their diligence on these multiple reports that deal with cybersecurity and the integrity of our systems. Because I think it is an important ongoing matter. And this council shows leadership and dedication to having diligence over those services and making sure that they're there for the citizens of the city. Finally, I will say thank you to the Audit Committee. It was our last audit meeting, and we accomplished a tremendous amount of work over the term. A special thank you to Vice Chair Fillion. Though we don't always agree on the council floor about many things, I do believe we work together great on the audit committee and work towards a common goal. And I really appreciate his advice and his counsel as a vice chair, and of course to all of the members. Of course, thank you to Madam Auditor General for all of the work of her and her team to bring forward these transformational reports. And of course, thank you to the Toronto Public Service for responding to them. They truly are a catalyst for change. And yes, people like to think about them as audits about money, but really it's about audits about people and services to people, because they ultimately make a difference to people in the city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mahavik, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report? Turn your mic on. Okay.
I will move that the report of meeting 38 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report?
Yes, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 29 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report?
I do, and good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. That the report for meeting 31 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda for council be presented for consideration. Madam Speaker, I'd like to just take a moment to thank all the members who have served on the committee, starting with Vice Chair Grimes, Carol, Lai, and of course, our new addition is Councillor Mahavik, and he became a lifesaver, in fact. Without him, we wouldn't have had quorum and so on. And of course, to former Councillors Ford and Cressy. I'd also like to thank the Acting General Manager, Cheryl Blackman, for her outstanding work, contribution. I want to thank as well Deputy City Manager Paul Johnson. Paul has come in to this city and essentially hit the ground running. I want to thank all of them for leadership, and of course all the members who have contributed to the committee, Denise Campbell and many others and so on. And I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, but simply wanted to make sure that these staff members and leaders understand that we really appreciate their contribution. On the agenda today, Speaker, there are 33 items. I would just simply like to draw members' attention to a number of them, specifically 4 quickly, and I'm not going to go into detail on them, but just to say that it's really important for us to understand the essence of these particular report. The first one is EC 3144, which is Report on Outstanding Noise Directive. We had a lot of emails on this particular issue as it relates to noise in the city from a variety of different sources, but specifically 2 key areas, which is noise coming from motor vehicles and also motorbikes, and the speed that tends to occur as a result. The faster you go, the noisier the noise becomes, and it's creating a huge challenge for residents in the city, recognizing fully that there has to be a balance with respect to the level of noise that emanates in a growing metropolitan city like Toronto, at the same time, the impact that noise has on our residents and their enjoyment and so on. And so it's important to recognize that some changes are coming in 2023. Looking forward to that report if I'm here dealing with a particular matter. The second item I'd like to draw members' attention to is EC 3120, which is the Los Angeles mission, and I encourage people to read that. It may not really jump out at you, but it really speaks to our approach with respect to the film and television digital media sector. And I want to thank our Film Commissioner, Marguerite Paget, for her outstanding work. In 2012, we had about 15,000 people working in this sector. In 2021, there's over 35,000 people working in the sector, generating some $2.5 billion in terms of benefits. And of course, the mayor's leadership in terms of selling Toronto as a place for film and television and media and so on. That has worked really well. We see the investment. And of course, our film commissioner and our film chair board is Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher has been just absolutely a tremendous asset and promoter of the film and television sector. Want to thank her for her leadership. And then, Speaker, I want to just draw members' attention to EC 31.8, which is an update on Canada-wide early learning and child care agreement for the province of Ontario. It's of great benefits. It's a 5-year plan. What we're talking about right now is how the resources are going to be utilized. There's a lot of work that's being done. I want to thank Shani McManamy for her outstanding leadership. She's the Director of Children's Services. And then finally, the last item is the report dealing with anti-Asian discrimination. This one is an important report from the Mayor's office. And I want to thank Councillor Lai for her leadership with respect to dealing with this very important issue. We are a city where we talk about diversity. We are a city that we have to recognize the impact of racism, biases, both direct and indirect biases. It's extremely important that we factor these issues and concerns in all the things that we do in the city in order to ensure that the best and brightest who've come to this city to make the city their home are able to contribute and are actually able to feel welcome and feel wanted, and recognizing the impact of discrimination on individuals and on their development and the advancement of our society in this great city of Toronto. We have to ensure that we do more to address these particular issues. Those are my submission, Madam Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government and Licensing Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I would like to move that the report from meeting number 32 of the General Government and Licensing Committee listed on the agenda of City Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 31 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Like other committees, this was the last of the term, so I'd like to acknowledge that together with staff, members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee have taken significant action to create a more resilient, efficient, and enjoyable city. I'd like to say a huge thanks to the wonderful City of Toronto staff, including Deputy City Manager Tracy Cook, and the members of the committee, specifically the Vice Chair of the committee, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Cole, Councillor Layton, Deputy Mayor Min Wong, and Councillor Prutsa. In fall of 2021, the committee, along with Council, passed the Net Zero Strategy, committing the City of Toronto to decrease their emissions to net zero by 2040, 10 years earlier than was initially proposed. That's now rolling out, and we see that being embedded in the reports that are before us today. The City of Toronto and Toronto Hydro are on track to install 32 additional on-street electric vehicle charging stations by the end of 2022, after the successful conclusion of the residential and downtown on-street electric vehicle charging station pilots. And you'll see on today's agenda that the EV strategy is before us today. The committee, council, we continue to roll out the city's Vision Zero road safety plan, making our streets safer through the installation of community safety zones, school safety zones, and red light cameras. And there's many master plans that are on the IAC agenda today that are also embracing those important principles of Vision Zero. Since Toronto's cycling network plan was approved in 2019, including active TO routes, 65 kilometers of new bikeways have been installed, with 47 kilometers of existing bikeways receiving upgrades and safety enhancement. And before us today, we have the 2022 implementation plan for cycling. And lastly, the city has implemented and continues to advance the Ravine strategy. And since 2022, the Ravine strategy has led to 720 hectares of land managed for invasive species, 252 tons of garbage and metal removed from 333 hectares of ravine land. And we found, working together, investment of $47.9 million from federal and provincial partners. And before us on the agenda today, we can see that there are items related to our ravine strategy. So thank you so much to the council members for supporting the great work of the committee, and for my committee members for just being like an absolute pleasure to work with and doing so many great things for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 35 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration, and I just want to express my gratitude to the members of the committee and the staff. We had an unprecedented number of reports this term. We had to very often extend our meetings into 2 days several times. So thank you all. And as you can see by the agenda today, because the planning work is not only on the planning agenda, if you see the new items, the settlements in front of us, they've been working full speed ahead. So to all the staff, thank you. It's been an unprecedented term, and it is, we're noticing all the hard work that everybody's doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Tobacco York Community Council report.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 33 of the Total York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That the reports for meeting 33 and 34 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues at North York Community Council for their great contribution to the hundreds of items that we passed and adopted over the past 4 years. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Cole. And of course, we also say goodbye, as we did earlier, Councillor Fillion and Councillor Denzelman Wong. We pay tribute to them and their decades of service to North York and the City of Toronto. On July the 8th, we had a special Community Council meeting that was necessary to tie up some loose ends from this past term. When we arrived at the council chamber, much of the internet infrastructure that we rely on in order to run a hybrid meeting, both with remote councillors and remote members of the public and deputants, was a great challenge. And before us was a number of reports that, if not adopted, would have cost the city tens of millions of dollars in lost opportunities through various Section 37 benefits and other amenities. And I just wanted to pay tribute to the clerk staff, not only for that day, as they quickly, clerks and IT, they quickly put everything together to make sure that anyone who wanted to participate remotely and depute at these statutory meetings had the opportunity to. We were able to log in all the councillors who were working remotely. And of course, we had many people there in person. So I wanted to pay tribute and thanks for the 4 years of service in making sure North York Community Council ran so smoothly. Julie, Amanda, Jennifer, Brooke, Mambir, and Julian, Nick, and Jeff, and I've combined clerks and IT. And they did a wonderful job, not just that day, but throughout the term in making sure that our meetings ran smoothly and that we were able to do the business of the city. But I think when it comes to North York, one thing we did certainly recognize is our sense of history. This past year, we celebrated the 100th anniversary of the incorporation of North York as a borough, and we celebrated that great history by paying tribute to many of the accomplishments that had taken place over the previous 100 years, and that is why North York is such a wonderful place to live, to grow, to start a business, to raise a family. And when we look at some of the things that we adopted over the past 4 years, our parks are stronger, our recreation programs and services are stronger, our public realm is stronger, our tree canopy is stronger, and of course our transportation and pedestrian networks are safer. But it is a tribute to the councillors as well, who I mentioned before, and I'll mention them again, and the collaborative nature of North York Community Council was something that I'll always appreciate as chair. I have my role, but also they made my job easier by working together to look at solutions at difficult problems. So I want to thank and wish them best of luck in the coming election, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Cole, and best wishes in their future endeavors, Councillor John Fillion and Deputy Mayor Denzelman and Wong for their years of service in making North York the great community that it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 33 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Likewise, as the other committees, this was the last of our term. And so I'd like to acknowledge and thank Vice Chair Councillor Cynthia Lai, Councillor Paul Ainsley, Councillor Gary Crawford, Councillor Nick Mantis, and Deputy Mayor Michael Thompson for their hard work. And a big thank you to the city staff and the clerks who shepherded us through close to 600 items this term, many related to transportation improvements and development. But we were also able to hear from many Scarborough stakeholders that came out to give incredible presentations, including most recently from the Scarborough Walk of Fame, who are celebrating the wonderful people in Scarborough. We also had presentations from faculty at the University of Toronto talking about our cycling network, as well presentations from city staff. So a huge thank you to all of our City of Toronto staff, the city clerks, and my colleagues on the committee for their hard work this term to build a better Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perch, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do. Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 34 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Members, meeting 34 of Toronto East York Community Council set the record for the largest number of items ever dealt with by a standing committee in the amalgamated City of Toronto. And on top of that, in the middle of the meeting, the city's audio-visual system suddenly became incompatible with WebEx. And during the lunch break, the clerks and AV and IT staff ran around and set up a series of computers and iPads throughout the room to act as microphones, speakers, screens, and cameras. And we were able to continue the meeting, and it looked to the outside world like we all knew what we were doing the whole time. I just want to acknowledge a particular individual, the committee administrator, Ellen Devlin. I've had the privilege of working with Ellen as the chair of Toronto East York Community Council for various half terms for a total of 6 years now. And, you know, running the second busiest thing we do at council after these council meetings, which is Toronto East York Community Council, and including the public, and being so utterly focused on making sure that the rights of every Torontonian are respected in the process, has been a capstone to a long career that Ellen has done, including all different branches of the public service. Just to give you a sense of what Ellen deals with, we have, for example, a single ward in Toronto East York Community Council that sees more development applications than the city of Vancouver. And we have a group of very headstrong and creative members of the community council who come up with fascinating new public policy. You might have noticed that the speeds in some of the streets in your neighborhoods are being reduced. That's because a couple of us figured out that there's an obscure delegated authority which allowed us to surprise the transportation department and change the rules for how cars move in the city. That's one little example of the kind of thing that Ellen has to deal with all the time. She is brilliant. She is utterly dedicated to this place, but more importantly, to the people that this place serves. And it has been a real treat to watch her keep, what was it last time, 246 balls in the air at once. I don't know anyone else who could do it, and I just wanted to spend a moment on Ellen because one of the things that makes this job, which is sometimes difficult, a real privilege, are the people in the public service you get to work with. And Ellen has been a shining example of that, and I wanted to just say that for her.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from the mayor and city officials? Councillor Fillion.
Sorry, that the new business from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
All those in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the committee, the item or motion number, and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Mayor Tory?
Speaker, I have four, all related to the same matters, but I'll just go through them. First, EX 34.14, operating variance report for the year ended December 31st, 2021. And the interest is on account of my previously declared interest with the Rogers Family Trusts, and the Rogers Company provides telephone and cellular and wireless services and whatnot to the City of Toronto, and there's some recommendations in Appendix D related to that, arising out of that report for the year end. Secondly, item EX 34.15, the capital variance report for the 4 months ended April 30th, 2022. The same interest with the Rogers Family Trusts and the specific adjustments to the TTC budget in Appendix 4 related to communications and computer equipment and software. Thirdly, item EX 34.16, the operating variance report for the 4 months ended April 30th, 2022. And again, the same involvement, and in this case, in Appendix D, there is a mention of transfer of customer experience transformation through the Technology Services Division from Corporate Real Estate Management. And finally, the members' motion, MM 47.20, keeping Torontonians plugged in when Rogers goes out. The same interest makes it appropriate that I should declare an interest on that matter. And I filled out the 4 forms, and we'll give those to the clerk. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GL 32.29, extending the vehicle age limit for accessible taxi cabs. A family member owns a taxi plate, and I have already sent the form to the clerk.
Okay, thank you. I will now call for petition. Sorry, Councillor Mihevik?
Yes, thank you. PH 35.15, in an abundance of caution, and I have presented the appropriate note to the clerk. The item is our Plan Toronto recommended official plan amendment for, oh, no, sorry.
North York Community Council.
It's North York Community Council. Looking at the wrong page. There it is, North York Community Council 34.5, Yonge Street North Planning Study. I had a client that I worked with on their response to it that ended May 31st, but in abundance of caution, I think I'll withdraw from that conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, you have one as well? Can you turn your microphone on? No, it's not.
I don't have a microphone. They took my
There,
mic here.
it's,
Okay, I'll go
there's
there.
the button. See the
I
button?
know there's a button, but I don't have the phone here. Okay. Anyways, sorry, GL 3213. It's in regards to a contract with Ernst & Young for the provision of an integrated risk management solution. I declare a conflict, whereas my son Josh works for Ernst & Young.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any others? Okay. Okay. Are there any, I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? No. Okay, I do have a petition from residents on McCormick Avenue on the land use conversion. I'll follow that in. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Oh, it's long, I'm not going to. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have 6 deferred items before us today. NY 31.2, PH 3414, PH 3415, PH 3416, PH 3417, and DM 47.1. The mayor has designated item EX 34.4 on priority downtown parks and public realm opportunities, and item PH 3521 on advancing affordable and supportive housing projects, programs, and initiatives as its key matters for this meeting. These will be our first items of business today. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. on Wednesday, only if the mayor's key item has been completed. Members, there are a number of related matters on the agenda that I propose to be considered together. Items EX 34.1, 2, and 3 on growth funding tools, and items AU 13.5 and AU 13.6 on the Toronto Police Service, and items GL 3221 and T 3430 on 1978-2002 Lakeshore Boulevard West, items T 34.7, T 34.15 on 95 St. Joseph Street, and items CX 34.43 and CC 47.7 on council vacancies. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, unmute your mic and state the items you wish to hold. Okay. On deferred items, I will be holding DM 47.1. Councillor Perks?
Yes, this isn't to hold something, but I just wanted to inform you in advance, Speaker, that on the 4 planning and housing items having to do with signs that were deferred, I'm going to need to go in camera on those.
Okay, well, when we get to it, yeah, that's fine. Councillor Mantis on deferred items?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. MM 4716.
Pardon?
I would like to hold MM 4716.
No, we're not there yet. We're just doing the deferred items right now.
Sorry about that.
It's a member. Okay, we're just going through deferred items. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold NY 31.2. It's a deferred item, 147 Overbrook Place. We're waiting on a technical amendment.
Thank you. Now, we will now go to executive committee. Councillor Mihevik.
Thank you. EX 34.8, I'd like to hold that. I think it'll be quick.
Okay, that's on hosting FIFA. Is that what you want?
FIFA, yes.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Perks, executive.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a few. EX 34.5, Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit Train Operating and Funding Term Sheet. Let me scroll down. EX 34.16, Operating Variance Report for 4 months ended April 30. EX 34.31, Toronto Hydro Corporation Auto.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't get that last number. EX?
34.31, Toronto Hydro Corporation Annual General Meeting and 2021 Audited Financial Statements.
Okay.
And that's it for the
Okay,
executive. Thank you.
Councillor Bailao.
34.7, I just wanted a recorded vote, so I'll continue to hold. That's okay.
Okay. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to hold EX 34.6, a new commemorative framework for the City of Toronto's public space.
Okay. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll take your guidance because we joined it with another item, but it is EX 34.43. It's not being held, but I'd like to ensure that I have a chance to ask questions. So perhaps you can help me if the other item needs to be held. And thank you, Councillor Perks. It's the vacant city council seats. So I think you just previously connected that with one of the CC items.
Yes.
So I'll take your guidance. May I hold it, or if it's by virtue of the CC item being held?
So I think you should hold it.
Then I'll hold it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 34.23, amendments to council procedures to incorporate changes to the Municipal Elections Acts and the City of Toronto Act, and EX 3434, Toronto Water 2022 capital budget and 2023-31 capital plan adjustments.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear the last one. What was the last number?
34, EX 3434.
34, okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the audit committee now. Councillor Fillion. Okay, and it's here without a recommendation. Okay.
Oops.
We will now go to civic appointments.
Sorry, my computer's frozen.
Councillor Perks?
Yeah, I would like to hold AU 13, I believe you've linked them 5 and 6, the police service 911, and the opportunities to support more effective responses.
Okay, so AU 13.5.
I believe you linked the two items?
Oh, 13.5 and 13.6, yes.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Civic appointments. All right, it's at the bottom, sorry. Board of Health. Civic appointments. Economic and Community Development. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'd like to hold EC 31.4, please. Report on outstanding noise directives.
On 30.
31.4, report on outstanding noise.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mihevik.
Mine was the same, so I'll remove my name.
Oh, you wanted to hold that item down? Okay. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to
Sorry,
hold
okay.
EC
Okay, go ahead. EC.
EC 31.18, the Economic Development and Culture Division Quarterly Economic Update Presentation, and also EC 31.33. Just want to find, I think it's about the Mayor's Asian Roundtable.
Okay.
Report on from the Mayor's Asian Roundtable. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Madam Chair, I'd like to hold EC 31.23, Advancing Reconciliation, Equity and Inclusion, Reimagining a New Future for Toronto History Museums.
Okay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hold EC 31.32, the applications to the Imagination, Manufacturing, Innovation and Technology Property Tax Incentive Program.
Thank you. General Government. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold GL 32.20, nominal lease agreement with Ontario Tennis Association.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
I'd like to hold GL 32.19, bulk room agreement 3 Parkhome.
Thank you. Counselor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a couple. Well, maybe I don't. Maybe I just have one. GL 32.1, the supplementary report no fault grant for basement flooding damages.
Okay.
And let me just check. There's one other that's possible. No, that does it. Thank you.
Thank you. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Counselor Mihevik.
IE 31.12, Cycling Network Plan.
Counselor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two. IE 31.11, the 2022 Mid-Humber Gap Municipal Class Environmental Assessment, and IE 31.18, updating the traffic calming policy to reflect the speed limits on local roads.
Planning and Housing. Counselor Fillion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have a motion to lift something that's not listed here, PH 35.3 from the committee to council. Happy to deal with that at whatever point in the agenda you would like to. It's multiplex housing. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't have the exact name, but it's multiplex housing.
So you want to, because that was a planning and housing, we just moved receipt of that, and you want to bring it forward?
That's correct.
Well, okay, 2/3 vote.
Sorry, Speaker, this is a debatable item. I'd like to speak on it.
Yeah, I'm not asking for you to deal with it right now. We can if you'd like, but.
I know, but there may be some members of council that don't want to deal with it right now, so you have to debate it.
No, I'm not saying we have to deal with it right
Yeah.
now.
Well, still, but if we move your motion to remove it, that means it's on the agenda. Yeah.
Well.
Okay,
Yes, no, I understand.
we'll do it later. Counselor
That's fine.
Perks.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to hold PE 35.23, Employee Talent Retention and Attraction, City Planning.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that number.
3523.
$35.23, sorry. Okay. Okay. Counselor Ainsley.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold PH 35.11, 79 and 81 Granby Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PH 35.4, Christie's Planning Study, City Initiate Secondary Plan and Zoning Bylaw, technical amendments.
Counselor Fletcher.
Oh, Speaker, I just wanted to draw attention to the fact back in E 31.12 that the item on that item also includes my ward, but it doesn't show it. So I wonder if that could just be corrected, please. Parliament to Blackburn, that's
Okay,
coming
just
over onto.
hold on. We didn't get the item, Counselor Fletcher. Which item?
Sorry, I should do this right now, but Councillor Mihevik's holding IE 31.12.
Right.
And there is a mistake in that the cycle track from Parliament to Blackburn includes Ward 14, but the report doesn't show that, Speaker. I
Okay,
just
well-
wanted to draw the clerk's attention to that and ask that that be corrected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a motion to defer consideration for PH 35.12, 148, and 156 to 158 Avenue Road to the September special meeting for urgent heritage planning matters.
Okay, so Councillor Layton is deferring item PH 35.12 to, what was that? I didn't see the motion, but. Oh, September, okay. Okay, on the deferral motion, on favor? Show of hands, opposed if any, carry. Councillor Mihevik. Okay, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold PH 3515, our Plan Toronto recommended official plan amendment for citywide employment policies and conversion requests.
It's already held.
So, yeah. Okay, Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. May I hold EY 33.4, 900 to 940, the East Mall, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, Speaker. So EY 33.14, EY 3317, and EY 33.30.
Okay, can you read the items up, please, Councillor
Sure.
Perruzza? 3314.
14, 15, 19, 21, and 23, Torrey York Drive, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision applications, request for directions report.
Okay.
20, the next one is EY 33.17, 211 Finch Avenue West, request to enter into an agreement under section 47, brackets 4.3 of the Planning Act. And EY 33.30, permanent closure of a portion of Adele Avenue.
What was that last one? EY?
EY 33.30.
Okay, thank you.
Permanent closure of a portion of Adele Avenue.
Thank you. North York Community Council. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold NY 33-1 and NY 33-3.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last one.
Yeah,
Councillor
NY 33-3, 2808 to 2810 Keel Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just ensure and is held because there's a supplementary report still forthcoming. It came here without recommendations, so I just want to ensure it's being held.
Which item?
I don't think she realizes she cut out.
Pardon?
Point 3, Wixty.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you because your mic is going off and on. What item is it?
NY 34.3, Wixty.
34, NY 34.3. 70 and 80 Wicksteed
Correct.
Avenue? Okay, so you hold that item down, thank you. Okay, members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item NY 34.1, the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning has submitted a supplementary report, and the clerk staff will also email members and their staff to advise that these materials are now available. Councillor Coe, North York.
Can I just get a recorded item on NY 33.4, 155, 165 Elm Ridge? Right
Okay,
now?
so Counselor Coe's asked for a recorded vote on NY 33.4, 155-65 Elmridge Drive, recorded vote.
Yeah, yeah. It's Darina.
Madam Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay. Counselor Pasternak, North York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Are we on meeting 34, North York?
Pardon?
I'd like to hold NY 34.2.
Okay, 1350 Shepherd.
And I can release NY.
Is it 1350 Shepherd?
Yes, it is,
Okay,
1350
thank
Shepherd.
you.
If you want to dispose of NY 33.3, I would ask for recorded vote. Just want to record in the negative.
Okay, so Counselor Pasternak is releasing NY 33.3, 2808, 2810 Keel Street. You want a recorded vote? Yes. Recorded vote.
Council. The item carries. The vote is 22-3.
Scarborough Community Council. Counselor Mantis.
Madam Chair, I've held SC 33.7. There's a motion for an amendment by staff. I could release it right now if.
It's not ready
With a
yet,
recorded vote.
Counselor. So when it's ready, we can release it, okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Counselor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SC 3311, 1050 Military Trail. I have a technical amendment from staff, which I do think is ready.
Is it ready? Okay, so Counselor McKelvey has a technical amendment for SC 3311. We'll put it on the screen. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
Second one.
Okay,
The second one is SC 3312, 25 Stools.
Oh, sorry. Item as amended, on favor, carried. Sorry, the next one is 3312?
Yes, 25 Stools Road and 182 to 250 Brendan Way. Is this one ready? Can we advance circulate it, and then that way we can do a quick release when it's ready? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll hold the item down. Counselor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want a recorded vote on SC 33.67 Huntingwood Kittery pedestrian crossover.
Okay, recorded vote on SC 3367.
Councillor Bailao, may we please have your vote? The item carries. The vote is 23-2.
Thank you. Toronto and East York Community Council. Wow, looks like the whole agenda is going to be held down. Councillor McKelvey.
I just wasn't removed
Oh,
from hold.
Councillor, okay, the names keep changing now. Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, please, Speaker, I'd like to hold TE 34.5, renaming of Lower Coxwell Avenue between Queen East and Lakeshore Boulevard.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevik.
No, I'm not done yet. Sorry. Thanks, Speaker. Thank you. TE 34.14, Basin Media Hub, 29, 35, 41, and 75 Basin Street. City initiated zoning bylaw amendment, final report.
Is that it?
No. TE 34.59, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, Danforth Avenue, Cultural Heritage Resource Assessment, Ward 14. And the last one is TE 34.106, on-street electric vehicle charging stations on delegated locations, wards 4, 9, 12, 13, 14, 19. Thank you.
Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, thank you very much. These are, frankly, a lot of them are technical, and I'm not sure which ones the staff have the motions ready and which ones they don't. So we'll start with 34.21, 25 and 35 Liberty and Atlantic.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to hold it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll hold it. So
yeah, you'll hold it, yeah.
Okay, the next one is 31.23. I see it's already held, but is the motion ready for that? We could just
You mean 3423, 145 Wellington?
145 Wellington, yes. Okay.
Pardon?
We're not ready for that, so I'll hold it.
No.
Similarly, next one is 24, 34.24. Hold that one. I know that one's not before you.
Okay, we'll hold that down.
My apologies. All these are frankly technical. Is 29 ready to go?
No, it's not. Let's just hold them
Okay.
down, Councillor Mihevik.
My apologies.
And you've already put your name down. for
There
that.
is one more, and that is 34, TE 34.33, 315 and 325 Front Street.
Okay,
I'll hold that one.
okay, we'll hold
That's
that
it.
down. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you, Chair. TE 34.116, Construction Staging Area, TPC Easier Access Program, King Station. The technical amendment. I don't know if Clerks is ready.
Okay, we'll hold that item down. Oh, do you have it ready? T 34-116. Okay, there's the first motion. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Okay, second motion. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Good morning. I would like to hold TE 34.230, potential intersection alteration Danforth Avenue and Main Street, unless those recommendations are in with Clerks. They are not. Okay, very good. I'll hang on to that. Thank you.
Okay, so you're holding that down, okay. Councillor Matlow.
So I have 4 or 5 items that I need to attend to. Before I do, I should just ask through you, Madam Speaker, to the clerks, do they have the staff recommendations with the statutory amendments to address the Section 37 CBC matter? Ready? Yeah, okay. So then I'll begin with, Madam Speaker, TE 34.11, 40 Raglan, and I can put these staff recommendations before us.
Okay, on T 3411. It's on the screen by Councillor Matlow. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Okay. Your
I
next
can do
item.
the same for, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can do the same for TE 34.12, 91 to 101 Raglan.
Okay, on 3412, it's here without a recommendation, so we'll put the motion on the screen by Councillor Matlow. On favor, show of hands, carried. Okay.
The next one I can release, but I need a recorded vote as I need to vote against it, which is TE 34.13, 1481 to 1535, Young, etc.
I'm sorry? On T 3413?
Yeah, no, yeah, I have to put the recommendations on the table, but I need a recorded vote to vote against.
Okay, so do we have the recommendations? Okay, T 3413. It's here without a recommendation. The recommendation is on the screen by Councillor Matlow. He's asking for a recorded vote.
Can we see the recommendation on the screen, or?
Councillor Grimes, if you're present and voting, can you please turn your camera on? Councillor Cole, may we have your vote, please? The amendment carries. The vote is 22 to 3.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the next one is TE 34.43 to 744-758 Mount Pleasant. I can move the staff recommendations, and in 10 seconds, I just want to acknowledge that we are finally getting a new expanded school at Eglinton Public School as part of this arrangement that will positively impact, finally. Tori mentioned those silly signs that have to go up to mention to people that they won't be able to send their kids to a local school with the new development. Finally, we're going to have a direct positive impact on school capacity in the community, and therefore we can support this.
Okay, so on T 34.43, the recommendation is on the screen by Councillor Matlow. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
And then lastly, this will simply be a hold, Madam Speaker, because we're still working on arriving at a resolution between the applicant and adjacent neighbors, which I believe we will get to, by the way, by tomorrow.
So is this,
But,
is this 3444 you want to hold?
Indeed.
Pardon?
Yes, and yes.
Okay, it's just I can't, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have 3 items. One that's a release, TE 34.7, 95 St. Joseph Street Official Plan and Zoning Amendment Application Final Report. I'll move the recommendations in the report and the recommendations in the supplemental attachment. And my thanks to the solicitor and staff for bringing forward that report so quickly.
Okay, so on T 34.7, Councillor Layton. Okay, there's the motion. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe I'd also like to move the recommendations in the accompanying, there is one.
There it is.
Great.
Yeah. Okay, on favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay.
Along with that, I'd like to move the staff recommendations in the report and confidential attachment on TE 34.15, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement, 95 St. Joseph Street.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen. Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Second motion. It's on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Is that it?
Then finally, Madam Speaker, TE 34.8, University of Toronto St. George Campus Secondary Plan, Official Plan Amendment Application Final Report. I have a small motion on this.
It's not ready.
Then I will hold it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like a recorded vote on TE 34.232, which is traffic control signals at Bloor Street West and Perth Avenue.
Okay, recorded vote.
Matlow will also have to hold TE 3452 because it's related to the one that he already held. Counselor Lai, if you're present and voting, can you please turn your camera on? Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 23-2.
Okay. Counselor Matlow,
Yeah,
I'd like to ask you to hold down as well 3452 because it's related to the other items.
okay. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
That's the 1404, 1420 Young Street. Okay. All right. So now, Counselor Mahavik?
Yes, my apologies. TE 34.32, I just noticed it now. I did declare at committee, but I'll declare it here as well. A potential conflict of interest, even though I'm not working with them any longer. I had been, I declared it at committee, but I should declare it here as well. And I'll fill out the form shortly.
Okay, that's on T 3432.
Yes, thank you.
254, 260 Adelaide? Okay. New business.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I just jumped back on the list there. I have another one that I need to hold.
Okay, Counselor Bradford?
That's, yeah, TE 3451. Do you want me to just move this right now? Okay. This is a motion, I believe from staff here. The applicant has attained approval under Section 33 Ontario Heritage Act. So I'd like to move the motion as it's presented there.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen on T 3451. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay. Yeah, item is amended, all in favor, carried. Okay, so we're gonna go to new business now. Counselor Bradford, was that for the other item? You had your name there? Okay, Counselor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CC 47.15, 1615, 41 Kingston Road, 5052 Birchcliff Avenue. Request for directions. I don't need to hold it, but I would request a recorded vote, please.
Okay, so on CC 4715, Counselor Crawford's asked for a recorded vote.
Counselor Cole, Counselor Bailao, your votes, please. The item carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Mahavik.
Yes, thank you very much. It's CC 47.48. This is one of those technical amendments requested by staff as well. I'm wondering if the clerks have it.
Okay.
Do they have it?
We don't have the amendment yet.
Okay, then I'll just hold it. Thanks.
Counselor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. CC 47.2, Ombudsman Toronto Interim Report, Investigation into the city's processes for clearing encampments in 2021.
Okay, Counselor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CC 47.21, 25 Maple Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application. I'd like to hold that, please.
Okay. Counselor Carroll?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. CC 47.31, 680 to 688 Shepherd Avenue East. If I could hold that. And CC 47.1, appointment of interim city manager. I need to hold that, but I can probably release it after lunch. I won't need to go in camera.
CC 47-1, you're holding? Okay.
Yeah, just till after lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Counselor Perruzza?
Yes, Speaker. CC 47.4, delegation of authority of the remainder of the 2018-2022 council term. I'm looking to the clerk for approval.
You're holding the item down. Okay.
I am, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to consider items to be time specific.
Sorry, Speaker, that's point of order. Can I just ask a question? Councillor Fillion had asked to have that item removed from committee. I just don't know when you'll be having that discussion. It's not on the list, but I'm not sure what the right time is. Could advise us, that would be helpful.
Pardon? Do it before we adopt the order paper.
Okay, thank you.
So, and the clerk will open, now, Mayor Tory, I understand you have a motion on time items?
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was hoping to hold CC 47.18.
Pardon?
It's third, I would like to hold CC 47.18, 3180 Young Street.
Okay. Mayor Tory?
I do, Speaker. I'd ask that Council consider timing item CC 47.1, a headed appointment of interim city manager, as the first item after the mayor's key matters. And I just remember something mentioned this morning about it in camera as well. It may well be you want to think about that at the same time, but I'm just concerned for the moment about the appointment of city manager
signs.
as the first item after the mayor's key matters. And secondly, item CC 47.2, Ombudsman Toronto Interim Report, investigation into the city's processes for clearing encampments, as the second item after the mayor's key matters.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Councillor Ainsley?
Speaker, for EX 34.31, Toronto Hydro 2021 audit.
Okay, you're going,
Appropriate time on.
okay, Councillor Ainsley, you keep cutting out, so I don't know. So what is it? Okay, Councillor Ainsley, we can't hear you.
EX 34.31, Toronto Hydro Corporation, their annual general meeting. If I could have it heard Wednesday morning.
Tomorrow morning?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, tomorrow morning, so Councillor Ainsley.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, I'd like to hold EX 34.31, the Toronto Hydro Corporation annual general meeting, to be the first item Wednesday morning.
Okay, so we have the motion, we have the motion by Councillor Ainsley. First thing Wednesday morning. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Councillor Bailão.
Madam Speaker,
the deferred items that we had timed the signs, and Councillor Perks already said they wanted to be in camera, can we have it all together and time for tomorrow as the second item after Councillor Ainsley?
Right.
And recognizing that we'll need to go in.
Will be in camera, okay?
Yeah,
All
yeah, we
of
should
them,
do
yeah.
all together because I think councillors have questions on all of them. Yeah.
Okay, on favor? Show of hands carried. Okay, so before we adopt the order paper, we have that motion. So this is to bring forward the item that we dealt with at Planning and Housing, it's my understanding, for the rooming houses to this council meeting, which we moved receipt at. So that's the motion by Councillor Billing. Am I correct?
Multiplex. It's part of the EHAN report.
Yeah, I see it on the screen now. Thank you, Councillor Perks. I see it on the screen, sorry. Okay, it's on the screen by Councillor Fillion.
Yeah, I wish to speak to it, to explain it.
Councillor Fillion?
Yes. So I'll try to do this as painlessly as possible. If I'd had the time this week, I would have called members of council individually because it's a lot easier to explain in a conversation, but I'll do this Reader's Digest form. I am supportive of multiplex housing. I'm supportive of going out and consulting with the community. My only problem with this, but it's a big only problem, is that it is being done through a terribly worded draft official plan amendment. And in a nutshell, what is that? There's a section in the official plan which, when I was on the committee, I spent a lot of time working on with staff that spoke to the prevailing character of neighborhoods. The word prevailing is clear. That word was put in to, for example, if somebody did an appeal and got something really obnoxious approved, that didn't set a pattern for the entire street or the entire neighborhood. I fully accept that wording is restrictive if you are trying to allow a greater range of housing. So were I here at the next council meeting, I would be totally supportive of changing that wording with different wording that would allow semi-detached duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes in some locations. But the way it is worded, and staff did this, and I'm guessing most members of council are completely unaware of this, did it through a draft official plan amendment, which has a status, and it changes the word prevailing to future. So now when somebody wants to do something, it has to conform to the future character of the neighborhood. And I would challenge anybody to tell me what the heck that means, which in wards like Willowdale, where people don't go to committee of adjustment because they, want to do a minor alteration or something, you get a bit of that, but it's mainly, people go with lawyers and planners and consultants, and people will use this wording because a draft official plan amendment has a status. It is not law, it is not adopted, but it is very typically used as an indication of a direction that council wishes to go in. So having something that talks about the future character of the neighborhood would allow anybody to argue that they should be able to do whatever they wanted anywhere. It is completely ridiculous wording. So all I want to do if council does move it to committee, all I want to do is take out that section that has the consultation taking place on the basis of that proposed official plan amendment, and instead just go out and consult in a straightforward manner with people and say, we are interested in putting in semi-detached, duplexes, triplexes. What do you think about that? Take that all back, put that into a draft official plan amendment that would be out there for 6 weeks or some such, and then council would deal with it. So I'm not trying to slow anything down, not trying to stifle community consultation, trying to assist that by some clarity in what it is we're proposing. And I'm trying to avoid all the unintended consequences that will come from having a terribly worded draft official plan amendment out there. So it's really that simple. I am, again, I'll repeat, am totally supportive of changing the planning rules to allow a much broader range of housing in neighborhoods. And where I hear it the next term of council, I would be hoping to champion that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, if we can just clear that so I can see if there's any names.
I'm done.
Okay, can you clear the motion so because I don't see names on my screen. Okay, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. Members, I'm going to encourage you not to vote to remove this from committee. A few things you need to know. One, there's been an assertion that by going out and consulting on some draft language in the official plan, that it has status. It does not. We investigated this carefully at committee. We asked the chief planner, we asked the city solicitor, and I'm sure any of you who's ever worked on a development application when there's a broader piece of public policy being discussed know this is not the case. There's actually a term for it. It's called the clergy principles. And the clergy principles say that when you're reviewing a committee of adjustment application or an official plan amendment on a site-specific or a rezoning, that the fact that council may someday pass an amendment cannot be considered. You can only look at the in-force law on the day of the application. Councillor Fillion was there when staff answered those questions. Councillor Fillion knows that it is not applicable law. Councillor Fillion knows that this will have no impact on anything going to Committee of Adjustment or the Ontario Land Tribunal in the interim. That's the first thing you need to know. The second thing you need to know is Councillor Fillion says he's not attempting to delay. But actually what he said, if you listen to his speech, is let's consult an extra time. Let's not give the public any draft language. Well, the fact of the matter is that we're required by law to consult on draft language. So if we go out and consult without any draft language, we come back, we draft the language, and we have to go out and consult again, making the first consultation somewhat disingenuous. Somewhat disingenuous. We would like to know vaguely about something, but we can't name it, is not a meaningful way to consult the Toronto public. The next thing to have in mind is it is a consultation. It is a consultation. If Councillor Fillion doesn't like the draft language, he has the same relief as any member of the Toronto public, which is to participate in those consultations and propose alternate language. And when Councillor Fillion first made his concerns away to myself and other members of the Planning and Housing Committee, I asked him, I said, what language would you propose instead so that we can move forward with the consultation? And instead I got this thought, well, no, we'll just do two sets. And I'm afraid this has been...
Madam Speaker, I've kind of put up with this, but I'm totally accept Councillor Perks has a different view, but he keeps characterizing what I think and what I'm doing, which is kind of inappropriate because it's inaccurate.
Councillor, if I've said something inaccurate, I challenge you to point it out specifically.
Councillor Perks, if you can continue.
Thank you. So here's the thing. We know we're in a housing crisis. We know that we need many tools to solve that housing crisis. Some of us on this council, myself included, believe that a big part of that has to be investment in social housing. But social housing can't do it all. You will need some change in land use patterns. We all know that. We know it's a fact. So why would we consider delaying that conversation? It's not necessarily an easy conversation, but it's one we have to have, and it's one that we have to have urgently, which is why bringing it into council for amendments that will cause further delays, further frustration for young Torontonians trying to find somewhere to live, further frustration for people who are homeless and can't get an apartment, is just not something that I would see this council doing if they take the housing crisis seriously.
Thank you.
Speaker, can you put the motion back up, please? Thank you.
Okay, hold on, we still have another speaker, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yes, I'd like to call the question, please, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll is calling the question. Okay, Councillor Carroll's moving to call the question. Okay.
Recorded vote on calling the question, just a recorded vote on the item if that passes.
We do a recorded vote on calling the question, Councillor Fillion. Recorded vote on calling the question. Okay, recorded vote. This is to call the question. It was the last speaker, Councillor Perruzza. It was the last speaker. Wow. We have not gone through the run through for the council agenda yet. We haven't even started the agenda. Okay.
Councillor Grimes, if you're present and voting, can you please turn your camera on? Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Grimes, you need to leave your camera on if you're if you're part of the council meeting.
And Councillor Lai, may we please have your vote?
Okay, Councillor Perruzza.
Madam Speaker, the motion to end debate carries. The vote is 19-6.
Okay, so we'll put the motion on the screen for Councillor Fletcher, what we're voting on. Okay, let's put the motion on the screen.
I think it's for everybody, Speaker, not just for me.
Yes, I know. Okay, come on, members. We have to get through this. Okay, there's the motion by Councillor Fillion. Okay, and recorded vote.
The motion to remove the item from committee does not carry. The vote is 6 to 19.
Okay, thank you. Now, members, we have a very large agenda ahead of this week, and we're hoping that we get completed by Friday. To help us make the most of our time, I would like to propose some modifications to our recess periods. I propose that council shorten the lunch recess each day to 1 hour from 12:30 to 1:30. I also propose that today's session, council extend the meeting to 8 p.m. this evening. That's my motion. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Mallow. I've just been advised that there's one other item, a TE that I need to hold to move something later in the meeting. May I do so?
Okay, which item is it?
Thank you. It's TE 34.42, 185 Beloyal.
T 34.42.
That's right.
Okay, we've got that.
Thanks.
Okay, members, before we all adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. So Mayor Tory, you have an interest on EX 34.14, so we'll have a recorded vote on that. Recorded vote. So we're just going to be voting on the portion that the mayor has an interest on, and then the mayor can come back in and vote on the balance of the report. So recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Bailao, and Councillor Cole, please. The portion of the item as it pertains to the conflict of interest declared by the mayor carries 24 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So now we can vote on the balance of the item. Mayor? Recorded vote.
balance of item EX 34.14 carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, our next item is GL 32.13. Councillor Cole, you have declared an interest, so we'll have a recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, may we have your vote, please? The item carries. The vote is 22 to 2.
Okay, our next one, Councillor Cole, you can come back in now. Our next one, Councillor Mahevic, you have an interest on this one. This is TE 3432. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, your vote, please. Councillor Layton and Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Robinson, would you like to give us your vote verbally? I see you don't have the vote.
Yeah, in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Okay,
The item carries. The vote is unanimous, 24 in favor.
okay, all those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor?
I'd like a recorded vote, recorded vote, recorded.
Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, we just got a notification.
Councillor McKelvey? Before we adopt the balance of the order paper, it just came to our attention that IE 3125, there's a staff supplementary report on this item. Can you hold it down?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so we'll hold that down. Now we do the balance of the order paper. Recorded vote. Councillor Fletcher has asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Cole and Councillor Perruzza, may we have your votes, please? And Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote verbally?
Affirmative.
Thank you. The order paper as amended carries. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, thank you. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions by email. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff, your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully, and I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent and need a motion to add to the agenda, and it will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. But I also want to remind members of council, we have to, I'm going to put a limit on when we're going to shut the members' of motions off, because we're not going to go for the next 4 days, people handing in hundreds of motions. So if it's an urgent motion, submit it in as soon as possible, because we will cut it off at one point. Okay? Now we will go to our first item on the agenda, which is EX 34.4. Questions? If you can put your name. I think we have time for maybe a couple of questions before we break for lunch. Questions? Downtown parks and public realm opportunities? No questions? Okay. Speakers?
Speaker, I do have a motion on this, but I'll speak, and that motion I think is fairly straightforward, and it'll be available very, very shortly. And it concerns the wish that I would have, and I hope council will too, to have the staff take a look at some priority transformative park or public realm opportunities in park deficient areas outside of the core, because I think this report addresses itself to, I think, what has been demonstrated to be the most park deficient part of the city as a whole, which is the core. So this motion, which will come up here shortly, directs the chief planner and executive director together with the GM of Parks, Forestry and Recreation in consultation with other divisions and agencies to report to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee in 2023, identifying planned and potential new transformative parks and public realm opportunities in parkland deficient areas outside of the downtown core. Because I would like to see the results of that work. But this report, I do commend to the members of council in that I think it moves forward two projects and one, I guess, examination of opportunities, if I can call it that. The two projects, the most imminent one of them should be Bathurst Quay. I previously indicated and moved some motions that are incorporated into this report to council. My own, I'll call it, I was going to say dissatisfaction, you could call it that, or skepticism about the timetable that was set out for Bathurst Quay, which had the work being done with respect to design and public consultation and whatnot. And then construction was contemplated to start at the end of 2026. So in other words, at the end of the next term of council. And I just think that we're going to have to, without sacrificing quality or care, we're going to have to do better than that when it comes to, again, this challenge of keeping up with the population growth and other kinds of growth taking place in the city, and making sure that the kinds of infrastructure, including in particular a public realm, keeps up with that. And I'm absolutely convinced that notwithstanding some of the complexities of the Bathurst Quay project, which I think is quite exciting and effectively transforms an underutilized water slip and in particular an obsolete parking garage into another exciting public space on the waterfront. And I think we can do better than to have construction starting in 2026. You know, I've said before that if that was something, that project, for example, that we wanted to have ready in time for the World Cup, and I'm not trying to draw a connection between the two necessarily, but if we had that deadline, because it somehow was connected to the World Cup, you could be sure we would find a way to do the design work, do the consultation, get the studying done, and get it built by 2026 when the World Cup is actually coming to Toronto. And there will be projects put in front of us, which aren't even here yet, that will require us to have them done by 2026, and we'll get them done because that's just the way these kinds of deadlines work. So that project, I think, is a very exciting project. It is in an area of town, broadly speaking, meaning the downtown core, and especially the sort of western downtown core, where there is already substantial population growth and significant planned new development. And I think it also completes or completes further to the west the waterfront, and it complements some of the work being done by people like the Ireland Fund of Canada to repurpose that building, and some of the work we've been doing as a city under previously Joe Cressy's leadership, now Councillor Mihevik, to repurpose the kind of Bathurst Street, foot of Bathurst Street area to make it more compatible for public use. The second project is the University Avenue proposed park. When this was first put forward, I went to talk to the city staff, and I don't want to put words in their mouths, but certainly I got a negative reaction to it because I was quite excited by it, and I still am. And I understood their concerns, which had to do mainly with the complexity of the underground infrastructure underneath University Avenue and the need for, and I've come to understand these things better as you probe this, the need for there to be, without oversimplifying it, a certain amount of supports that have to exist to support a park on top, because the park on top has a certain weight in terms of the kinds of things you put there. And there's extensive underground infrastructure there, not limited to, but certainly including the subway. And also some other work that has to be done with respect to water mains and things like that that we find happening all over the city. And so the initial very negative response, I sort of pushed back on it, to be frank, and just said I really wanted to see if there was a way in which we could do this park, because I think right now University Avenue, while it can sometimes look quite grand, depending on what day you're looking at it, it's also a street that is basically bereft of people. There's people walking up and down the sidewalk to the subway from occasion, but if you said, is there any life there? Are there any cafes there? Is there anything going on in terms of the street life? There isn't any. It's very sterile, and I think in part that's because, back in the day, and I think it seemed like a good idea, and it can look very grand, that median up the center that's meant to sort of be a boulevard with seating on it and so on. No one ever sits there. No one has a picnic there. No one has a drink there. There is no cafe there. There's nothing, and there's no people either. And so I think this, in oversimplified terms, proposes to move that space over to the east side of University Avenue and create a linear park all the way from the university campus right down to Queen Street and hook up with, and that is one of the complexities that exists, the Metrolinx construction. But you'd have this magnificent linear park that I think would bring that street and make it a truly grand street full of people and bring it to life with cafes and other kinds of uses like that, including just public space and parkland. And so now this report would sort of keep that moving forward and having some of these feasibility and other issues, including financial issues for this one and Bathurst Key, looked at. The final of these trilogies is the rail corridor master plan. And this isn't so much about the rail deck park, although it starts with that in the west and works its way east and looks at all the different opportunities that would exist for partnerships and some smaller opportunities to the east. And it's not instead of anything, it's in addition to. And again, it is one of those reports I think that is helpful for us to have in hand in terms of the scale of the opportunities and the scope of the opportunities that are in front of us in that very ugly, underutilized, and potentially very valuable piece of land and air rights over the rail corridor. So I strongly believe this is a matter of just responsibility, let alone excitement, but responsibility for us with the scale of development taking place, the number of people that are going to be living downtown, leave alone the number who already live there, to move forward with some of these innovative public realm and parkland opportunities. And this report allows us to do that for 3 of them, or 2 projects plus 1 corridor, and I commend this report to the members of council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so members will recess till 1:30. Okay, members, this meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize the city manager, and I would like to call upon Mayor Tory for the presentation.
There we are. That's got it. Good afternoon, colleagues. Again, and we wanted to make sure we kept these in sort of separate pieces because we wanted to make sure one didn't in any way diminish the other. One of the things we very much want to do as part of this last council meeting of this term is to acknowledge the departure of our city manager, Chris Murray. That departure is not happening immediately, but we won't be meeting in the same way as a council before that happens. And I will say, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of you, that whatever the future may bring for Chris and for his next chapter, we're very happy about that, but we're sad to see him leave. And I think that if we can sum up what we want to try to say today, I hope collectively that I can speak well on your behalf, is to say thank you for your leadership, and I'll talk about different examples of that because there are many in a relatively short period of time. But overall, your commitment and your dedication and your hard work and your collegiality has been something that has made a difference here. You know, I think that if I had to try to sum up for myself, just watching you perform, and of course many of your public service, our partners and your colleagues are here, it is that you worked continuously every single day to build public trust and to build confidence in government. And, you know, in these days, and this applies to us too, as elected representatives, maybe more so, you know, it's a fundamental principle of public service that you have to be trusted and people have to have confidence in you in order to have confidence in the decisions that you make. And I think that, you know, you made that a cornerstone. It was obvious to me from the first day, and it probably just comes from sort of who you are and what your DNA is. And I won't say where you came from because that would be attributing too much to Hamilton, but you know, you made that a cornerstone, I think, of what you were trying to do all the way through, which was to build confidence and trust in government and in public service. And I think you did that with a terrific mix of course, competence, but also humility and a sense of humor, and that it made a real difference. You know, there's a whole bunch of things that you did that I think developed that confidence over the period of time that you were with us, starting with you asking people for restaurant recommendations when you first came here. You know, the city staff, I think you got 210 suggestions. I don't really want to know how many of them you've actually visited, because if you said 197, I'd say you had too much time on your hands. But having said that, you did work your way through the list, and you had colleagues that you invited to join you. And I think that, again, it establishes that connection, you know, right away between you and the people that you lead. You also took an interest on a broader basis in the people that you lead away from this building, but also drew that connection that I think has worked successfully a number of times for leaders, which is to actually go out and experience some of the jobs that they do each and every day for us. And of course, I think I did that when I was at Rogers as an executive, and the only thing I didn't do was climb poles to affect repairs, both because I would have screwed the repair up and I probably would have fallen off the pole. But in your case, I think it certainly for me, it gave me a much keener sense of the responsibility that I had and what these people did that were part of the team. But I think it showed a respect and a recognition for their work as well that I think they very much appreciated. And I think, as I understand it, because I never saw the list accumulated, it included you know, solid waste collection, recycling, dog kennels, serving lunch in a long-term care, and the one that I find most difficult to conceive of is you teaching a fitness class. But this is the pot. This is the pot calling the kettle black, so I won't go any further with that. But I think this again showed an ability that you had to connect with the front line, and more so than the ability, the willingness and the effort that you chose to undertake to connect with the front line, which of course constitutes the majority of our workforce. You know, I said today in speaking about the Deputy Mayor, Min Wong, and his chairmanship of the Collective Bargaining Committee, and that had helped to establish the kind of relationship with our partners in the collective bargaining units that was hugely beneficial to us when it came time to partner with them in fighting the pandemic. I think your approach as well in some of the things that I've just talked about helped with that too, because when you invest in these partnerships, then you do get a return back. And that return came at a very important time for the city. Had we not had the cooperation we did, which was outstanding cooperation, little known to the public, because a lot of that stuff never surfaced in terms of things we asked of them to work with us to handle the pandemic, I don't think we could have done the job we did as a city. And I think your time and effort invested in that was very beneficial. You also, I think, demonstrated a real commitment to equity and to inclusion. It wasn't just something that you sort of mouthed the words. And I think the best illustration of that to me is the leadership. And again, I wish, Councillor Layton, I'm sure, is here on virtual, but he's not in the room. I think he has joined me before in saying that your particular leadership in that area has moved us from a city that I think was saying all the right things 4 years ago to a city that is now doing a lot of the right things and doing them in a tangible way that actually is going to make a difference in terms of moving us along on the path to reconciliation. But it wasn't limited to that. It was across the board, and we became, and it's interesting, I won't mention the city, but a major North American city inquired of me just in the last few days about the Diversio certification that we got as a city, and I think we were among the first to get one. And, you know, again, your willingness, and I think others, including Heather and others, were involved in all of that, but cities noticed that kind of thing, and they've taken that as an example, and I'm proud of the fact that Toronto is leading in that respect. Also, I'll mention one more thing that I think is important, which is your support for the United Way. I mean, I'm a huge sucker for the United Way. I have been for 25 or 30 years, involved in many different ways, but I think it's important. It continues to be important. It's not better or worse than other efforts of its kind to do things in the city. We all know magnificent organizations that help, but it's probably the one umbrella organization that helps so many other smaller organizations that don't have fundraising capacity, and you stepped in and took a real role in that. I think from what I've heard, the council worked well with you, and there are always going to be exceptions to that. There's a natural tension that's built up between the head of the public service and the council and the mayor sometimes, but I think that it's in this case, it certainly seemed to show itself very, very rarely, and I think the same is true of the people you led, I mean, the public service in the broadest sense. That's evidenced as well by the fact that during your time we were named as one of the best employers in the country and one of the best diversity employers, and again, things to be proud of. So the only day I had any hesitation about all of this was the day you appeared. Now several people have appeared with that backdrop behind them with that gigantic office, and I was taken in. I didn't realize you could get a sort of a backdrop virtually to have this gigantic office that had sort of chandeliers and stuff in it. And I thought to myself, is that an office he's got at Metro Hall or something that I've never seen? And I realized later it was just a backdrop. So, of course, your sanity is called into question by the scope and expense obviously involved in your collection of CDs, but aside from that. So I just want to say, I hope on behalf of all the councillors, I'm sure on behalf of all the councillors, thank you for a job well done, for an additional period of public service that goes on top of what you put in Hamilton. Thank you for the sort of cool, easy way that you carried out your job that was comfortable for us, I think. And thank you, I'll say one more thing. Thank you for the understanding that you showed during a time during the pandemic when you had to sort of share a lot of your responsibility with people that you wouldn't necessarily be sharing it with in the ordinary course. And that's difficult to do when you're in a position of leadership, that there was suddenly this kind of committee of people that seemed to be making decisions, and we needed to have that because we needed a medical expert and we needed a logistical expert, or whatever you want to call that really important role that Chief Pegg played. And of course you had a politician who was part of that, and you had to sort of cope with all of that, which isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do. I will just say to you that you have put us in a position where I think we can come back stronger than ever in terms of our recovery as a city. I hope that that is something, as I said this morning, that the public service are dedicating themselves to as we speak, because I think it's going to be necessary for them to, to be our partners in doing that. And I just want to say that for the standard you set, for the hard work you put in, for the collegiality you showed, for the leadership that you showed in certain particular areas that I've mentioned today, thank you for your service to the city. I know that after 14 years doing this job in two large, complex cities, it would be time when a lot of people would be looking for maybe something different to do. And whatever it is, we wish you well, and we very much appreciate what you've done for us. And I say it all the time because you sort of feel badly sometimes. I know when you serve the United Way, for example, no matter what job you have, and I had every job over there, and what you get is a mug and a T-shirt. And it's still been the case for 25 years. You get a mug and a T-shirt, and that's it. But the mug and the T-shirt come with extraordinary meaning because only people get them who have served with a degree of distinction. In this case here at City Hall, as we know, you get a scroll. I'll just read it because it says some of what I've said, but I just want to make sure people know what it says here. It says that Mayor John Tory and the members of Toronto City Council extend their warmest appreciation to Chris Murray for your valued contributions to the City of Toronto. As the city manager for the last 4 years, you've demonstrated strong, capable leadership in guiding the city through unique times and during a period of systemic change and growth within our organization. Chris, you worked hard with your senior leadership team to enhance service delivery, initiate affordable housing projects, secure a historic transit agreement, and you were a big part of that, and advance important infrastructure while remaining focused on climate action. You demonstrated vital leadership in advancing the important cause of reconciliation with Indigenous communities. One of your priorities was to foster a workplace culture that was reflective of the city's ethics and values that centered on building trust and confidence with the public and staff. Through your tireless efforts, city staff have become motivated and empowered in making a true difference as they serve our residents. Your legacy will live on in your dedicated and compassionate leadership of our city throughout the COVID-19 pandemic during the vaccination and recovery efforts. While Team Toronto was a big team effort, every team has leaders in special positions of heavy responsibility, and you helped to meet this historic challenge in a way that brought credit to our city government. Chris, through your work and valued contributions, you've made our city a better place in which to live. We thank you sincerely for a job well done and offer our best wishes for continued success in your future endeavors. And I've signed this on behalf of my colleagues, and I will give it to you with our utmost affection and respect and ask if you'd like to say a few words to the council.
Okay, I'll try not to drop it. If we could just put the picture up of me, I just want to point out, I think I'm wearing the same suit. And I think I have the same haircut, and I think I'm a bit heavier. Just first of all, Mayor Tory, thank you so much for that presentation and those words. They are more than I deserve, and I so greatly appreciate what you've said on behalf of council. As you point out, this is my fourth mayor and council that I've worked with. I've been in this business of city manager for almost 14 years, and so I sit in a very unique position. I'm at the interface of the Toronto Public Service and those that make decisions here. And I think I'm at a unique advantage point because I see you every day and I see the Toronto Public Service every day. And yours is an impossible job. And I meet with every one of you and I tell you, I don't know why you put your names on ballots because it is getting more and more and more difficult. You go to the grocery store on Saturday morning and people know who you are. And when they come up to you, I doubt that they say thank you. Maybe some do, and I hope they do, and I would strongly encourage them to say thank you. But I'm sure they tell you about the problems that they're facing. Each of you and members of council look after 110,000 people. That's about the population of Guelph. That's a lot of responsibility. And even though you have many, many staff, they want to talk to you. So I have great respect and empathy. I use empathy because it is a tough gig, getting tougher. And I want to point out that you show regularly, as you just done now, appreciation for staff. And I got to tell you, as the city manager, when I hear you talk about staff and the work that they do and the efforts that they make to help with policy and decision making, it makes me feel great. It really does. And every one of us that hears someone being signaled out for doing a great job, it goes way beyond our paychecks. It is what really motivates us. And you do it regularly. You do it in public and you do it in private. And that relationship with us is how things get done and how we feel good about what we do, how we want to serve with trust and confidence. And so I work with incredible people. I do. You, but the Toronto Public Service, all 37,000. And so my approach, real simple, first, be approachable. Talk to the people in the elevators, and I can tell you over the last little while, the emails I've received are just so incredibly heartwarming. But I just always want just to be that person. Yeah, I have a title, but let's not worry about my title so much. Let's worry about you and how you're doing. So I work every day to earn respect, trust, and confidence. That's what I try to do with you, and I try to do with the Toronto Public Service. And ultimately, that's kind of the recipe. If there's such a great secret to what I do, that's it. And so there's a bunch of people I got to thank. So SLT, so Tracy, Josie, Heather, and Paul. I mean, dedication doesn't describe it. Professionalism, work ethic, unfortunately, but fortunately for Toronto, 7 days a week, the effort is unbelievable. My CMO, very quickly, Kate, Meg, Karen, Vera, Fahim, and Darlene Barber. The best news in all this, Darlene Barber is staying. Okay? Darlene Barber is staying. That's good news. Corporate leadership team, 44 program areas that deliver, and you see many of them here. Incredible group of people. I've worked with a lot of civil servants. They are amazing. And I don't just say that. And I got to thank management. So directors, supervisors, managers, the front line. Look, when someone's in need of something, and a paramedic or a firefighter or an MLS person or a forestry, parks, right, anyone, when they need something and they're helping someone, do they know who the city manager is? They have no idea who I am. Don't know my name, don't know my face, don't know me, but they know that person that's done something great. I serve my front line. That's how I see my job. I got to thank them. I got to thank the union representations. The unions are incredibly important, and the leadership that I've had a chance to work with, Eddie, you know, just a single one person out has been tremendous. So great, and of course to my family, which, you know, everything I do begins and ends with them. We've accomplished a lot in the past. I did an open letter to the Toronto Public Service, and we listed, aside from COVID, which was massive, and Mayor Tory, you've heard it before, but we're going to say it again, and Councillor Cressy and all of the leadership politically to be one of the cities in the world, I would say probably number one in terms of just how tenacious and effective we've been in terms of vaccines. That doesn't just happen with the administration. You were magnificent in helping us through that. So we've accomplished a lot. I'm not going to go through it all. It is 27 pages long. I had to tell my organization just how proud I am. And I am. The road ahead, you summarized it, I think, quite nicely this morning. The next 4 years, as difficult as the last 4, this 4 years has been, the next 4 years are a heck of a challenge. A heck of a challenge. We know, yes, long-term financial sustainability is going to be a big topic. Housing. You know, how we help those that need our help. That is going to be massive. And so when you sign on for this job, you know that the public service is there with you. They do not want us to do anything but our very best. And so I think I can say quite safely that that is true. It is all about, we talk about an all of government, all of community. That's how this is going to get solved. These challenges that we're facing financially, housing-wise, and other matters. Honestly, we will not, I don't think, efficiency or property tax our way out of what we have facing us in the next few years. We need the help of others that know how important Toronto is. And I'm coming from the outside in. So Toronto the good, I just experienced it for 4 years. Toronto the good. Toronto has done incredible things for its people, for the region that it resides in, which is the largest economic region in the country by far, for the province of Ontario, and for the country called Canada. Toronto has done its level best and will continue to do so, but it needs support from others. Let's be clear. And that, I think, next term will be part of the fight that is going to happen. But it's all about relationships, and I will say this, we have an opportunity, we have solid federal government in place for a period of time, solid provincial government in place, and after October we'll have a solid council with a solid mayor as leader. So all of that points in the right direction, and I'm going to end by saying I think you're in great hands, I really do, both in terms of the leadership you see here and the people behind them that do great things. You know, if there's one principle to leave you with, hard on problems, ask your tough questions, but always respectful on people. And I think we all understand that, how that gives us wind. And as for me, I know there's great speculation. I've always chased things I loved. And I love this job. I'm not ready for the beach, as you can probably tell. But more concretely, I need to lose some weight. My personal trainer, after eating at those 100 and some restaurants, has been probably a little much. So I need to do that, and I started by getting a haircut. So with that, I thank all of you. I thank my colleagues that are here, and and I'll end there and let you get on with the business of making some good decisions. So thank you very much, everyone. I got to do one thing. Yulee created a tradition that I'm going to extend, and that on behalf of SLT, I want to give to our speaker, not flowers, but milk chocolate.
Well, thank you very much. How did you know I love chocolates? Josie knows my secret, right? Okay, thank you very much. Members, before the recess, council was debating the mayor's first key item, EX 34.4, on priority downtown parks and public realm opportunities. We will return to that item after the release of member holds. Do we have any releases? Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. SS 3312 had a amendment, technical amendment, that's now ready.
CC 3312?
Sorry, SC 3312.
Okay, sorry, SC 3312.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The technical amendment's being displayed.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen. All in favor of the amendment? Show of hands. Carried. Any opposed? Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson.
I'd like to release CC 47.18, and I'd like a recorded vote.
Which I'm. It's on the screen, a recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Perks, Councillor Bradford. The item carries. The vote is 19-2.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if we can just go to the speakers list. Counselor Carroll.
Oh, she skipped over.
Thank you,
Oh, sorry, I missed Counselor Pasternak.
Oh,
you
sorry
go
about that.
first. Sorry.
I have a couple of quick releases. EX 3434, if the clerk has the motion, I'd be prepared to move it now.
Speaker, just on a quick point of order, because there are so many items, it would be really helpful if we made sure we heard the titles of the items, not just the
Yeah,
numbers.
that's what I'm trying, because
fair enough,
sometimes
yeah.
I'm having difficulty in hearing
No,
as
fair
well.
enough.
So
EX
Counselor Pasternak?
3434 is the
Okay,
12.
put your mic, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay, so the clerk, the motion's not ready, so I'll continue to hold it.
Okay,
NY 33.1, 1184 Wilson Avenue. There's a motion with that as well. No, it's not.
does the staff have that? You don't have it yet? Okay.
Okay, I'm hunting for something we can work on here. Could we reopen NY 33.3? I had a motion with that. So I would move to reopen, and then I'll move the motion if the clerk has it.
Does the clerk have that one? Okay, so this is on NY 33.3, 2808 and 2810 Keel Street. So Counselor Pasternak is moving to reopen the item?
Yes, and there was a motion with that.
No, I know, but we don't have that, so we'll reopen it and then when we get the motion.
All right. Okay, so let's reopen and we'll hold it down.
Yeah. On favor of reopening?
Now we're afraid.
Carried. Okay,
Okay, well, that's it for now. I'll work with the clerk to make sure they have those motions.
okay, Counselor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. First, the planning items, NY 33.18, that's 1181 Shepherd Avenue East. Request for direction, I can release that one. If I can just say briefly, both of these items I'm releasing because the city solicitor's office was great with advice this afternoon, very sound advice. And the second one is.
Okay, just a sec, Counselor Carroll.
Sorry.
I didn't get your first item.
33.18, NY 33.1.
Oh, NY.
1181 Shepherd Avenue East.
I was going to planning and housing because I thought I heard
Oh,
you say
sorry.
planning and housing. Okay. There's so many pages today.
I know. Fortunately, I am paperless.
33.18, okay, I've got it, 1181 Shepherd. So you're releasing?
Yes.
Okay. On favor? Carried.
And again, with excellent advice from the solicitor, CC 47.31, that's 680 to 688 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay.
I can release that one.
Okay, on CC 4731, Counselor Carroll is releasing. On favor? Carried.
And then, Madam Speaker, apropos of the mayor's presentation earlier, I can release at this time, having had a great conversation over the lunch hour, CC 47.1, which is the appointment of an interim city manager.
Okay, so Counselor Carroll is releasing CC 47.1. Yeah, and there's a supplementary CC 47.1A. So,
I'll hand
okay.
that hold over
So-
to the mayor.
So the mayor, if the mayor can move the supplementary?
I'm very pleased and proud to do so.
Okay. On favor?
I'd like a recorded vote on that, please.
Recorded
I'd
vote.
like a recorded vote.
Okay, that's fine. We'll have a recorded vote.
Curious to see who.
Recorded vote.
And Councillor Fletcher, may I have your vote verbally, please? Can you say that into your microphone, please?
The affirmative.
Thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailao.
Yes, Madam Speaker, item TE 34.17, I believe there's 2 amendments.
Okay, just let me get to the page. I have so many pages
That
today.
is 316, 336 Campbell Avenue Official
Right.
Plan Zoning Bylaw Amendment
Okay. You're releasing?
with 2 amendments.
Do we have the amendments?
Should.
Councillor Barlow, they only have one amendment.
Okay.
They're not ready. Okay, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PH 35.4, Christie's Planning Study, City Initiated Secondary Plan and Zoning Bylaw. Technical amendments, Ward 3, I'd like, please.
Okay, so Councillor Grimes, you're releasing PH 35.1, Christie's Planning Study. You're releasing?
That's correct. That's correct.
35.4, right? Yeah, on favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, you don't have anything?
I have something with Councillor Robinson that we want to release, right, Councillor?
I don't know. Okay, why don't you just speak to...
I released it at the beginning.
Councillor Robinson
released
already
it.
released it. Okay, Councillor Matlow.
So,
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I believe if the clerk has the amendments for E 34.42, 185 Beloyal and 8 Pailton, I can release it with the amendment.
It's not ready.
Okay, so
Okay, now we do have... Okay. Here, I'll give you this. Okay, members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item IE 3125, the General Manager Transportation Services has submitted a supplementary report. Item T 34.230, the Director Project Design and Management Transportation Services has submitted a supplementary report. And the clerk staff will also email members and their staff to advise that these materials are available. Now, before we go to our item, there are a number of motions that we can introduce at this time. Do we have 18 members? We do? Okay. Okay, so if we can put who's the first? Mayor Tory? Mayor, you have a motion that you want to introduce? We'll put it on the screen.
Yes, this is in anticipation of a visit by the Aga Khan, but more so than his visit to come later this year is just the incredible contributions he's made to the city, and the urgency is because there is a visit pending by the Aga Khan to the City of Toronto, and we wanted to make sure this recognition could be extended by that time.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Okay, next. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford, it's on the screen.
Right, thank you. I'd like to introduce this
urgent motion without notice. We need to request the city solicitor to attend T-Lab for this, and it's August 3rd proceeding, so urgent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On favor, carried. Okay, yes. And then I'd like to introduce this motion. It's to do with 18, 21, 23, and 31 Weston Road, Section 37. On favor, carried. Thank you. Counselor Billion. Okay, the motion's on the screen.
Yes, thank you. It's just to have staff attend a hearing.
Okay, on favor, carried. Counselor Matlow.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
We'll put the motion on the screen. We have a few motions that you're introducing.
Thank you. So I move this motion.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. Okay, and we do have another one for you, Counselor Matlow.
Thank you.
There it is on the screen.
I move this motion as well.
On favor, carried. Counselor Matlow.
I move this motion.
On favor, carried. Counselor Mahavik, you have a few.
First one is related to TIF, liquor licensing purposes. It's urgent.
It's urgent. Okay, on favor, carried.
Can't hold back the liquor. Drinking at TIF, yes. Is that it, Madam Speaker?
Okay, there's another one coming up.
Okay.
There you are. Do you see it?
Civic Lab TO, yes, 2.0.
Okay, on favor, carried. Counselor Baila? Counselor Baila, you have a few motions that you want to introduce? Okay, it's on the screen.
This is a property that has been sat vacant for a long time at 1347, and we want to make sure that the RFP is guided to housing. It's been circulated by the different departments of the city.
Okay, on favor, carried.
More? No?
Okay, the next one.
This is to give them permission to go to the C of A.
Okay, on favor, carried.
More?
Okay, the next one.
And this is to give away the Toronto Heritage Grant Awards.
On favor, carried. Okay, that's it for now.
That's it for now. Okay.
So we'll now go to the item. the first item, which is EX 34.4. So if we can have the speakers list, Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, thank
To
you.
speak.
And just to bring us back to where we were before we broke for lunch, the issue before us is the priority downtown parks and public realm opportunities. I am, of course, very thankful to the mayor for highlighting this as one of his priorities, which is a way of saying it is a city priority. And the only piece that I would want to add, and I'll be very short, is that at this particular council meeting, it is such an interesting council meeting. The largest agenda, certainly in my time ever at City of Toronto. In Ward 10, the waterfront ward, represented by Councillor Cressy and on an interim basis by myself, at this meeting, I counted 6,000 new housing units in 16 developments, 40 stories, 50 stories, 60 stories. 6,000 in one meeting. That's as much as the rest of the downtown area combined. And if you take the rest of the city, my rough calculation, that was a rougher calculation, but for downtown it was a more precise calculation, another 6,000. So 1/3 of all the development applications that we're approving, and this is one of the big pieces of our work, are along the waterfront, which to me indicates how precious Torontonians have come to understand the importance of developing that waterfront in a good way. And when you invite 6,000 people, and if each one has two people per resident, that's almost half the city of Stratford in one meeting. And of course, we understand that. Toronto's booming. The projections are that within the next 20, 30 years, we're going to be closer to 4 million than we are closer to 3 million. So with all of that development that is happening, of course, what did we learn during the pandemic? What have we been learning? The need for green space, the need to find places where we can appreciate the waterfront that we are building. And that's really what this report is about. I don't think he'll have a problem passing this council, but really it is that confluence of the intense development that is happening at the same time as this desperate need for places to play, places to hang out, places to enjoy that wonderful thing that we have called the waterfront. It has been certainly an interesting movement 50 years ago when the water's edge was really an industrial water's edge. Now we've come to see it as a place to play and to recreate. And that this particular report is in that tradition. So I urge you all to support it. It is the right thing to do for the waterfront. Thank you very much. 3 minutes.
Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I've missed the opportunity to question staff, and now I just wanted to speak briefly on it. I would support the motion, the recommendation, but I just wanted the city to know that there is other locations, park locations, other than downtown. I think in the suburbs, we have outside the downtown core, there's other locations that we wanted to make it as a destination in Toronto as well. And I don't know whether there's any plan to, in my ward, there is a regional park called the Milliken Park, and there's a lot of, we can actually do it better so that people will come to suburbs. And, I'm sure there's going to be some in North York or in Downsview or in Etobicoke or something. I just wanted to see staff sometimes could be thinking about us, the suburb areas, that we could be, we can create some park destinations up here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the item EX 34.4. Oh, we have a motion from the mayor. Okay, There's the motion from the mayor on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have a quick item to release as well. Councilor Mantis?
Okay, just one sec. Okay, which item, Councillor Mantis?
SC 33.7, I believe the motion is ready from the staff.
Does the staff have it yet? Does the staff
Yes.
have SC? SC 33-7, 6599 Silver Springs Boulevard. Okay, the motion is on the screen. On favor? On the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Our next key item, the mayor's key item is PH 3521, advancing affordable and supportive housing projects. So do we have questions to staff? Do we have any questions to staff? No? Oh, Councillor Bylaw? Questions?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So through the Rapid Housing Program, how many units were we asked to build and how many units are we going to be delivering?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the Speaker, for rapid housing and also the modular housing initiative, we've had approved almost 700 units. 481 of those have been modular housing, and we've opened 164 and due to open another 258 modular as well over the next latter part of 2022 and early 2023.
And all those numbers are part of our 2-year initiative that was put together during the pandemic for supportive housing?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct. So we had a target of 2,000 new supportive homes, 3,000 in total, including Canada Ontario housing benefits, and we're targeting the opening of 3,443 by the end of this 24-month period.
So we're actually going to be 400 units over what was our initial target at the beginning?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct. And as Deputy Mayor, you might remember, we brought a report back to Planning and Housing Committee and Council earlier this year, rolling forward to our next 24-month plan and starting to think about 2,500 new supportive housing units and 1,500 new Canada Ontario housing benefits. So keeping that momentum going.
How many units do we have now under development, taking consideration affordable and supportive as well, approximately?
So we have about almost 19,000, which is in development. That's over 100 projects. Over the last 4 years, actually, that's about 23,000 homes that have been approved.
Okay, so that is at some point in the development pipeline. Some of them are under construction, some of them are the rezoning. And that includes the Housing Now program as well, and our Open Door program.
Through the Speaker, yeah, that's Open Door. That includes Housing Now, units that have come through Section 37 negotiations, rapid housing.
And I'm sorry, you said how many? 20?
So over the last 4 years, through the speaker, that was 23,000 units. So we have about almost 19,000 at the moment. We have opened about 2,600 units, and we're anticipating opening another 1,600 by the end of this year. And that's all of the housing types that we support through subsidy or through a program.
Okay. And the supportive housing and specifically, are you in close communication with our shelter division to have like a program that is more targeted towards chronic homelessness?
Through the speaker, it's a very important question. The city has a goal of making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring, and so that's very much a part of how we structure our programs on the housing side to make sure that it really counts in solving and ending homelessness. And so through our partnerships with nonprofits, we make sure that we're targeting those experiencing chronic homelessness so that they can move in, especially to the supportive homes that we build.
And so this program and none of the 23,000 that we've done over these 4 years, that still does not include the rapid housing phase 3 and whatever comes up the housing accelerator fund with the federal government, correct?
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct. So in the report you have before you, it gives staff the option, should those programs come to light or be announced during the council break, where we'll be in a position to take advantage of them and try to secure more funding and keep this momentum going.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor Tory to ask questions.
Thank you. Just if I could, through you, Speaker, to Abby again, I suspect she's the right one. If I could just ask, within the context of these different partnerships and options that are set out in this report for other ways in which we can produce more affordable and supportive housing, could you give an estimate? Because I think in all the numbers that you were just exchanging with Deputy Mayor Bylaw, you didn't talk about the extent to which we have put up as a city, because it's one of the points I'd like to see on the public record, both so that our own residents know how much we're committing to this, but more importantly, as I'm asking the other governments for assistance, along with Deputy Mayor Bylaw and yourself and others, I'd like them to understand that we have made a meaningful commitment. And maybe, I don't know whether you separate it as between deferred cash, if I can call it that, that results from deferred taxes and development charges and so on, and land value, or whether you have it all as one number, it doesn't much matter. But what is the extent to which we have contributed to, or we are contributing over time to these projects so far?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the speaker. So over the last 4 years, as it relates to that 23,000 number that I was just talking about, so the city funding and incentives, which include grants and also the waiver of DCs and also property taxes, we've supported that 23,000 through about a $2.1 billion investment. And then on top of that, you have the land value that we've contributed to Housing Now, and also the money that we are contributing to TCHC. So right now, the city has committed, in relation to our Housing TO plan, we've committed around $7 billion towards the delivery of that plan.
Just to make sure I heard that number correctly, it's $7 billion.
That's correct, through to the Housing TO plan,
Yep.
But in relation to that 23,000, that's about 2.1 billion.
Thank you. Just in terms of some of the partnerships that are referred to, because we're actually seeking here, to give authority to the deputy city manager to enter into some leases and other agreements. Looking at examples like the Homes First Society, or a different model being the Dunn Avenue property, is it your view that there are other opportunities out there like that for us to have agreements like that? And in the Dunn Avenue case, I'm referring more to the fact we formed a partnership, a unique one, and it was a unique set of circumstances in terms of land ownership, but a unique partnership that I think will be very beneficial to us with the University Health Network. Are there other opportunities out there that have, sort of come to your attention, where people come and say they want to, to pursue options like this with us for both supportive and affordable, and for that matter, affordable home ownership?
Through the speaker to you, Mr. Mayor, yes, absolutely. It seems that as we've been trying to implement our housing TO plan, as we've been having success and kind of accelerating some of the elements of that, we've seen a number of partnerships emerge. I think the one that you referred to with the University Health Network and the United Way is one of the most important, because it's not just about another organization providing us land, but it's going beyond that to really reimagine supportive housing through a social medicine initiative. So really valuable. And we've had a number of organizations kind of on the back of that come to us and say, you know, we've got land, we've got a building, we'd like to do some supportive housing. And that's great, because next time when we get the announcement of Rapid Housing Initiative 3, then we have a number of partnerships that we can call on to effectively deliver. So the report today highlights a number of organizations like Homes First, Wood Green, Coter, the Neighborhood Group, and St. Jude's. All of these kinds of organizations, along with UHN and the United Way, enable us to deliver on our housing TO plan, but really deliver it as a kind of all-of-community approach, along with all-of-government approach.
So on the basis, through you, Speaker, final question, on the basis of that answer, which says there are people out there who want to partner, including the ones you mentioned, Wood Green, and different ones that are mentioned even in this report itself, would I be right in saying that the one thing that is probably stopping us, maybe the only thing that's stopping us from taking full advantage of those on an urgent kind of basis is money? And when I say that, it's going to have to come, as it has, from ourselves, from the province, and from the federal government, but that it's mainly money that is probably the one commodity that we don't have at the moment enough of committed to be able to proceed with all these different partnerships that might have approached us.
To you, Mr. Mayor, through the speaker, I would say that's a fair assessment. And I was remiss even in mentioning a few others like the United Church and our partnership with Misway Beak. They're really, people are lining up to work with us to deliver housing. We've had a lot of ideas and investment decisions that we've made on housing, and we have a really robust plan that is working and that we're able to accelerate. But we're constrained by changing market conditions, uncertainty in the market around construction price rises, and also inflation, and also interest rates. And so those constraints lead us to look for government partners who can help mitigate some of those risks and help us keep this momentum going, because we really are making progress right now, but we need much more action from all levels of government to help us deliver on this really ambitious plan.
Thank you, Abby, and thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on questions by the mayor about partners. Again, today we just passed the approvals for the largest supportive housing project in Canada for persons with developmental disabilities with the RENA Foundation. Could you explain the role that the Housing Secretariat played with getting that funded and approved and down the road?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the speaker, I knew I would miss at least one organisation from the list of partners that we have, and you correctly identified RENA as being a great partner. The project that they've brought forward is very imaginative. They've used their land to create much needed supportive housing, and our team has worked with them, with our planning group, with TCHC, to make sure that any of the obstacles that group encountered, we tried to move out of the way as fast as possible so that they could get shovels in the ground quickly. And we look forward to many, many more projects with RENA and other organizations like that.
Yes, and in terms of the waiving of certain fees, and there was a grant given, and I ask these questions because I think as a model, the RENA model could be used right across the city, and that's why I'm asking these questions.
To you, Councillor, through the speaker, you're absolutely right. So that organisation has leveraged open door grant funding, as well as waivers of development costs and also property taxes as well. And it's through that, plus the investment of their own equity and their own land, along with competitive financing, enables these projects to move forward. So it's absolutely a model that we're looking to encourage and see other organizations make their land available for housing that's much needed in our city.
Yes, and now I have a little question, just a bit off the main agenda, but on the same topic of affordable housing, I had a constituent of mine that said he bought a modular house in New Brunswick online, and he was getting it shipped across to Toronto. It had to go from the Maritimes through Quebec. And he couldn't get it approved to go on the Quebec highway because the modular house was 6 inches too wide according to Quebec rules. Are we looking at that type of stupidity to get rid of that kind of obstacle where for 6 inches he couldn't get an affordable house brought to Toronto?
To you, Councillor, through the Speaker, I'm not aware specifically of any restrictions in relation to the size of moving modular housing. We've been able to move all of our modular units, partly because they were constructed in Ontario, in Grimsby. But certainly, if there were ever issues around logistics as it relates to affordable housing that we're involved in, we would take that on as a problem to try and solve, so that we move out of the way, cut the red tape and move all obstacles out of the way to get affordable housing delivered as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor Tory to speak.
Speaker, thank you. The reason that I designated this as a key item is that I think that, going forward and even today, there are a number of files that, rank as being very important, but there is no file that is more complex, more challenging, and ultimately more important in many different respects than the sort of housing, homelessness, the entire area of housing. And this report, I think, if you read it carefully, illustrated. And I think the answers to the questions given by Ms. Bond, who, by the way, I should say, we lavished praise this morning, and rightly so, on the Deputy Mayor for her leadership in this housing area, and I would be happy to do it again. But I want to maybe take the time instead to say that Abby Bond and her whole team, and the whole team that extends out beyond the affordable housing, but extends into the realm, yes, and there will be some who will say this is controversial, but the whole Gord Tanner and his entire team, these are people I cannot describe, and I think anybody who wanted to be fair-minded about this, and there are some people out there who have no interest in being fair-minded, but anybody who would be fair-minded would see the dedication, the compassion, the determination, the stick-to-itness of people trying to both get affordable and supportive housing built and occupied, and also, and related to that, trying to find safer and better indoor housing for people who are experiencing homelessness. And I think what I wanted to bring out by highlighting this report was that there are actual partnerships today that we're authorizing to be taken forward with different organizations that have to do with affordable home ownership, or organizations that are working with us on supportive and rental housing. But as brought out in the questioning of Ms. Bond, there are many other organizations that want to enter into those partnerships with us, and that the key ingredient, and I didn't want to try and put words in her mouth, but she answered it and said, that while there are a number of things that are challenging for us in moving all of this forward to achieve even more ambitious targets than we are achieving, and I should say, by the way, parenthetically, what we're achieving today is a far cry from what was being achieved 10 years ago by the city, which was, based on very limited ambitions and even more limited achievements. And we still have a long way to go, but we are now, in the thick of building many different kinds of developments that are affordable and supportive, and both rental and mostly rental, and some ownership. But there are many more partnerships out there, and the one commodity that is most scarce in the context of making those partnerships go, of course, is money. I said, and I don't mean to violate the confidence of our discussion, but I was happy to say this to him, and I say it publicly because it's not something that needs to be kept private. When I had the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to visit recently federally, and the Premier, I said in all three of those meetings that Toronto is prepared, under the leadership of this council, to be the leader in Ontario, the leader in this region, and the leader in this country in terms of what we achieve by way of building affordable and supportive housing. But that it is going to require all hands on deck to do it. We simply can't do it alone. As we discussed earlier this morning when it came to other topics, we don't have the financial tools and leverage at our disposal. We have quite a bit of land, which we're prepared to put up. We have some money we can put up through these deferred charges and taxes, $7 billion worth, but we cannot do what we need to do and what the country needs us to do alone. And so I think it is going to require a rethink on the part of organizations like CMHC as to what they can do. It might require a rethink in the Department of Finance with respect to issues like the HST. And I think, quite frankly, it's going to require some reconsideration by the private sector as to how they can play a role. And whether you look at it from the standpoint of a straight business proposition, and by the private sector, I mean the banks, the financial institutions, the insurance companies, the pension funds, who, as you know, have huge pools of wealth, and they have an obligation to earn a return, so nobody's suggesting they give away free money, but that they need to find a way in more frequent cases to participate in this great project that we've undertaken to make available affordable, attainable workforce housing for people in the city. And one of the reasons I think they'll do it in the end isn't just some consideration of ESG. It isn't even consideration of a reasonable return I think they can achieve out of this. It is because I think they understand to an increasing extent that their well-being in our economy, and the reason this is an economic issue as well as a social issue. And it's a social issue in two respects. I mean, one, that we want people to be housed and they have a right to be housed, but secondly, we want a city where everybody can feel there's a place for them to live. But it's an economic issue as well, because those very same companies I'm now, by these remarks and otherwise, encouraging to participate with us and to find a way with all their ingenuity to put their money and their ingenuity and their well-being to work for us, is because this ultimately speaks to their well-being in terms of having the people available to them in the city to work with them and for them to create even greater prosperity. And so I wanted to highlight this report because it points out some partnerships, and somebody was critical last week in the news saying, well, we'd approved the development that Councillor Crawford and myself and Deputy Mayor Bylaw went out to announce, and was only 22 supportive housing units. The truth is, on that site in Scarborough, it was taking an old motel, fashioning 22 supportive units out of that, and another, Deputy Mayor, 50 supportive housing units in modular housing. So it was 60. And you can turn your nose up at that if you want, but that's 60 people, 60 families, 60 people that will be able to come off the street, have a home with supports, and that is the kind of level of development that they tell us is going to work the best in terms of being able to help those people and support them back to a life that is on a more normal course. And so I just would commend this report to you and send a signal by supporting it that we say yes to those partnerships, and we say yes to the private sector, and say yes to the other governments. We will do as much as they help us to do. We're capable of a lot here. We've proven that, and we're capable of more. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, and to the mayor, and you can add the approval of another 104 units today on Elmridge Drive in my ward with the partnership with Arena Foundation, which is going to house probably a couple hundred persons with developmental disabilities that are on a 16,000 waiting list. That was approved today, and that was a result of the great work by Ms. Bond and also our planning department, also the Toronto Community Housing, which was next door, and they are enabling the development to proceed because they're sharing some of their driveway with the supportive housing for these persons with development disabilities. So it can be done, and I think we've got a very good model here at the city with the waiving of certain fees, with the grants that are available to go through the complex and costly application process. That was all available to a nonprofit organization called RENA. And I don't know if you're aware of RENA, but RENA has supportive housing in all our wards where they house individuals that normally would not have a place to live or would be stuck in their parents' basement. But RENA takes care of thousands of Torontonians that need supportive housing. So I think the model that was successful on Elmridge is one that can be replicated, and it was done in record time, and I want to thank the mayor and his office for getting through all the twists and turns of this. And again, the Housing Secretariat, our planning department, and certainly the Arena Foundation which has really gone out of its way. They built a similar one in York Region, but it's not as large as this one. And also, it encouraged a private benefactor. The Frankfurt family gave a donation of $6 million towards the building of the supportive housing. So it got private sector money, again, plus the city support and some federal government money. So it can be done. There's an excellent model for doing this. And as the mayor said, we need obviously financial help from other levels of government. We need private benefactors in some cases. And we also need land. And I was heartened to hear that the United Church has now set up basically a corporate land bank for all their churches, so that when one of their churches is up for change, they will make it part of their housing portfolio. So we need more organizations like the United Church to step up and follow their lead. Maybe my own Catholic Church would step up and do the same thing the United Church is doing, so that we can have a church and housing on the same site, God forbid, as they do at College and Bathurst, is one that's been done 20 years ago. So this is a success story. And as the mayor said, it's probably not going to be reported that 104 units of supportive housing are now passed by the city council today. You won't see it in the media, I'm sure, but it's possible to do it if we put all of our partners together, and we have also capable partners in the nonprofit sector, and also invite partnerships with the private sector to build supportive housing, affordable housing, that is obviously the top of mind for everyone. And so I just want to again thank everybody in the affordable housing shop for the great work and persistence, and TACHC, Toronto Community Housing, and everybody who partnered to provide this largest supportive housing project in Canada for people with development disabilities. That's now in Toronto, thanks to all this great work and the great families at the RENA Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. I know we have a long meeting, and I'll try to be brief, but there's two things I think is worth mentioning here. One is the role and responsibility of the provincial government in funding the operational supports for these housing projects. It seems to me that every year we're back in the same position where we have a significant budget gap based on the new projects, either new or existing supportive housing units that are coming online. Enough is enough. We need the province to come to the table with a formula for funding these units once we build them. We all know how critical this is. The province knows too. This is the cost-effective and compassionate way of dealing with a significant issue and crisis in our shelter system and with homeless in our city. It gives people supports to get their lives on track or where they need supports, as well as it frees up space and money within our hospital system and our emergency shelter system, so that people don't have to live in those emergency shelters. They can live in a dignified way in housing. I know the mayor has been advocating for this, but the province needs to hear it loud and clear from cities across Ontario that they need to fund this system. It will help us with all of the crisis we're hearing from the hospital emergency rooms, as well as what we're seeing in our streets, and in an item we'll debate shortly about our parks. I also, though, wanted to issue my thanks, not only to staff who go to these meetings and who plan these projects and execute incredibly complex financial arrangements with various levels of government and sources of funding, as well as organizations to deliver the projects. But they go to the public meetings with us. And, sometimes there's occasions when those are uncomfortable places to be. And I know that's why I also wanted to give my thanks, not only to Mayor Tory, who has shown up at meetings all across the city when he didn't have to, but he did, to stand up for these projects, to stand with some of you, including myself, at some of these meetings to give us that support. Councillor Bailau, who I know also does the same. I haven't had the occasion to go to too many other meetings, but when I have, I've stood with those councillors as well when when I know they're needing their support to address some of the concerns with change coming from their community. But also I want to thank the community members who stand up at those meetings, oftentimes in the face of criticism from their neighbors who they see on a regular basis, and take a stand. And in particular, I wanted to thank the communities around 877 Yonge. You know, we had a proposal just last year. City purchased a building for 250 supportive housing units in between Rosedale and Yorkville. And I know you've probably been at the same meetings where someone has got up and to say, you know what, you wouldn't put one of these in Rosedale, or you wouldn't put one in Yorkville or Forest Hill. The reality is, we've all been there. So have I, and I represent those neighborhoods. But those communities said, we're going to take it. We know that this is a solution for the problem. We're not going to hide from it. We're experiencing on our streets just as they are across the community. And they wrote letters of support in. So next time you stand up at a public meeting and are defending the position of the city to treat homelessness and our housing crisis in a compassionate and cost-effective way, and someone claims that they didn't put this in Rosedale or Yorkville or Forest Hill, you remember that we have, and that those communities stood up in support of those projects. And good on you when you do stand up. I know many of you have, to take on that criticism and fight for what's right. So kudos. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the item, on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Our next item. So our next item, which was a timed item, is CC 47.2, which is the Ombudsman Toronto interim report into the city process for clearing encampments. So if we have questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the list.
The ombudsman is prepared to give a presentation. Does council want a presentation?
Ombudsman has indicated that he's prepared to do a presentation. Does council want a presentation? Okay, recorded vote.
I saw him on TV presenting. I saw him on TV presenting. Yes, this presented on TV. I was quite informed.
So this is a recorded vote if you want the presentation.
How long? 5 minutes? That's fine.
Councillor Perks, your vote, please. The vote for a presentation from the Ombudsman carries. The vote is 16-3.
Okay. I thought the ombudsman was in the council chambers. No, I know he's online.
I'm remote. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Madam Speaker, and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. I'm going to provide you with a high-level summary of our report, and I'm going to do a little summary of which I'm happy to take part to with and follow my mission on next slide, please. Shortly after the city cleared people who had been living in encampments in Lamport Stadium, Trinity Bellwoods Park, and Alexandra Park, my office began an investigation. My office cleared the clearing of encampments. We did so because we received complaints to our office, and there was public concern about the way the city is responding to encampments. Next slide. Our investigation focused on the city's processes for clearing encampments during 2021 and focused on 3 issues. How the city cleared encampments, the city engaged stakeholders about the clearings, and how the city communicated with the public about the clearings. Next slide. Given the importance of the issue and the fact that the city is continuing to clear encampments, we decided to bring an interim report now. And our interim report focuses on how the city coordinated its response to encampments. The report focuses on 2 aspects of this. One aspect of the interdepartmental protocol, and 2, the report identified several issues that the city should address immediately to improve the fairness of its response to encampments. A full report will be tabled at the earliest opportunity during the council's term and will include additional recommendations addressing the fairness concerns and will include recommendations addressing fairness. Next slide, please. Thank you. We heard from people with many divergent viewpoints and took their contributions into consensus protocol, including individuals who are upset about the clearing, individuals who make use of the parks, and encampment residents who told the council's term the loss of their home, their community, and their support system. Next slide. We found that the city's protocol, the primary documents that should guide the city's response to encampments, was outdated. It was updated in 2005. Further, it wasn't consistently followed by staff. City staff we spoke with acknowledged that the protocol needs to be updated, and currently it doesn't adequately address the social and human rights issues associated with encampments. Although the city has identified a need to update the protocol, we did not see a detailed plan to guide this important work. Next slide. The office created the encampment office The city created the encampment office in 2020 to coordinate the city's response to encampments. We heard that the workload was overwhelming and the office was moving from crisis to crisis and was not capable of taking a systemic view when responding to encampments because of a lack of resources. In our view, the city has not clearly outlined the role and mandate of the encampment office. Next slide. Our interim report has 8 early recommendations that we believe that the city should implement immediately to ensure that its response to encampments is fair, transparent, and treats people with dignity and respect. We've recommended that the city should develop a detailed plan outlining how and when it will update the interdepartmental protocol, hold consultations to receive feedback from the community, including people with lived experiences being unhoused, and ensure that their feedback. Next slide. The city should define the role and mandate of the encampment office, including its responsibilities as part of the city's response to encampment responsibilities. And it needs to assess the resources and expertise needs of the encampment office to ensure that it can effectively carry out its duties. Next slide. Individuals living in encampments are among the city's most vulnerable. With this interim report, we have identified fairness issues that I believe the city must act on immediately. And by bringing these important issues to the city's attention now, it will ensure that the process is fairer in the future. Next slide. The city has agreed to all 8 recommendations, and we will, of course, monitor the implementation of the recommendations to ensure the city has completed the work it is committed to doing. Next slide. We'll bring our final report to City Council at the earliest opportunity once Council resumes. And our final report will include further information and recommendations on how the city planned, engaged with stakeholders, and communicated with the public about the clearing. Those are my remarks, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, we're just getting the screen back to normal. Are there, and I'll need my menu back to normal so I can see if there are questioners. So it's questions of the ombudsman now. I guess it's a combination of ombudsman or staff implicated in the report. Am I correct? Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, you are first.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Otto, for that report. I want to make sure that I've understood the top-level conclusions. So you're saying that the city did not have an up-to-date plan for how to manage encampments in the parks.
What we said in the report was that the city's interdepartmental protocol, which we believe is a key document in guiding staff's response to encampments, hadn't been updated. It hadn't been updated since 2005.
And that
staff had spoken to. Go ahead. Sorry.
And you feel that it needs to be updated for a variety of reasons, such as the human rights of people living in encampments, etc. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Maybe then to, I don't know, the city manager or one of the deputy city managers, has it been updated to deal with the human rights implications of people who are unhoused as of today?
So through you, Madam Speaker, no, sir, it has not yet. It has been identified from the get-go as an important piece of work. I found out recently that we've got someone coming on board very soon who that will be their first primary focus of work.
Okay. We have people living in encampments today. What protocol are we operating under?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we are utilizing the protocol as it exists, 2005. But I would say, through the course since 2020, in the start of the pandemic, and we saw a significant change in the way we were experiencing encampments in the city. But the staff are very flexible in their approach. Our first primary concern is to get the supports necessary for the individuals that are experiencing homelessness. And that is always where we start and what we're centered around, irrespective of the protocol.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Otto. So if I've heard you correctly, the existing protocol needs to be updated because it doesn't adequately address the human rights of people living in encampments, their vulnerabilities. It needs to be updated for some other reasons as well. You've recommended here that in order to deal with that, there needs to be an updated protocol, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. The next questioner is Councillor Matlow from Home. Councillor Matlow?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Mr. Otto, would you characterize the protocol that city staff are working under today as one that is managed efficiently, effectively, and one that we should continue using in any other clearing, or before any other clearing is considered, should that protocol be updated to ensure that there is a better management of the let's call it an initiative?
Through you, Madam Councillor, we've asked the city, in bringing these recommendations to the city's attention, asked the city to implement them immediately as soon as possible. So I know that the city has accepted the recommendations, and that's what they're committed to doing.
So immediately or as soon as possible. Can you explain? Obviously, this isn't the full report. Why were you not able to come forward before the end of this term with the final report or the full report? You suggested to me at one point that that was your expectation. So what were the challenges? And then moreover, what could we be expecting? Obviously, you can't reveal a report that hasn't been written yet. But what do you want to pursue more of, and what will you be focusing on that you haven't reported on yet?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor, this investigation into encampments is a large investigation. Actually, it's a complex investigation. The issue of encampments is tied to a whole host of issues such as affordable housing, health status, poverty, human rights. So it's a very complex matter. We've requested a substantial amount of material from the city, which they provided us with. Our investigators have reviewed approximately 11,000 documents. We've conducted 50 interviews with city staff, experts, people with lived experience, and spoken to over 40 individuals in encampments. So there's a lot of information to distill, and our job is to make sure that we're reviewing all the relevant investigative questions that need to be answered and make sure that we're doing that in a thorough and accurate way. It's not unusual for an ombudsman-like office like ours, when we're conducting a very substantial systemic review like we're doing right now, for it to take a bit of time. And so that is the main reason why it's taken a bit longer. But we brought this interim report because we felt that the issues that we've identified and made recommendations for the city to address were important. And then to your last question, Councillor, the final report that we plan to bring to Council at the earliest opportunity when it resumes sitting will focus on the city's planning of the encampments, how it engaged with stakeholders, and how it communicated the clearings with members of the public. And that report will also contain recommendations on issues of findings of fairness that we identify.
Thank you. Notwithstanding the fact that you're just unable to report on the police actions given the restrictions on your purview. So my next question, Madam Speaker, is to the city manager, the deputy city manager, and the mayor. Would you take this occasion, given the fact that our homeless population that were residing in those parks were violently, forcibly removed, and many of whom ended up in other parks, ravines, laneways, street corners, other locations outside, and many who very clearly stated that they didn't feel safe going into the indoor spaces that we as a city kept proclaiming were completely safe, even when they told us that they did not feel safe. And given the fact that activists and members of our homeless population themselves were subject to violence during those clearings, would the city manager, deputy city manager, and the mayor take this opportunity to finally apologize to those who were subject to that violence and to the Toronto public for not only the mismanagement of the encampment clearings, but also the inhumane approach that was taken, and to promise not only to act on these findings by the ombudsman, but to never allow anything like this to ever happen again, including the restrictions on the media.
Okay, Councillor
simply
Mallow,
trying to
Mallow,
cover
that was your last
events that
question. Let the
is a-
staff answer your question. That's your last question.
So to the mayor and to the city manager and to the deputy city manager.
Last
thank you.
question.
So through you, Madam Speaker, through all of the efforts we've undertaken, and I can share that since at least late April of 2020, we've moved over 2,500 people out of encampments and into indoor space. We always put people first, and the public safety, the safety of staff, the safety of the most vulnerable people that we have occupying these encampments, and the safety of advocates who choose to support them is always front and foremost. When you have a lot of people in a small space, there can be some unfortunate circumstances. But I can assure you that the first primary responsibility and guiding principle behind everything that we have done and continue to do is public personal safety. So for that, I won't apologize for making sure that we keep people safe.
Thank you. Councillor Prutz, I understand you want to introduce a class that's here.
Speaker,
Oh,
I
Mayor
would actually
Tory?
just like to, since the councillor invited me, I don't want to be seen to not answer his question. And simply to say this, first of all, I think it is worthy of note, and it rarely gets recorded or written up anywhere or spoken about, exactly what the deputy city manager, acting deputy city manager just said, which is that there have been thousands of people who have been safely and compassionately rehoused from encampments over the history of the time we've had encampments. There has been, during that same period of time, a substantial reduction in the number of encampments in the city from over 400 to now just over 100. And an encampment here is not many, many, many tents. It could be one or two, but it's gone from that kind of number. And that has been done as a result of the dedicated and compassionate work. Thousands, in fact, we said back in the day, and it's an outdated number, though, there had been 20,000 visits to people who were in encampments, talking with them, listening to them, identifying their needs, and trying to meet those needs with safe indoor housing for them. I think that is talked about not very often in the context of whether it's this report, with great respect to the Ombudsman, or any other discussion that happens about this. And so that's point one. Point two, I think that it is left out of the discussion and left out of, and I'm assuming that the councillor who asked about this must be in favor of encampments being in our public parks. And I will just register through you, Speaker, with the fact that I am not. And I'm not as a matter of ideology or as a matter of politics. I am not because they are unsafe, they are unhealthy, and they're illegal, as documented by all of the people who have stood over time in this chamber and elsewhere and recorded what the law provides for, what the good health of the very people that we all care about, as the Deputy City Manager said, and in terms of both their health and well-being. And I won't catalog in this answer to this question that he posed the number of times that emergency personnel, the fire department, and others have had to go to those encampments to protect the residents who are there. And finally, in the context of what I just believe, with the greatest of respect for you, Speaker, was an unbalanced statement made by the councillor. He failed to take account of the fact that when those, and by the way, I should say we proved to have learned some lessons, and in the case of Dufferin Grove Park, in the riding of the deputy mayor, we took some of the advice and some of the lessons and some of the just insights that we had as a city government, mostly our staff who are so dedicated to this, and found a way to effectively rehouse indoor safely people who had been resident in a park for some period of time. And so we did that, and we're continuing to do that, and we're continuing to make those visits and continuing to demonstrate compassion and continuing to find housing, including all of the supportive housing that we talked about earlier today. But I will say this, that I stand, and I've said this recently, and I'll say it again here in this chamber today. Public parks are not a place where we can have encampments, where we can have people taking up residence. Those parks are for the use of all people, first of all, but secondly, and even more importantly, those encampments in parks and other public places like that are illegal, they're unsafe, and they're unhealthy for the very people we're trying to protect. Can we do better? Based on some of the recommendations, which I have accepted, and so have the city staff, the recommendations of the Ombudsman, yes, we can, and we will. But I just wish sometimes that, through you, Speaker, that people like the councillor would acknowledge the fact that this is a very complex task to undertake, and that there might have been some contribution made to the circumstances he made reference to in terms of those particular clearings of encampments that were contributed to by some of the very same people who claim to be standing up for the people who are experiencing homelessness, and yet who at the same time will stand there and prevent us from going about meeting with these people, prevent us from taking down empty tents, and prevent us from making the parks available to all the people of the City of Toronto who have the right to use them.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Councillor Proulx, I believe that you have a class that you want to introduce.
Yes, Speaker, thank you so much. So we're being visited in the chamber today by a class from Seneca at York. They're studying municipal government relations within the Seneca at York's Government Relations Certificate Program. And they're here with their instructor, Andrew Pask. And Speaker, I'll have you know, and all the other councillors here as well, that this term, they are studying Toronto City Hall. So they're watching all of you. So on your best behavior, please. Welcome to City Hall.
This is it. This is as good as it gets.
Thank you. Okay, the next question is Councillor Buxton Potts. You have 5 minutes.
But you got to give it back because I got
Thank
a letter
you,
I got to
Ms.
read on the
Speaker.
other side. Okay, sure.
My first question is to the Ombudsman. In your sort of preamble, you mentioned that you brought forward the interim report because of the ongoing encampment clearings. Can you explain why you thought it was important to come through now before the end of term?
Through you, Madam Speaker. As I said in my remarks, we felt that given the urgency and the importance of this particular issue, and the fact that the city is still continuing with encampments, we believe that it was important to bring these recommendations before the city so that we can forward them as soon as possible, so that they can begin working on these recommendations. And once implemented, we believe that the process will be made much fairer in the future. And so that's why we felt it was important to bring them forward at this time.
Thank you very much. And this, I think, would probably be to the city manager. In the report, and actually in the mayor's remarks just now, made reference to something that happened at Dufferin Grove. Can you explain what was different about the approach at Dufferin Grove versus what we might consider as a traditional post and clear model?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly as referenced, through every activity we undertake in respect to encampments, we learn something. Dufferin Grove, and I'm going to ask Gord Tanner to speak to this specifically because he really took an ownership of the activity there, and working collectively, his team and the encampment office, we were very successful ultimately in housing people. So Gord, if you'd like to.
Thanks, and through the speaker to the councillor, we at Dufferin Grove, under the support of Deputy Mayor Bylaw, was very involved in her ward, just brought a concentration of services really to that park, and continued the work that our Streets to Homes program has been doing for many years, and that's connecting with people, understanding what their needs are around housing, and connecting them to available housing or an interim step into the shelter system itself. So it was the same sort of approach in a more concentrated manner in that park.
Thank you so much. Through the speaker, can you describe what some of those concentrated services might be that are different from some of the other clearings that happened?
Sure. They just included some additional city staff that sort of spent their time daily in the park connecting with people. We brought income support workers to the park, mental health case management staff, ID workers. Given the density of the number of people living in the park, we felt that was the best way to meet folks' needs, to bring those services to the park directly.
And is that a process that you think could be modeled and repeated in other areas?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, actually it does continue. Shortly after Dufferin Grove, worked very closely with Councillor Layton's office at Bellevue Square. In that case, working with some additional peer support workers from the community. And that effort continues at parks throughout the city. First off, when we encounter people, it's to understand who they are and to offer them the immediate supports that they need.
And finally, at Dufferin Grove, was there the sort of traditional posting within a timeline to when they were supposed to leave, or was it a ongoing process of working with those clients?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, one of the important aspects of the work at Dufferin Grove was that our encampment colleagues that run the encampment office were there to meet with and connect with new people coming to the park very quickly and offer them immediate supports to come inside, so that we stopped the growth, if you will, of more people coming to that site over time. We remained and worked with the individuals who had been there from the beginning to work with them on long-term housing plans.
And if I could add through you, Madam Speaker, the compliance is primarily voluntary. And it is as a result of the staff from the encampment office, from Streets to Homes, from a variety of support services, working with individuals, helping them clean the areas where they were, helping deal with extraneous tents that weren't actually used for shelter but were used for storage. So it was very much done through a voluntary compliance, is what we do always. It only turns, and we only provide a posting when necessary in order to address property where voluntary compliance is not achieved.
Can you maybe then describe for me, sorry, through the speaker, what you think, like when does it become necessary? You say we only do that when it, oh, I apologize, I'm out of time, but when is it necessary in your view?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly as I've mentioned, we've seen a difference in how we've experienced encampments since 2020. And we did see an emergence of people setting up structures for storage, though they were not housing or sheltering any individual person. So certainly addressing those where the owners won't necessarily do it voluntarily. But I'll tell you, 98% of the work that we do is through voluntary compliance and working with people. And that has been how we've moved, I think I mentioned just in the last 2 years, over 2,500 people into safer indoor space. So it's very much a case by case. And one of the comments Gord made, an important thing for us at Dufferin Grove was to cease the growth so that we could continue to manage and put the really focused resource to those individuals who had been there for a prolonged period of time and really needed the additional help.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. So my first question is, when you tried to remove these individuals, were they given trespass notices and they were asked to leave, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we were working with individuals in those parks for many, many months, and including issuance of trespass.
Oh, so you were working with them to try and get them to maybe go someplace else or find alternative arrangements. And you said you were working with them for quite some time.
Through you, Madam Speaker, we absolutely did. In the 3 parks that are the subject of the Ombudsman's report and many others, our staff have been working in there for months, if not a year, to assist people into safe indoor space.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
Sorry, go ahead, Deputy
Trespass was and the removal was the last resort. Is that sort of a fair analysis?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just wondering through all, anyone, the ombudsman or Ms. Cook, I've heard anecdotally, but that there were weapons in the encampments. Was there any evidence of weapons, guns or knives?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I won't speak specifically to the locations, but there have been situations in encampments where, yes, we have encountered weapons.
Right.
Not all.
These three encampments, people had dangerous weapons.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't recall specifically on these three, Deputy Mayor. I can tell you that our experience in dealing encampments, and not every one, but there have been instances where weapons have been identified and located.
And also, I know I'm not going to question your tactics or whether you have people, undercover people there. I won't go there. But was there also? I've also heard anecdotally that there was significant use of drugs. And do you think? And were there? Was there the trafficking of drugs in these encampments?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we are aware there are some circumstances where those activities have occurred.
Okay. And so you waited along. I also want to ask you. So you asked them to leave. You give them counseling. There were, in these encampments there are drugs and weapons involved, and you did ask them to leave, and so they didn't leave. There was also some mention of people who weren't necessarily living there, but let's say who were there to promote a certain. They were, let's say, not living there, but supporters, and they had, let's say, a political agenda, or they wanted to make noise, and they were encouraging people not to leave. Is that fair to say as well?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we have encountered individuals who were not present in the park as a result of taking up shelter, but were there in support of individuals who were.
And they were there to promote a certain message and a certain agenda. Would that be your is that an unfair observation?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think that would be a question more fairly asked of those individuals, what their intent is.
Okay. All right. So your staff were trying to move these folks along, these individuals along as gently and expeditiously and carefully as possible. Is that fair to say too? You're trying your best.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely. I mean, the staff, especially the Streets to Home staff and the encampment office staff, the Parks Ambassador staff, have always and do continue to work very diligently and thoughtfully in trying to help individuals who are experiencing homelessness and in some cases other complicating factors to help them into safe space. And that takes time.
And notwithstanding, yeah, Tracy, I don't have much time, but notwithstanding all the efforts you made and the safety issues involved, they were resisting. Is that fair to say too? Like they weren't making it easy.
Through you, Madam Speaker, many people did come along, but yes, sir, there were circumstances in these three parks that are the subject of this report where they were refusing to leave. Though the day of those actions, I was pleased that we were able to still move people into a safe indoor space, and they did take us up on those. Some of them took us up on those offers that day.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to Mr. Rideau. In reading your report, the one thing that I took away from it is you're predicting that with the city's housing crisis, encampments are going to be a reality for the foreseeable future in Toronto, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe I mentioned that given the situation that the city is currently experiencing, that encampments may be something that the city may have to deal with for the foreseeable future. Yes.
Okay, and then the next thing I took away from your report is saying that, but at the same time, it's not something that we should become to accept as fixtures in our city as well. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think what I believe I was trying to attempt to say was that encampments is a very difficult issue. Encampments is not a solution to affordable housing crisis, which is not the focus of this investigation. But there are a lot of factors that are related to encampments, and I think it would be it wouldn't be prudent for us to ignore those other issues that may be impacting why people are in encampments.
Okay. And then just looking at my notes, the next thing I took away from your report, kind of in a summary, is that people that live in the encampments, they deserve to be treated with respect and fairness, and that the city's response needs to be coordinated and updated.
That you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's fair. That's a fair
Okay.
assessment.
And then saying all of that, Mr. Rideau, as we're waiting for our staff, and our staff have agreed to update the policies and the procedures they're following, should we be putting a moratorium on closing down encampments until that's achieved?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, City Council has passed a bylaw which makes it illegal to camp on city property, including city parks, and are tasked with the responsibility of applying those bylaws, including deciding when to clear encampments. My office doesn't have the ability to look behind council decisions. It's not up to my office. It's not up to me to determine whether or not city should be enforced. But really, what my role is to determine whether or not the application of those bylaws are done in a way that is fair. And I think that's what we're doing with this interim report and the recommendations that we put forward.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Rideau, and I appreciate all the work you've done to date on this, and I look forward to your final report on it. Madam Chair, my last question is to SSHA staff. 2 meetings ago, I moved a motion that was supported by City Council asking for information on service queue and rapid code data with regards to people being turned away in our shelter systems to be put on the open data portal as well as the SSHA website. I'm just wondering where we are in getting that accomplished.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, coming well with that. We expect that the first posting of that data on our website and through our open data portal will happen before the end of the month.
Sorry, is that Mr. Tanner, before the end of this month or August?
Before the end of July, we hope, yes.
Okay, and then it's going to be updated on a regular basis.
Through the Speaker to you, certainly we will be updating the data monthly and pushing out the open data, I believe, on a daily basis.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tanner. I look forward to reviewing that information. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, I just have a couple questions. When Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong asked a question about the people refusing to leave the encampment, so were they the homeless that refused, or was it some of these political groups that wanted to make a statement that weren't part, and they deliberately stalled the work that the city was trying to do as far as housing the homeless?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there were a number of individuals of varying circumstances who did not leave as requested. Some homeless individuals did not immediately accept services, but we've continued to work with them, and we were successful in getting many people into safe indoor space. And some of the folks that were there in support of the homeless also refused to leave at
Right,
some
so-
times, yes.
I would say the majority of the people that were there to support to make statements that refused to leave.
So through, to you, Madam Speaker, everyone's free to draw their
Right, I
conclusion
know,
about people's.
but you know, when there's a political statement to be made. So the ombudsman, in your report on what we did, you mentioned that you received 54 complaints and submissions from members of the public. Were they members of the public on the people that lived in the immediate area where the park was complaining about the encampments?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we received complaints from a wide variety of individuals. So individuals who were not happy, who supported the encampment clearings, individuals who lived in the encampment who felt that they were not treated properly. So to answer your question, yes.
So there were people that lived in
Just
the area?
members
Were
of the
these
public
members
who
of the
didn't
public
feel
that lived in the
the
area?
response.
Pardon? People that lived in the area?
Through Madam Speaker, we received complaints from individuals who supported the city's efforts to encampments. I couldn't speculate as to where they lived, but they were in support of the city's decision to clear the encampments.
Okay, that's why I asked the question. So if it's overall, could be people that don't live near these encampments and they're making a statement to you, correct? But what my question is that people that live around these parks, that live directly across from the park, were they interviewed on any complaints they had on having the encampments in their park across the street where their children were playing in the park? Did you receive any of those complaints?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we received complaints from individuals who received claims impacted by the, I believe we received complaints from individuals who had concerns about the encampment. And as I said, we considered everybody's divergent viewpoints, people who were supportive of the clearings, people who felt the clearings were not appropriate, and people who agreed with the city's actions.
Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start with questions to the Ombudsman. What does success look like for recommendation 1? Like, is there an idea of when, like, what the timeline should be for us to check that box of having a new IDP developed and ready to implement?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we've asked the city to make these implementation of these recommendations a priority, and we will be monitoring the progress being made with these recommendations. But obviously, the sooner that these recommendations are implemented, the sooner we believe that the process that the city uses and the tools that will help guide city staff will be there to make sure that the processes in place are fair in the future. So the sooner they're implemented, the better it will be for the fairness of the process.
Thank you. So you can't give an exact timeline, but it's as soon as possible. On recommendation 2 specifically, you say that the city should commit adequate staffing resources to ensure the completion and timely completion of a IDP. Are you able to tell us whether you think the city currently has the resources allocated for this, or is that a request for us to allocate resources?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that what we're saying by that recommendation is to really show the urgency. We believe the urgency of this matter, and why that the city needs to take whatever action it needs to be able to make sure that this is given a priority and it is implemented as quickly as possible. So we're asking them to devote whatever resources they can find to address this, so that staff have the proper tools to be able to carry out their work in a fair and in a fair manner.
So moving on to sorry, still on that recommendation, does that it says specifically for updating the IDA IDP, could we also assume that that means you'd recommend that they commit adequate resources to implementing it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. And I just wanted to add one thing, Councillor. The protocol is really the primary guiding document for staff to who respond to encampments. So we want to make sure that it's updated. It hasn't been updated since 2005. We spoke to a number of staff who indicated that they believed also that the indicators that the updated, and as I said earlier in my remarks, that it didn't adequately address the social and human rights needs facing individuals in encampments. So that is really the real urgency to get that protocol updated.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got a couple questions of the Deputy City Manager, the acting Deputy City Manager.
I'm here, Councillor.
First off, can you give us an idea? I appreciate you haven't had long to consider this before this meeting, but I'm sure it's constantly being reconsidered. And I know things in the response have changed. Have you put thought into what your timeline will be for delivering on recommendation 1, given it's ASAP, it's the step to be taken before all other steps? Can you give us a sense of when you plan to undertake that work?
So through you, Madam Speaker, actually, Councillor Layton, some of that work had already commenced when we started doing work in some of the larger parks, as you may recall, early of 2021, and were really the precursor and informer for the work that we did at Dufferin Grove. I've been advised we have procured a new policy development officer specifically tasked to do this. We have had 2 in the past, but they got pulled into other priorities and crises at the time. So timing cannot be quick enough. We've got a rough plan. I would like to come back early in the next council term, like Q1, with what we think this looks like.
So Q1 to come back with how we're going to review the IDP, or
No.
with the reviewed IDP?
Through you, Madam Speaker, with a reviewed IDP.
The IDP doesn't come back for council approval, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't recall the initial. I believe it was a part of a staff report that came to council, but that's certainly, irrespective of whether it arrives here or not, all of the staff are quite vested in making sure that we have an updated document that provides them clear guidance, sets out roles and responsibilities in a very clear way, so we are benefited by making sure that work is done.
Thank you. Councillor
Thank you.
Bailão, questions?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. To Deputy City Manager, I guess, can you tell me how many encampments did we have last year compared to this year?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can. I know at June 1 last year, we had approximately 370 identified encampments. As of last week, we're currently at 84.
Okay. And this is to the Ombudsman, you mentioned that the protocols are outdated, needed to be updated. So are you looking into the work that is being done, work like the Dufferin Grove that has now been taken into other parks as well? Did you look into that work as well?
Through you, Madam Speaker, this is just an interim report. This is not our final report. I want to stress that. And this report focused on the city's coordination of a response to encampment. The report that we intend to bring to council once it resumes sitting following the election will look at the city's planning of its how it engages stakeholders, and how it communicated with members of the public. But during the investigation, to answer your question, Councillor, yes, we did hear from some of the city's approach at Dufferin Grove was different from some of the earlier responses to encampments. And according to some of those witnesses, it looks promising. And my understanding is that the city was going to evaluate the response to Dufferin Grove and to see if it can be parachuted out to other encampment situations.
Okay. And through the interviews that you've done as well, I mean, you mentioned that you talked with city staff and the encampment office. Did you talk to park ambassadors as well? Because I think we're starting to have, different people, and did you have an opportunity to speak to them and see how they fit into this big picture as well?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't say specifically how the city staff broke down in terms of whether or not we spoke to park ambassadors. I don't want to misspeak, but I can get that information back for you at a later date if you really want to have that information.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, maybe to the deputy city managers or Gord. At Dufferin Grove, you did mention one of the key things was to be able to, as soon as people were starting to get there, to ensure that we were referring them to inside or providing housing. So we could have the resources for the harder to house people and have the time to manage that. How crucial do you think that is, that we're actually maintain these encampments in a size that we can have the resources to build trust, to get the ID, to get the taxes done, to get them comfortable enough to get a home? Like, how crucial is that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, incredibly crucial. It allows us to focus on that number. And at Dufferin Grove, we saw an exponential growth. And it made it far more difficult for us to be effective when it keeps getting spread out. So as well as the conditions themselves, the cleanliness, all of those concerns when these encampments grow to the size that they do, which I will say prior to 2020 was not something that we saw on any kind of a basis. So being on top of it, and that's the efforts undergoing right now, is when people arrive at a location, they look like they're going to set up shelter, that we're there offering the services, we're there offering access to indoor space as soon as we identify that the individual is there. And that's critical.
And I think that it was also quite important to have staff there that could make the connection between some of the issues that arise in between park users, right? The people that were staying there, sometimes in between them, and sometimes through the community as well.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely. I went out to Dufferin Grove as well, met with a few of the encampment occupants there, really some interesting people as well, and we had a great conversation, as well as the individuals who lived in the park, and two women who stopped me who were walking children with challenges and had concerns about their safety. But having someone from the city present and visible gave them that sense that it was safer and that we were all working together to try to help individuals who need the most help that we can afford.
What do you think it would be the impact of having a moratorium to not allow you to clean any further encampments?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think we would be back to a place that we don't want to be. We'd be back into 2020. We would have our public spaces taken over by unhealthy and unclean circumstance, but we also would not be responding to the individuals who are in most need of our support as quickly as we can get there. I think that's very problematic. I think the best effort for us, as has been demonstrated, we were over 370 in June of last year. We were double that in June of 2020. And we are now at approximately 84. It shows a continued, sustained effort to work with individuals and help them with the supports and access to space is working, and we have a lot more work to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I wondered if I could ask the solicitor a couple of questions. And I will try not to stray in any place that we have to go into camera, so please advise me accordingly. But I wondered if you could tell us about the Occupiers Liability Act and how it might apply in the situation of an encampment.
Certainly. Through you, Madam Speaker, if the city is aware of dangerous situations, for example, in its parks, there is an obligation to act to ensure that there is a safe situation.
So council, or staff, and maybe you can help clarify, somebody has a responsibility under the Act to ensure that situations are addressed.
That's correct.
Okay. And would, the variety of things that we've got at our disposal, including sometimes having to clear an encampment site, be one of the steps that an organization would have to take if there was a dangerous situation?
It's very difficult for me to respond without knowing a specific dangerous situation, but
Fine, okay. Would it be fair to say that encampments or situations like that could be a situation that would require action under the Occupiers Liability Act?
well, certainly I think we're all aware that there were some safety issues in some of the encampments, yes.
Okay. The next question I have is a bit more general, so I thank you, Madam Solicitor. Can anyone tell me from staff if there's commentary out there, are we in a seventh wave of the COVID pandemic? I think there's been some statements out there. Would that be a fair observation, or would at least be a fair observation to say that we're on the upswing in terms of infection?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I certainly would not want to speak for our good doctor, but I think the evidence is supporting the fact that that is the case.
That would be general knowledge. There's statements out there. Would it be fair to say that encampments are like convalescent situations, or congregate settings where people are close together and there's risk of transmission? Is that a fair observation of somebody from the outside looking at it?
Certainly, through you, Madam Speaker, what I would comment more particularly, Deputy Mayor, is about the access to basic hygiene and the ability to wash hands and all those things that Eileen reminds us to do that is not necessarily freely available. So certainly the cleanliness conditions in the encampments would give rise to concern.
Would COVID transmission be a factor in an encampment site?
Through you, Madam Speaker, again, I think Dr. DeVille is best placed, but I do suspect, depending on how people are congregating or how people are engaging with each other, there are various risks.
And also, would we be aware as an organization that, drawing some parallels to the people that are sleeping outdoors on the street and dealing with the issues that they're dealing with, would they be at elevated risk of contracting COVID or developing complications from COVID?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. In fact, Deputy Mayor, back in 2020, and once we started getting into vaccines, the attention to individuals who are experiencing homelessness, bringing opportunity for vaccinations into some of the encampments at that time were activities that we did undertake because of the heightened risk of people who are vulnerable.
And finally, back on the discussion around the parallel of an encampment to a congregate living setting, can anyone tell me, in terms of congregate living, that we've got cities' long-term care homes, are any of them under an active COVID outbreak? Seventh wave.
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, I can tell you that the shelter system currently has 6 confirmed outbreaks.
That's the shelter system, and those would be congregate settings.
That's correct.
Okay, and I mean, you don't have to answer the question on the long-term care home, but I'm sure we could probably get an answer on that, and it would tell us that there could be something happening there too. So that would be my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Ombudsman, on page 16, as part of the scope of the work, you talk about the purpose of the investigation, which is not to point fingers or to lay blame, but to determine if there is evidence to support the recommendation that the city could improve the encampment. I'm just wondering, the city introduced bylaw in June of 2021, and it adopted a zero encampment policy. How do you sort of square the policy with respect to what I would define as an illegal occupation, occupying the city park facilities? Like, how do you square all of that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think I've said before, Councillor, that Council has passed a bylaw making it illegal to camp on city property, and the staff have been tasked with the responsibility to apply that bylaw. So it's not up to the Ombudsman to decide whether or not the bylaw should be enforced. That's not what we're saying. My concern, I think, and my role, I believe in this, is to ensure that when the bylaws are applied, they're being done in a way that treats people fairly. That's the main goal of our review.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your response.
So I said, sorry, I'll repeat myself. So
Well, not the whole thing. I don't
said
have
that
that much
it's
time.
not the role of the, okay. Anyway, what I just said at the end is to ensure that when the bylaw is enforced or when the bylaw is applied by staff, it's done in a way that's fair. That's what we're saying.
Fair enough. I know that the speaker had asked you questions about who you consulted with and so on. It wasn't really clear to me in terms of your responses. When I read through the report, it seems that you've had lots of discussions with encampment users or people using the park for encampment. You've had discussions with our city staff, but can you break it down for me, please, with respect to the number of non-encampment residents that you have spoken with? Because I think that I'm not clear on the sort of depth of the investigation that you have sort of followed through in terms of talking to residents who are not encampment members.
For you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, I don't have those numbers up to the top of my head, but I can get that breakdown for you if
Yes,
if you
that would be
require.
helpful. I'd love to have that, please. Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to, I guess, staff, what lessons did we learn from the 10 city activities that happened, I don't know, 17, 18 years ago? And how did we utilize some of the experiences and lessons that we learned?
Sure. Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, I think one of the major lessons learned from Tent City was that, people want housing and they can be successful in housing once they receive it with the adequate supports.
Right, that's helpful. So recently, as of last week, Mr. Tanner, through you, Madam Speaker, you assisted me and my community with one of our parks where someone went in and basically pitched a tent, started to cut down branches and so on, brought in propane tanks and so on in order to basically set up housing. And can you tell us what you did? And if we were to impose or put in place a moratorium, would you be able to actually take actions based on the request of the community through my office in terms of the request of you to address that situation with that individual?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, the teams responded very quickly to that situation, both our outreach teams and the encampment office. And after a couple of visits, that individual accepted our offers to move indoors to a shelter program where we can continue to work with him. This was a successful intervention with the individual, and he was willing to work with us and come indoors.
But if the moratorium was in place, would you be able to go and even talk to that person?
Through the speaker to you, Deputy Mayor, I'd hope we continue to do the same work that we do every day in connecting with people living outdoors. Can't comment on whether a moratorium would have an impact on that. This situation was resolved quickly by the quick response of city staff and our partners, and that person is now out of that park and staying indoors.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. If we can clear the screen. And Councillor Perks, you held the item down to speak 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't be making motions on this, but I understand Councillor Buxton Potts is moving motions, and I will be supporting her motions. It is absolutely true that this is one of the most complex and difficult policy areas that we have had to struggle with ever on the floor of this council. And it is absolutely true that there are a variety of seeming imperatives pointing at this issue. There's the imperative to make sure that our fellow Torontonians are safe and healthy. There's the imperative of a bylaw we have about how parks are used. There's a bylaw, there's an imperative, frankly, as the Ombudsman told us, around human rights. And our struggle has to be to figure out how to untangle all of those imperatives. I want to be very, very clear, though, that the fact that there is a bylaw on the books does not give this government license to violate someone's human rights. And this, while it may be new to this council, the government of Canada has been party to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights for decades, and that includes the right to housing. We made mistakes. The government of the City of Toronto made mistakes, violently using force to clear people out of an encampment is a violation of the rights that every individual in the City of Toronto holds. It is just a violation of their rights. And saying, well, being in the parks is illegal does not give you license to do that. Nor does the fact that some of the people who lived in encampments are people who use drugs. The Supreme Court of Canada was asked a very specific question. Are you allowed to discriminate against people in terms of their access to basic rights because they use drugs? There was a case where the federal government of Canada said, no, you can't offer safe injection services in Vancouver. And the Supreme Court said the fact that someone is using drugs does not give the government license to prevent them from access to healthcare services, and governments have a positive obligation to provide safe and healthy places for people to use drugs when they're addicted to them. So the fact that Councillor Min Wong is concerned about the fact that some people in encampments use drugs is irrelevant to our duty to respect the human rights of people living in encampments. Previously, some of us on this council have brought motions saying that the City of Toronto should increase the amount of money available for rent supplements and go and start acquiring leases for private rental buildings. And the argument was made, no, we have to wait for the federal and provincial governments to step up with more money for rent supplements and more money for healthcare supports. The fact that those governments did not step up does not relieve us of our positive obligation to respect the human rights of people living in encampments. None of the arguments you have heard here today about why we should be clearing encampments stands up to the very simple fact that we have a duty to respect the human rights of people living there. Not one of them does. Any argument that is made that doesn't begin with the fact that the Ombudsman told us we violated people's human rights in the way we did it in Trinity and Lamport and the other places is sufficient. No argument makes it right to violate people's human rights the way we did. And therefore, although there's policy work to be done and it takes time, we must not repeat that mistake. Now, I'm glad to hear that we have properly resourced shelter housing and support and various other services so we can do a better job. But we must make it clear, and this is why I will be supporting Councillor Buxton-Potts' motions, we must make it clear that in no circumstance do we violate someone's rights just because we have a bylaw on the books about parks, or just because they use drugs, or just because people in the neighborhood feel unsafe, or just because we're concerned about whether those places are healthy, or just because we don't want to spend money, or just because the federal government doesn't want to use their power to expropriate private rental units to provide them with housing. All of those options need to be taken before we forcibly remove people from those encampments.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Councillor Robin Buxton-Potts, as Councillor Perks mentioned, will be coming forward with a motion that I believe is incredibly thoughtful. It won't prevent what Councillor Thompson suggested, which is to get people the support and the care that they need to address specific issues in our city that need to be addressed. It answers, and Councillor Buxton-Potts obviously will speak to it in more detail, but it answers specifically to the recommendations of the Ombudsman, which is that we need a better protocol. We need a better process, and that needs to be developed. And until that's developed, we shouldn't be doing something that we know is both ineffective, violent, and inhumane, and doesn't actually solve the problems that we seek to resolve. And I remember the mayor, like soon after the violent encampment clearings in the summer, was on Metro Morning. I think it was like the day after, and he defended the whole thing, and he said, you know, he didn't really say much about the violence. When he was approached about the violence, he blamed it on the advocates in the parks. And then when he was asked, like, have you actually seen the videos? Have you actually looked at what happened? He said no. Like any reasonable person, this isn't ideological. This isn't like any just, I would submit, like just well-meaning person of good conscience, if you see what occurred, would find it shameful. Like there were Torontonians being violent to other Torontonians. And it's just ridiculous, I believe, to suggest that we should just dump all the blame on the activists, because the Torontonians who were being violent had the law on their side and uniforms and guns and authority. And just like a bunch of activists. That's not reasonable. And some of the most vulnerable people in our city were also subject to that violence and that forcible removal, which led to many of them simply being having to go to ravines and other parks and sidewalks in our city. But when Councillor Layton and I brought motions forward during that time, or before that time, frankly, proactively, to say, why wouldn't we work with those advocates? Why wouldn't we work in a collaborative way to resolve these problems, to address the problems? This council refused to do so. It thought it knew best. It thought it had a better approach. That approach, as the ombudsman wrote, wasn't managed well. And it ended up to be a violent, inhumane, and ultimately ineffective approach. Spending millions of dollars, they could have even put up virtually every person who was in our parks in a bachelor apartment for a year if we had used the money well. A lot of those people in the park said, we don't feel safe going into the shelter system. That they gave clear examples of why they did not feel safe and they would not go. What was the city's response? The mayor, the spokespeople for the city kept saying, but we're offering them safe indoor spaces. Then the people in the parks would say, but we don't feel safe going there. And then once again, the mayor and other spokespeople for the city would say, but we're offering them safe indoor spaces. You weren't listening. You weren't actually addressing their needs. And when I hear that this was all about keeping people safe from the deputy city manager, with all due respect, we didn't keep people safe. We supported an approach that was violent, that didn't respect people's human rights. So, Mr. Mayor, through you, Madam Speaker, in no way would I ever suggest that encampments are the answer to homelessness. Homes are, along with social supports for those who need them. But we can choose to take an approach that isn't violent, that isn't inhumane, one that works collaboratively with the advocates who work on the ground every day and every night with these individuals who we say we care about. We can do better. And we should start by acknowledging that we didn't do
10
a good
seconds.
enough job. We should apologize to the people we hurt, and therefore we can demonstrate that we intend to do better.
Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As mentioned, I do have a couple of motions. Are those able to be put on the screen?
I'll have to stand you down so we can get back to you on the motions. So put your name aside. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion as well. The clerks can bring it up. The City Council direct the city manager to take any necessary funding or staffing changes necessary. There may be one too many necessaries there to fulfill the recommendations in the Ombudsman Toronto interim report investigation into the city's process for clearing encampments in 2021 and report back to City Council in the new term on progress to achieve each of the recommendations. First of all, a huge thanks to the clerks because I sent this in late based on what I had heard from the deputy city manager and the ombudsman around timing, and just to ensure that indeed we are taking steps to implement the recommendations, and so that council can know about what is happening at the earliest possible time in the new term, given we don't have an opportunity. But in the interim, if there are any staffing or financial changes or resourcing changes that need to be made, that we be very explicit that nothing should wait for council if we are implementing these recommendations. I just wanted to make that perfectly clear as instructions to staff before we broke for the summer and election. Really, there was one remark that the mayor had made that I just wanted to bring some attention to, and that was we learned from our previous experience, and we changed our behavior as a result. I think that's a really important observation, and we did see a shift in how staff were engaging with encampment residents following the very unfortunate and violent
Very kind
events
of her, period.
that
Please
happened
let her
in
know
the.
that I intend
And
to
Councillor
walk.
Matlow, your mic is
Okay,
hot.
hold on.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Matlow, when you're in the middle of a council meeting, you do not talk on the phone? That's
Madam Speaker,
very
I wasn't
rude,
aware that
very
my mic
rude.
was on. I apologize to you. There's an apology.
Well, you shouldn't be talking on the phone during a council
Thanks,
meeting.
Councillor Mallow. No problem.
Okay.
There was no harm done. No problem. I'll keep going. I just wanted to say it's really important observation because that shows learning. That shows a level of sophistication and maturity that we need to continue to exhibit. We learn we're doing something the wrong way and we change our behavior. And I think this is an opportunity. We've had an outside arm's length accountability officer give us direction saying something went wrong here. And it's not exactly clear what the chain of command or the process is. That needs to be firmed up. And what indeed we should be doing is going and engaging with the community to help determine what a compassionate approach looks like and what we can do as a city in order to achieve that. And I think we need what's missing here in the council direction is the authority to use resources to in fact achieve that. Now, if they already have the resource in their budget and the staffing complement to achieve it as the ombudsman described as soon as possible, then I'm prepared to accept that. I just want to make sure we see progress along that line in the shorter term, as we know they can make. This team has demonstrated that learning and that they can change their approach, much like we saw in Dufferin Grove and then in Bellevue Square. I'm not sure if, I was going to ask questions later, if I still had time, about whether or not that approach was being maintained in the current circumstance. I'm not sure it is exactly, but we have demonstrated that it works. That hands-on, compassionate approach can and does bear fruit at the end and bring people into better circumstances and safer circumstances. The other piece, though, that we need to acknowledge is that we have a hotel shelter system where soon we will be losing some units. And when we start to get to that point that we have no capacity in our shelters and we don't have capacity in our hotels, then we have to start asking questions, where are these individuals to go? And we haven't been able to keep up with the supportive housing arrangements or growth that we would like to see. We are continuing to do that, as we just discussed in the last item. But that's going to be a serious question. I think people are going to start asking that on the doorstep if we start to lose that capacity in the hotels. I certainly hope that the plan to transition people out of the hotels has positive solutions for those individuals and the city. Unfortunately, I think that what we're going to have to do is maintain those hotels. quite a bit longer in order to ensure that we don't end up with the same struggle we did last summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, yes, my purpose in speaking was really to try and bring a little sense of this item to the suburban communities who may only be experiencing encampments in ones and twos in the woods as opposed to in the park. And so may not really wrap their heads around the clearing of encampments in quite the same way. If you have two people in tents in a green belt, the housing process, the rehousing process that Mr. Tanner explained might be quite a bit easier to do. And so we haven't wrapped our heads quite around the injustice, the passion that we hear. Councillors, I think I have the floor. And so they might not quite have wrapped their heads around the passion for the Ombudsman's report about inappropriate actions that may have taken place in the clearing of encampments. But I just wanted to refocus it to let them know that the reason we're spending so much time on it is not because we need to slap people on the wrists and mush people's faces and what happened. I really don't, if there are wrongs in this report, I don't believe that we're served by dwelling in them. But at the heart of these recommendations, if you look at the summary recommendation in this report, the Ombudsman has gone a long way to simply say, it doesn't matter whether you agree or disagree with the encampments, you actually do need to, as you go into a crisis such as we went into with the pandemic, where the most vulnerable people in the city are the most immediate ones affected, you have to have a plan. If you're going to set up something called an encampment office and start to deal with the situation, it has to have very, very clear mandate, very clear recommendations on how to proceed, and very clear recommendations on when you've got to go to the emergency office to explain what you're going to do, when you need to notify the elected representatives of what you want to do. And you need to sort that out so that we have a better situation the next time we're in this. And if we learned anything, this report reminds us again and again, what we learned is when something as big as a pandemic crisis happens, the very first people that we're going to have a plan for are the most vulnerable people in the city. And thank goodness, all three orders of government leave dealing with the most vulnerable to us. It's not as if we don't know who they are. We know before we have a crisis who the most vulnerable people are in this city, because other orders of government may throw dribs and drabs of cash at us, but by and large, they're counting on us to know who they are, to do the annual street survey, to know who's the most vulnerable in the city. And what the Ombudsman is saying to us, you need to do a better job of figuring out how you're going to deal with them the minute you know you're going into an emergency situation and they're going to be the fundamental issue. So I actually think we can have that conversation without getting into whether it's wrong or right to be vulnerable. Whether some life choice you made or some life crisis was foisted upon you through your own lineage or accident of birth, we don't need to judge any of that. Vulnerable is vulnerable is vulnerable. We need a plan for how we deal with them when we're thrust into an economic crisis, because they will be the first to hit. That's all he's saying. So surely we can have the conversation for this report and the conversation for the subsequent report that we're going to get next term without deciding how we judge how people become vulnerable. They just are, and we have a role to play when they're in trouble. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Buxton Potts to speak.
you very much. I do believe the motion is ready now. So this motion, based on what some of my colleagues said, I have been looking at a moratorium, but understand that because it's direct enforcement, that legal has ruled it out of order. But I do want to bring this other piece in as well, which really helps codify the Dufferin growth process, because I do think that these targeted services are incredibly important for doing the work that staff are doing and supporting that work. And in his remarks this morning, I was really pleased to hear Mayor Tory talk about the value of building trust across stakeholders and developing measured and responsible outcomes. And I think that that is the approach that the Ombudsman is proposing to us. The wonderful part of this conversation for me is that I actually believe that we're all trying to get to the same outcome, for everyone to have a safe indoor space. That is the goal that this council has affirmed over and over again. It is the stated goal of people living in encampments and those that support them. Where we seem to differ is on the fastest, safest way to get them there. I want to say I am unequivocally grateful and proud to staff who have moved over 2,500 people into indoor spaces. That is worth celebrating, and our policies should be aligned to help support them do that work in a way that is efficient, is safe for our staff. But we did that work mostly by working collaboratively with those residents in situ in those parks. The instances where we forced them to move, those residents in parks were further destabilized, and it actually became harder to house them, and it became less safe for the residents living around the parks and our city staff. In my motion, what I wanted to say was the residents living in parks and their supporters that we will work with you without any threat of removal to build the trust and facilitate housing them as we bring new units online, which we are working very hard to do. I want to believe that we have learned from our mistakes, but I felt compelled to move this because on Friday, after the Ombudsman report was tabled and the city affirmed its support, 3 parks in my riding or in my ward were cleared. People's things were taken from them. It is not the model that we have heard about that was so successful, and I'm worried about those people. Safe indoor spaces for many people isn't shelter spaces. Some of the safety concerns I heard from my colleagues during questioning, COVID. We know of no COVID outbreaks in encampments, but there were over 280 COVID outbreaks in shelters. We also heard about drug use and weapons, and to insinuate that these are issues that are only restricted to encampments is not fair. We know drug use and weapons can be found in every neighborhood across the city, inside and out. There's also a big difference between a moratorium on clearing and a continuing to engage residents to bring them inside. Our deputy city manager spoke about the voluntary nature of moving. That is until a site is posted and they are forced to leave. That is not voluntary. But the structured, focused attention that includes housing, income, and identification support workers that actually gives people a choice is an option, but not under the threat of eviction. Lastly, our encampment response is at the intersection of some of our biggest city initiatives. It's our housing crisis, the drug poisoning crisis, it's the mental health crisis, but it is also part of our reconciliation strategy, and it's our work addressing anti-Black racism. The people living in those parks are most vulnerable across so many different intersections, and we have to take a holistic approach to helping them. People living in parks are not there because it's fun. It's deeply traumatizing. These are complex issues that took decades to get here. We can't expect to solve it over the course of a few weeks. People need sustained support and sustained help and a little bit of patience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, what we do know is parks are open spaces where residents in the city are supposed to play and recreate. They are not meant for encampments, and that's why camping there is illegal. And what we do know is a number of individuals broke the law and set up camps there. There were drugs there. There were weapons, guns, and knives there. There was all sorts of bad things happening there. What we do know is our staff tried greatly to counsel them, to help them, over an extended period of time to do everything that they could to gently move them. What we do know is they were given trespass notices. And what we do know is at some point in time, action had to be taken as what anyone would see as a final step toward removing them from the park after all efforts were made. I do want to say, and I will say that if there were laws broken and policies that need to be corrected, they should be corrected. But I will also say that, you know what, to be one of those people in terms of the public service who are removing those people, that's a tough job. I don't think anybody wants that job. And I want to recognize them for, what really is a difficult position that they were put in. They were given an assignment and they had to go and do that. So thanks to them for doing that in, some really, difficult circumstances. And especially when the activists were, what we all believe, were trying to, instead of turn down the heat, they were trying to increase the heat. If corrections need to be made, that's fine. But I think that in this circumstance, our staff took all the necessary steps and to take the appropriate action. I think it's disappointing if our staff who were involved in this are vilified and made out to be the bad guys. They aren't the bad guys in this. It seems, in all these circumstances, when the city and our staff take enforcement measures to do what they're supposed to do, they're attacked and criticized. It's like our enforcement officers on the TTC for people that jump fares. All of a sudden, it's not the fare jumpers, the people who are stealing, that are at fault. It's our staff that are at fault. No, our staff are doing their job. They're following the law. They're the people that are upholding the law. They're not the lawbreakers. The people in the encampments are, and the fare jumpers are. And we can't lose sight of it. We have to support our staff, and I support them in this instance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of our speakers, so Mayor Tory would be the last speaker.
Well, Speaker, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Ombudsman for writing this report. I think that his writing of this report and the way he's handling this in the first phase of it proves that the system works, in the sense we have somebody who's charged with the responsibility of writing things up the way he sees them. And I take note of the fact that the city staff and the mayor have both indicated they accept without qualification his recommendations. And in fact, I'm happy to say, because I know it to be so, that there was work underway to evolve these approaches before these incidents that gave rise to the writing of this report even took place. And that is why there are resources applied. They weren't applied in the last week since the report came out. They were applied earlier on to take account of some work that hadn't been done over time, and I don't say that in a critical way. It should have been done since 2005, there's no question about that, but it's not as if there haven't been a few things that people have had to do, both in the area of addressing people experiencing homelessness and in other areas of city life, including, not to use it as an excuse, but including the pandemic. Look, long story made short, we can do better, and we will. And in fact, again, even before this report came out, we'd proven that by adapting the approach that the city took with Dufferin Grove, which has been often mentioned in these discussions. And it worked in the context of a lot of resources being applied, a cooperative approach both within the government but also with organizations outside of government to provide the maximum amount of support to people experiencing homelessness that we could, and it achieved a better result. I will just say, though, that in some of the presentations we've heard today, in this debate, which has generally been, constructive, we've heard that it's kind of an either-or choice, especially when it comes to people's rights. And I can't accept that proposition, and no more so than we accept it in many other areas. Yes, everybody has rights. People who are experiencing homelessness have rights. It's just like in free speech. People have the right to free speech, but there is a line we draw that says that, you know, when you have free speech or protest, there's a line, and it's a difficult line to draw, and often we call on the police or other law enforcement people to do that, where the exercise of your rights comes up against somebody else's rights, and you can't just sort of say, well, every person for themselves and just see how it turns out. And so that is why I certainly, you know, look at the situation and say that the encampments have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. The law enforcement people make their own decisions on that, not directed by politicians, myself, or anyone else. But that the city staff will continue, I'm sure, to do what they have done throughout the time I've been here as mayor, which is to use the maximum effort for the longest possible period of time, using every resource they can possibly use to provide for people safe indoor housing as opposed to an encampment. But at the same time, respecting, as they do and as we all must, the fact that we have a law in place here that says that public spaces of that kind can't be used for people to live, and that goes on top of the fact that it is not safe and it is not healthy for those spaces to be used in that way. So when I hear Councillor Perks and others speak, through you, Madam Speaker, and talk about people's, you know, rights, I respect those rights, and I want us to respect those rights of people experiencing homelessness to the maximum extent we possibly can. However, like every other set of rights that we all have under the Charter and elsewhere, there does come a point where your rights, whoever that individual is, comes up against the rights of others. And in this case, there are the rights of others to be able to see their children and themselves use public parks, for example, safely. There are the rights of others to see the law enforced, because it was obviously a decision taken by this very council, not this one, but a predecessor council, to say parks are not for people to live in, for reasons of the safety of the people who might propose to live there, as well as the safety and well-being of the residents who use those parks. And so I am very comfortable that with Councillor Buxton Potts' motion here that talks about, I think the expression has been used, codifying the Dufferin Grove approach and saying, yes, that is an approach that we found works better. It is an approach that continues to evolve. It is an approach that we should continue to evolve and resource properly to make sure that that is the approach that we use. However, I, for one, will say that if decisions are taken by others, in the end, law enforcement people, city staff, or others, that we've reached that line where the rights of people to be in a park for a certain period of time come up against, you know, the passage of time has them come up against the rights of other people. Whenever that point in time may be reached in the judgment of those people, then those people should act accordingly, and whatever that means. And I think that we've proven that we can use a great deal of patience and a great deal of resource to make sure that acting means something that can have a very positive outcome. The last thing I want to say is this. You know, I hear descriptions in a couple of the councillors, in particular, respectfully, I'll say Councillor Matlow, through you, Speaker, talk about the work of the advocates as if it's all Mother Teresa's work and so on. I want to say that I want to join who spoke immediately before me? It's just out of my head at the moment. The speaker immediately before me who talked about our staff. I want to join that speaker and others and say our staff, the compassion, the patience, the dedication, and it's their job, I get it. But they are people who do this job with the greatest of dedication and compassion. They have been followed home. They have been sworn at. They have been spit on by the very same people who are supposedly doing Mother Teresa's work. And I can't accept that. I'm sorry. And I can't accept this notion that they're pure lily-white people who've done nothing but to help. That's not true. And they know it, and we know it. And so I just say that in the end, we should take the balanced approach, and everybody should take a deep breath and adopt this approach that says, yes, we're going to respect people's rights, and yes, we're going to apply the codified Dufferin Grove approach, if I can call it that, but that we have to make sure that we understand that there is a time when those rights that Councillor Perks made reference to come up against the rights of one other person or many other people, and everybody's rights have to be respected in all this, and that is why I believe so strongly public parks are no place for encampments. They're not safe, they're not legal, and they're not healthy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, motions on the screen by Councillor Layton. On favor? Carried. Motion by Councillor Buxton Potts. On favor? Show of hands carried. On the item as amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Before we continue with the agenda, we need to move the confirming bill at this time. So may I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Mayor Tory?
I move, the Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 47 on July 19th, 2022.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried? Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. We do have some motions that we will be adding. Councillor Fillion? Councillor Fillion, are you around?
I'll introduce it on his behalf, Madam Speaker.
Pardon?
I'll introduce it on his behalf.
Okay, Councillor Mihevik? You have to introduce it, Councillor Mihevik.
Request to introduce a motion without notice related to 6150 to 6160 Young Street, 9 to 11 Pleasant Avenue, and 18 Goulding Avenue.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
It was a plot. We strategized on that.
Councillor Mihevik, you have one.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to introduce a motion without notice to reopen and amend GL 29.14 to allocate additional Section 37 money towards building improvements at 468 Queen Street West.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Grimes, you have two.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. If I were to Monsters Polish Festival renaming, it's urgent because there's a meeting this week coming up on the naming of the festival.
All in favor? Carried. The next one?
This is a report that was requested by planning staff, and they were late getting it here, so I have to move this to allow it to get onto the agenda.
On favor? Carried. Is that? Okay,
So we're back to the top of the agenda, order paper, deferred items.
okay. Councillor Pasternak?
He's not here.
Councillor Bailao?
Oh, she just. Those ones are timed for tomorrow. So the next
Oh,
one would
right.
be yours,
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Yep. Now we're gonna go to the growth funding tools. And what we did decide this morning, that we're gonna do items EX 34.1, 2, and 3 together. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. So do we have questions on any of the items? If you can please put your name on the screen. Okay, I just want to make sure all staff are here. All the staff that have to answer these questions, are they here? Yeah, and if I can have counselors come to their seats as well, and. Okay, okay. Counselor Carroll, questions?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll ask some questions because I think it may take some counselors that are here in the building some time to refocus on the fact that we're finally at development charges. I'm going to talk about them. One of the questions that I wanted to ask, and this is a question that came from a community member, and I'm wondering if it factors into the study and I've just missed it. In the bands and the development charges, it describes units, and we're now embarking upon a substantial increase in a couple of phases. But a resident asked me, do we factor into, when we're studying what to do and how to charge, do we factor in how many of each unit size we're being confronted with in the development community? And the reason he asked it, that my resident, and I thought it was valid, was if you look at, how many times can I get a break on this development charge? You can build a 2-bedroom unit for precious few more square feet. They've got very clever ways of building something and calling it a 2-bedroom unit now. You use those sliding pocket doors, et cetera, that open it right out into the living room. Voila, it's a 2-bedroom unit. But that brings you to another development charge. So we have policies in which we're trying to drive more 2- and 3-bedroom units, but does our development charge structure discourage building those 2-bedroom units because they're just trying to defray costs and make as many 1-bedrooms as possible and pay the lower charge? To what extent is that impacting the design of the buildings and the housing?
Okay, do we have staff here to answer the questions?
Sure hope I don't have to repeat that one again.
Well, is there staff, for all the staff and all members of council, we are at growth funding tools right now, development charges. We need staff.
Yes.
Speaker, it's Greg Lintern, Speaker. There are a number of staff here that are online, both from legal, finance, and planning and parks. So we're all here prepared to help council with their questions.
So I don't have to repeat that one. Thank heavens.
No, I believe Shirley from City Finance was going to help you, Councillor.
I think it would be a lot easier if staff were in the council chambers. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Shirley.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. So the DC rates are differentiated based on the number of people per unit, and the city's policy is split based on larger 2-bedroom apartments and then the smaller units. So it is a policy that is continued from our previous practice, and we don't see any concerns in terms of discouraging those types of units.
We also, Councillor Carroll, we also know that through the official plan, we do encourage through the planning process a range of unit sizes and types, and through the application of our growing up guidelines. So there's a conversation that's held with every applicant about encouraging a full range of housing in all of our developments.
So is it fair to say, well, we put a development charge structure in place and it's differentiated depending on the size of unit? Are we still, because it's a concern when they look at this and they see that I could build a 1-bedroom unit with 650 square feet, and it's a $52,000 development charge. Nowadays, you can structure that so maybe only 50 more square feet for precious more than 700 square feet. You can call something 2-bedroom with a couple of pull across doors in the living room. But that takes you up to, all of a sudden you're up to $80,000 in the development charge. Are we confident that the market overcomes that the demand for 2-bedroom units will continue to slowly increase the number of 2-bedroom units being built despite the development charge?
Councillor, I would say that there's a sweet spot there between what the dynamic of the marketplace is and what the application of city policy is. Ultimately, these are market-driven proposals, and provided they adhere to city policy, we have that conversation again about the mix of units. You're going to get ultimately a sweet spot of the split of the number of 1s, 2s, and 3-bedroom units. And we have that kind of mediation between public and private ambition.
As long as you're confident of the sweet spot, I'm good. That's what I wanted to hear. I have one other question, Madam Speaker, and it goes to the motion that the chief planner, well, and other staff know that I'm going to be moving. I'm going to be moving a motion developed over in the Toronto Atmospheric Fund and with the community most active in concerns around our Toronto Green Standards. In terms of the current regime, where Tier 1 and Tier 2 are voluntary, and Tier 3 and 4 can cost you some dollars, but we want you to do them. How many Tier 3 and 4 applications are we seeing in a year's time? Out of all the development applications that are coming at us, how often do we see people going on to Tier 3 and 4 at their cost?
Through the speaker, Councillor Carroll, we've seen a decline in the participation, if you will, of the rebate program, and certainly council has already directed us to, in the context of looking at this whole DC universe, to see what we can do about incentivizing, continue to incentivize the refund. The zero have enrolled since 2018, and I think as we've discussed with your office and others, the application or the enhancement of that refund right now would maybe cause a few more to come in and apply for the refund approach.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc, questions to staff?
Yes, well, all three reports. Who won, who lost?
Andrew, do you want to give a financial answer to that?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, I think city staff have attempted to bring forward a very balanced approach from a perspective of generating the sufficient funds to be able to build the infrastructure we need while continuing to consider the economic consideration of the industry in the current state.
Andrew, you should be a politician. My second question is this. To the chief planner. So the report indicates that, frankly, even with the monies collected, we're not going to be able to pay for growth, the growth that is anticipated over the next 20, 30 years. Is it time for us to at least nuance and maybe repeal our oft quoted saying, growth should pay for growth? Does that still apply?
Through the speaker, Councillor Mihevc, we indicated in the report that while that principle is certainly espoused by the provincial government and others, we have known for some time that growth doesn't pay for growth. And we don't, so our GFTs today don't pay for growth, and we're not saying in the report that they will pay for growth. In fact, the reports identify the shortfalls in relation to the amount of growth that the city is experiencing. As Andrew indicated, as city finance has gone through the experience of trying to balance out the application of GFTs, keep the industry and keep the production of housing going, while at the same time meet our ambitions with our capital budget. And it's a very difficult balancing act.
Yes, yes. So we can't charge more given the implications for affordable housing and you know what can really be extracted from the construction industry. So we, in essence, we are abandoning that principle, or we're at least nuancing it to say growth will pay for some growth, which then opens up the question, what might be, given the volume of people, in addition to all the state of good repair things that we need to do to our infrastructure, might we be thinking of other ways to pay for growth? And I'm just, you know, this is, I know we have revenue tools, I was part of those conversations, but something like, well, maybe the province and the feds could find a way to transfer the HST on construction that they're making. They make money from growth, clearly and unambiguously. When we have growth, we pay out of pocket from other funds for that growth. Would it not be a fair argument to be made to the province and the feds, who by any financial analysis would indicate that they actually do make growth, they make from growth, they make extra money from growth, for us to make the case that they should be part of paying for that growth? Do you think a case could be made for such an argument?
So through the speaker, I see my colleague Steve Conforti on the phone. Steve, did you want to provide some comments, or I certainly can?
No, happy to comment. And through you, Madam Speaker, I think you're absolutely correct. There is challenges as it relates to the revenues we collect to be able to support just the myriad of capital priorities and needs. And there is work that's being done as part of the long-term financial plan as we speak that will highlight some of those challenges and look at some of the opportunities as you've highlighted.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Those are your questions, Councillor Matlow? Okay. Or sorry, Councillor Mihevik. What a slip. That was a very awkward slip. I apologize to both councillors. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Andrew, we had a very good conversation about this the other day, and I just wanted to confirm my understanding. So the process of developing or working out development charges starts with the city having to document which parts of our capital plan are growth related, correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
Okay, and we can only apply development charges to those programs. We can't apply them to any other capital or operating expenditure.
Through the speaker, Councillor Perks, that is also correct.
Okay. Next, you helped me come to an understanding that the development charges that we're proposing here would only, in the best case, pay for about half of that growth-related capital program.
Somewhat less than that, yes, but
well, to start with, it's
which
the numbers
capital
half.
Program are you? That's fine.
Yeah, and then after we're at half, because there are a variety of exemptions that City Council develops, we wind up actually at a quarter of the growth-related costs paid for by development charges. Did I understand you correctly there?
So through the speaker, Councillor, there are a number of exemptions, some of which are statutory, so we would not be able to avoid, but a large number of them are discretionary for council, and I don't have the specific percentage, but a quarter is not unreasonable.
I think you told me it was something like over 10 years, we need 2.4 billion and we're only going to collect something like that? 700 million?
That's with respect to the CBCs.
Right.
Yes, 2.4 billion, and we're going to collect 700 million.
Right, so we're actually collecting about a quarter of the growth-related costs with the CDCs. Okay, so I want to ask you about two of the kinds of exemptions that we have. One is we provide exemptions for affordable housing projects, and to balance that, we're actually increasing the development charges on non-affordable units. Is that sort of what's happening? Or part of what's happening?
Through the speaker, as part of the capital plan, we're making investments in affordable housing, and that would have an impact on the actual DC rate.
Yes. Okay. One of the other areas of exemption that was of interest to me when we talked, right now, as I understand it, when someone puts up a commercial building, we only collect development charges on the first 2 floors. Did I understand that correctly?
Through the speaker, just the first floor.
Just the first floor. Thank you. Finally, I have a question that I don't know if it's for the city manager or the CFO. We are, as we just heard, we are discounting development charges on some affordable housing projects, and a consequence of that is that we have to increase development charges on market units. Would an alternate approach be the federal government helping us pay for affordable housing units with direct public money from their income tax that they collect, and therefore we could keep development charges lower by not needing them as the tool to fund affordable housing, if you follow?
Go ahead, Heather.
We could stop my time. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, I think there's a couple of items that you've commented on in that question. One is, does the federal government have a role to offset some of the expenses that would be related to the affordable housing? And then secondly, would we reduce the amount of DCs charged? I think I want to answer that last one first. As other questions have been asked, it's quite clear that the city is not collecting sufficient DCs to offset the amount of growth that the city is incurring. So I would caution the concept of it would lower the amount of DCs that we would have to collect or charge. On the second piece, with regards to the role of the federal government, I know Abby is on the line, who probably can provide some additional insight. And I think you've heard in other conversations today that we are actively working with the federal government and looking for funding opportunities to help offset housing costs. So I think there is obviously a requirement for ongoing conversations with the federal government, but I would caution the perspective or the assumption that it could result in us charging lower DCs given the fact that we aren't sufficiently covering the cost of growth as it is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Just a couple quick questions. How does staff arrive at the numbers? I know it's a complicated formula that's existed for many years, and I know we work with outside consultants, but just at a high level, how do you calculate the cost of development charges here in the City of Toronto?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, at a very, very high level, we take the capital plan, determine what part of the capital plan for the next 10 years over the study period is for growth-related expenditure, and effectively divide that by, and again, I'm way oversimplifying here, Councillor, effectively divide that by the number of units that are going to be built over that same period of time, over 10 or 20 years.
So you're looking at the capital plan. How do you separate the capital expenditures that are related to state of good repair and upkeep from new capital expenditures that are necessary to accommodate growth?
So if you're going to ask me to get into the very nitty-gritty details of the study, I'll ask Shirley Sue to weigh in. But certainly, it is a very prescribed rate or prescribed methodology that our consultant uses to determine what's the difference between a current state of good repair expenditure versus a growth-related expenditure. And there's also the concept of the, Shirley, help me here, the current benefit that is also part of that investment conversation.
Okay,
Shirley, please
I don't need
consider.
the hyper specifics. Let me ask this then. Where is it transparently communicated or articulated for people? There's a formula that a consultant uses and we take that and it's complicated. But if people want to understand the difference of existing state of good repair, capital expenditures, and new capital expenditures required to accommodate growth, where would I find that? Where in our city budget would I find and understand that?
So you would find that in the DC background study that is included in this information. I will say, Councillor, it is not easy to understand. It is a very complex amount of work that takes months of work with city staff to ascertain the amounts.
Does finance,
it's not a specific
okay,
formula.
does finance have a different view on development charges and the rate of development charges that we are needed to collect versus, say, some of the policy objectives that might be articulated in city planning?
Through the chair, councillor, or through the speaker, councillor, city planning and finance worked on this project collaboratively all year. So we are aligned with respect to the DC rate that is required. It's a calculated rate. It isn't a rate that we've negotiated at all.
So I've seen this a number of times in different aspects across the city and different work, but it seems to me that sometimes we articulate policy objectives that we would like to achieve here at the city, and that we have process that perhaps undermines achieving those policy objectives. And I'm going to get into missing middle, I'm going to get into the EHON stuff, and I'm going to talk about development charges as it relates to neighborhoods that are both simultaneously experiencing population decline, but also needing to experience gentle intensification in our neighborhoods. And we would be taking a one-size-fits-all development charge approach in those instances, which would be seem counterintuitive to bringing forward the housing outcomes that we would like to see in our neighborhoods. So how do we reconcile the municipal finance piece of sort of across-the-board development charge regime in neighborhoods where population is actually declining, and all of that being predicated on the assumption that historically growth pays for growth? We have neighborhoods of decline.
So through the speaker to you, councillor, I'll make one comment and certainly invite the city planner to weigh in. That is why in the report we're recommending that the incentive program or the incentive frameworks relative to what type of growth we intend to support, to your comment about policy objectives, that we intend as part of the long-term fiscal plan to bring forward a comprehensive framework that would allow the alignment of those policy objectives.
I have one final
rather
question
than
for
having it
finance
be part of
on the clock. I have one final question, sorry to interrupt, and it is, DCs are based on per person charge, not per square footage.
They are dependent upon the unit size, and that's how they're charged.
Okay.
So a small apartment, a large apartment, a single, a semi, they all have their own specific rates.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lai, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. My first question with on development charge. Unlike the past, well, first of all, let me thank Mr. Flynn for giving me a very good briefing about this, and I understand it quite a bit now. But according to you'll say that in the briefing that the two bylaw periods before, we have not increased the DC for quite a while. Is that correct? For a few years?
So, so through the chair to you, or through the speaker to you, councillor, the last background study was done in 2018, and at that point in time, an increase was determined. That increase was phased in over a couple of years. So the only changes that have occurred since that phase-in period have been indexing.
So you think with inflation, you think this is the right time to raise the development charge by 46%?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, we've considered the current economic environment, and that's why the DC report actually continues to bring forward a phased-in approach that the increase is happening over a couple of years. We are foregoing the indexing that was scheduled for November of this year, and not making any changes until May of next year. So we are being responsive to the current economic circumstances.
And there's quite a number of residential projects and being postponed or canceled. Being the major city in the world, do you think this kind of increase would increase the cost of and the price of housing and lessen the affordability? I'm sure some of these charges are going to be downloaded to buyers, and they're going to they're having some issue. Yeah.
If I may also add to that, Councillor Lai, it's an interesting time because of inflation all of a sudden spiking after so many years of being flat. We have supply chain issues. We have labor. The whole size of the system, so to speak. The city is approving a lot of development units, and you can witness that with this council meeting. But there are so many other factors. I would say that the city's charges are only one aspect of a very large financial decision that needs to be made that would continue to support development. And we certainly want to pull on as many levers as we can as the city to keep things going. And that's what we're doing with this. But there are many things beyond the city's ability to affect that may cause projects to go on hold, especially as people reconsider some of the externalities right now.
Okay, my next question will be on community benefits, CBCs. I understand that a local councillor, would they still be available to be able to determine whether funds is being spent, raised by the CBC in their ward, stays in their ward?
Yes, through the speaker, Councillor Lai, the report articulates several principles that will guide a new process that has to be developed by staff and brought back to through the budget process that you will see over a number of years. I should emphasize that that you won't see new CBC charges for probably at least a couple of years because there are so many projects that are still in the pipeline that are going to be legacy projects under the old system. So we will have time to develop a new approach to support the implementation of the CBC. But one of the principles in the report is that where these revenues and investment opportunities come from in different communities where they are experiencing growth, that is where these funds will be spent.
See, we always, as a local councillor, we kind of tell the residents who are opposed that we might have, some Section 37 money to make better the community. Just like in my ward, hasn't been any development in the last 15 years, and all of a sudden there's a few coming up. And the way to talk them into supporting it is that it does not go to the tribunal and then OLT, and then we get some benefit out of it. So how can we, as a local councillor, talk, being more talking our resident into accepting the growth, but not getting the share of the community benefits?
Through the speaker, Councillor, it is a different system. I grant you that it is a different system than what the city has now. It's a flat 4% charge that will be paid at the end of the process. But we are, as I indicated, developing an implementation guideline, and you will be seeing how that works, and the association of impacts of growth, if you will, in various areas will still be part of the allocation process going forward. There just won't be a site-by-site, as much site-by-site activity as you see under the current system.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, questions?
Thank you. Yes, I have a few questions. First of all, I just wanted to confirm that the existing Section 37 funds that the city has received or that are in the pipeline will be grandparented as far as their allocated to the ward that they were derived from, and the local councillor has a fair bit of say in how they're spent.
That's correct, Councillor. They're all governed by existing agreements, and they're all grandfathered in under a legacy system.
Thank you. And with the new CBC, the general intent is that the money is collected from areas that have growth, will be given back more or less to those same areas to fund growth-related needs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a principle that's articulated in the report, yes.
Yes, thank you. Do we have an up-to-date estimate on how much the city is losing in revenue moving from Section 37 to CBC? And I know it ranges a little bit by ward, Willowdale being probably the hardest hit, but do we have a citywide estimate?
Through the speaker, Councillor, it's difficult to identify it ward by ward, but if we backcast under the current regime versus the CBC regime, the city would be losing approximately $50 to $70 million a year.
Yeah, well, I have one file where it's literally losing $50 million this year, like just one. So I'm very skeptical about that figure. I remember, Mr. Lintern, not to put you on the spot, I just got a flashback to a conversation from a council meeting probably several years ago when we were discussing changes in legislation. And I'm remembering something to the effect that if we don't have enough revenue coming in to create complete communities, that might affect whether or not we would be approving applications. Is that still the case?
Through the speaker, I think you're asking me to comment on the ambition that we have to achieve complete communities, and certainly we've seen in a lot of our growth areas that we have a lot of demands for hard and soft infrastructure, and the extent to which we recommend approvals, we always make sure that we have as many of those boxes checked as possible. But there's no question that given the projections associated with all of these funding tools, that the city will be under a lot of pressure to keep up and achieve our planning goals.
But would we ever be able to, like, assuming in a community, we all know that when you have a large number of new residents, you're going to need parkland, although that's, more or less the same. But, childcare centers, community centers, et cetera, some of which are not covered by development charges. How are we supposed to ensure that we have those facilities on the horizon, at least when we're approving development, or have we essentially lost that ability?
Well, I don't want to be overly optimistic or pessimistic with my answer, Councillor Fillion. I think what we strive to do is planning. We plan for growth. So whether it be North York Centre, the Golden Mile, the Etobicoke Centre, and other areas of the city, we put in place a geographic plan, and we put in place what we feel we need in terms of hard and soft infrastructure. And then we tie development approvals as much as we can to the delivery of that infrastructure. And we have tools under the Planning Act, such as plan of subdivision or holding bylaw, to make sure that we pace the development growth with the provision of infrastructure.
I'm going to try
it's not a perfect system.
I'm going to try to squeeze in one more before my time runs out. The relationship between development charges and the capital plan. So currently, a lot of the city's capital budget is tied up with Gardner Expressway. That's pushed out some other things. So you have some things that the city will, certainly intends to do, but couldn't quite fit into the capital plan, like the Young 401 interchange or redeveloping Mel Lastman Square, even Transform Young. Certainly the intention is to do all those things, and I trust that the city will make sure they happen, but they're not currently in the capital plan. So does that mean we don't derive any development charge money from any of those projects because they didn't make it above the line?
That was your last question.
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, and I'll ask Steve to comment about the above and below the line with respect to the capital plan. The background study is not limited to the specific capital plan. It is all of the infrastructure that the city will be needing to put in place to meet the demands. But Steve, certainly, if you would want to carry on.
Sure. Through you, Madam Speaker. So through the capital planning process, obviously, we'll prioritize available funds, both growth-related or against SOGR needs. As part of the DC background study, we do include all of the capital projects growth-related that are part of our 10-year capital plan. There's also an opportunity to include the growth-related projects where we may have initial funding in place to be able to.
Sorry, I can't hear the answer.
No, it's hard to hear.
Sorry, trying to get closer. Within our DC background study, we include capital projects that are in our capital plan that are growth related and eligible. We'll also include capital projects where we've got initial funding to be able to advance the work and identify that. There might also be projects that are included where there's a council direction for us to continue to advance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yes. Thank you. Why is it necessary to phase in DC rate increases over a 2-year period?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, in reviewing the economic impact, and we did do an impact study that felt that bringing them in all at once would have had a significant impact on the amount of development that is currently in the pipeline. So it was felt that the appropriate approach, again, to balance, continuing to receive DCs while having growth, that it would be deferred over a couple of years.
But the result is lost revenue, correct?
That is correct, Councillor, yes.
Lost revenue for the city. Okay, my next question is the province requires that DCs be calculated on the date application versus the permit issuance. So could you expand on some of the risks associated with that, the risk posed to the city by this change?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, there's a number of risks there. Obviously, collection risk, as you're talking about a significantly different period of time. There's also the risk of escalation of costs that would happen in that time period. So I think there's a number of risks that come with having the rate calculated at a particular point in time and then be collected at a later point in time.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any further questions before we go to speakers? And we're dealing with EX 34.1, 2, and 3. Any further questions? Okay, let's go to the speakers list. Councillor Baila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 motions. The first one, if I could get it on the screen, just to make sure I'm speaking to the right motion. Well, one of the motions is about affordable home ownership, and we dealt with this at executive. And we do have a deferral program for affordable home ownership, and this is just to ensure that the deferral program is going to increase with the increase in DC, so that it maintains the intent of the program. And the second motion, Can I stand down? Thank you.
They don't have their motion? Oh, okay, so we'll hold down. We'll go to the next speaker. Councillor Carroll.
Hold it all the way down. Okay. I have one motion that was submitted quite a while ago. It's on the first item. The development charge credit motion. There it is. Thank you. That City Council amend the development charges bylaw in attachment 1 to the report as follows. Maintain the Toronto Green Standard refund, Tier 2. Maintain the cap rate for enrolled Toronto Green Standard version 2 projects. That's still a voluntary standard. Increase the Toronto Green Standard refund Tier 2 cap for Toronto Green Standard version 3 and 4 projects by 25%, and establish and increase the Toronto Green Standard refund for Tier 3 and Tier 4 cap for near zero emissions projects by 50%. And D, that all the rebates in the above points to be funded through the development charges revenues. Now, before people get palpitations, we don't expect a stampede for this. There are currently, at whatever stage, in stream of, applied 3 years ago or about to be approved, applied this year, altogether, the versions 3 and 4, we're talking about nine applications out of the dozens and dozens in each ward. And what you heard the chief planner say is that's going down. It is decreasing over time. And so this provides a small incentive. Surely we want to get 9 up to a couple of dozen, up to 3 or 4 dozen. Would be an embarrassment of riches at this point. But this is something where the tit for tat is really important here. What do we spend development charges on? We spend them on infrastructure. And how do you ameliorate the cost of infrastructure? The very types of climate change adaptation things that are put into these projects to make them meet tiers 3 and 4. And so this was actually work that was done as part of the study. It just wasn't included. I'm asking that we do include it, but the motion itself is based on staff's work. This is the work they did. It just wasn't recommended. I'm saying we do need to recommend it. And where there may be some discomfort amongst those who count the beans in finance staff, we're not going to see 300 of these. But certainly we need to see more than 9 if we're going to really reduce the demands on our infrastructure system. With the remainder of my time, Madam Speaker, I can speak sort of by grouping the 3 items together. Again, we heard during questions, will the cost of increasing these development charges be heaped onto the price of our houses, and suddenly houses will go through the roof in cost? We only need to look at the real estate pages today to know that the fundamental truth of real estate is that a house is worth what people will pay for it. Not what it costs the developer. It's worth what people will pay for it. So there are condo units all over the city that developers built expecting to get $750,000 for them. And they paid our discounted development charge. So they're out there, and lucky them. But they are only going to sell them for $699 because that's all anybody's paying for them right now. The market will decide how much the house costs retail. This is about what the developer pays in his wholesale pro forma and what we get out of that. And this is the only way we get anything out of that, to meet the demands of those residents that are going to fill that building. Their property tax, all those new ratepayers, their property taxes never are enough to pay for the infrastructure here. They might help us defray the decrease in the end of Section 37 and the introduction of these new community benefit charges, but I doubt it. And so we do need these development charges, but I hope that anyone who has concerns or is dealing with concerns from developers or from residents who are worried about the cost of a house they might be buying in the near future, even after all the phases of this, please just show them the table on page 23. Even after we introduce all these phases and get ourselves to May 2024, at the end of these phased increases, we're still below the GTA average in terms of what we will be asking in terms of development charges. So it needn't stop building housing units that we desperately need. And it needn't end up being ridiculously heaped onto the cost of a house. If that was true, then by now, the cost of every like unit in Markham would be twice what you pay here. York Region is well above what we charge, but they're in line with us in terms of housing prices. And so the market's going to decide what it wants to pay for a house.
5 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my comment.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Great, thanks, Madam Speaker. What an exciting and interesting body of work that's in front of us, the bundling of these reports. It sparked a lot of conversation, and of course that conversation is focused on how we pay for growth, but I also want to make sure we're not losing sight of who is paying for growth. And it's very much a generational conversation when we look ahead to the future of Toronto, when we think about generations of folks who want to live and have a life here in the city, and recognizing that we are in the midst of an affordability crisis, who is paying for that growth and how we're going to pay for it, that's what this is all about. The increases that are in front of us, of course, that is not arbitrary. We heard from city staff that it's the result of a well-proven and tested, if not abundantly clear, funding formula that's used across municipalities here in Ontario for many decades. And that's how we determine the level of funding that we need as a city in order to build the critical infrastructure to support the growth. No one's disputing that we need to do that. No one's disputing that we need to support growth with infrastructure. But I do think we have to have a conversation about what infrastructure we're funding, how we're determining where the funds are going to be coming from, and especially in the context of the housing market today. You can pick a newspaper report, you can look at the market week to week, month to month, but it's much more important to look at the market year over year in terms of trends. And when we look at the trends, we continue to see exponential escalation of costs. We're dealing with a tremendous amount of inflation right now. The labor market prices are going up, construction costs are going up, and here too at the City of Toronto, it is getting more and more expensive to build at a time when we have a supply crisis. We absolutely have a supply crisis. And that goes across the housing continuum, you know, from supportive housing and housing for people who need a lot of help and assistance, to market units, to subsidized units, to affordable rental, to affordable ownership, all of that. We don't have enough of it. And so there is an interesting conversation here that takes place between city planning and municipal finance, where we articulate goals and aspirations for the type of housing that we want to see in this city, but then sometimes that is undermined in terms of both our development application approval process and the development charges and the municipal finance scheme that supports that. I think that there's a growing appreciation for the impacts that the increase of development charges will have on both the cost of home ownership and within rents in the City of Toronto. And those impacts will be caused by both developers passing those through to consumers, by landlords passing those on to tenants. And only a portion of those increased charges of those living in the units that will actually be built, and the net effect of potentially reducing supply at a time when we've never needed more of it. We heard about the conversation at Executive Committee, and for those of you who tuned in, the impacts that these changes could have on new purpose-built rental. Deputy Mayor Bailau had a very helpful motion with that. And it's important to remind ourselves just how short of supply the rental market, how tight that is here in the City of Toronto, and everything that we're talking about in terms of the housing conversation needs to focus on rental and have an understanding of what we're doing in our goal to achieve more purpose-built rental in this city. There has, however, been less conversation about the impact of this body of work on the missing middle and all of the programmatic work in the EHON report that is also in front of us as we continue that conversation. I think that we need a thoughtful and tailored approach to the municipal finance We would not want to undermine the efforts of city planning. We would not want to undermine the efforts of this council as we look to bring more housing options into our neighborhoods by putting up a bunch of roadblocks with respect to our DC regime that would make it impossible or impractical to deliver on those projects. You will hear momentarily from Deputy Mayor Bailau, who has a motion precisely to address that. I encourage all of us to support that, because as the work that the city is pursuing through EHON, as that comes forward into the next term, we need to be thinking critically about how we here as a city, all the way from city planning to our development approval process to municipal finance, can unlock the circumstances and the policy and municipal finance environment where we can deliver and facilitate the delivery of those types of housing outcomes. Because again, we are a city that needs better transparency when it comes to growth. I think the sort of ambiguity around the DC formula and how we pay for it and what is state of good repair and what is new capital finance projects, we need clarity and transparency around all of that. You listen to our staff and we can hear just how difficult that is. But it can't all come from development charges. It's not fair. It's not fair to put that on the backs of new generations. It's not fair to put that on the back of future renters, and it's not fair to put that on the back of future Torontonians. So we need to think thoughtfully about that. We need to make sure that we're aligning our policy objectives, the aspirations we have with housing, with the municipal finance regime that is going to facilitate and support those outcomes. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, we are ready for you now. I believe the staff have your motions. So if we can put it on the screen, Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you. So I was explaining, my first motion is with regards to affordable home ownership. And we had this conversation at executive, and it's just to ensure that the program that we currently have is the grant program is gonna reflect the increase that we are approving, most likely approving here today. The second motion is to deal with the missing middle housing. We do have parts of our city where we're having actually population decreases. I represent one of those areas. I have, in the last 5 years, actually lost about 2,000 residents in my area. We're having population decreases. We are allowed multiplexes. The infrastructure is there. And one of the impediments that I keep hearing people bringing up to build more of these kinds of housing is actually the value of the DCs. And so I hope that I can get your support to get this addressed here today. We have done it in laneway houses and coach houses. I think it is important to give this a step forward to have this form of housing being built where it can right now, and then have the discussion as we plan to have for next term as well. I do want to follow a little bit on what Councillor Bradford was saying, because I think that we need to align these financial tools more with the policy directions that we have in this council. And we have to do this review every 5 years, and I know that there's going to be further reports coming through to council on DCs and incentive programs. It is important that these financial reports and these financial tools respond to what we want to have being done. If we want missing middle, we can't just burden with these kinds of DCs. We have to have the incentives being created. The same thing that we had the discussion around rental at executive. We had in the 60s and 70s, 40% of the units built in this city were rental units, purpose-built rental, which give people a lot more secure of tenure. Today, we had 15%. It was about 6% in 2017. We were about 15% in last year. But we know that that number is being greatly affected because of everything that is happening. And so the mayor put forward a motion to have that work being dealt with and that approach being done with the federal government and the provincial government. So and we decided not to have the increase on the rental. And I think these are important initiatives because yes, we need to pay for the infrastructure. I firmly believe in what the mayor said, that we can't just think about the houses. People need the community centers, people need the infrastructure. But we also have to be smart on how we use these incentives and use these tools to make sure that then the growth is happening where we want it to be, and the kind of units that we need in the city are the ones that are getting built. And so there has to be a further alignment in the planning, the housing secretariat, and our financial tools. There's no question about it. So I hope that as we move forward, we have that happening. I just want to, because we were discussing the 3 reports in here, it's going to be interesting to see how we're going to be working with the CBC in the future. Because one of the things, and this is a little bit out of our control, but I do want to make this comment because we've seen a lot of good projects coming out of the in-kind Section 37. So many of us have put together great community facilities, have put together, different Section 37s to build libraries, to, put things into developments. We've lost all that opportunity. So I think as a city building tool, it's really a shame that we're not going to have the opportunity to see that happening anymore because we don't have that opportunity. I hope that, we are asking the province to give us the chance to register a lot of these in-kind things on title that we used to get, because there's a lot. Section 37 sometimes was not only cash. There was a lot of in-kind things that we were able to get secured in developments that were secured through that agreement. And we are losing that opportunity. And so that is concerning. Obviously concerning it is as well the fact that we're going to get a lot less money than we were going to get. But I think this city building innovative way of doing things that happen in so many projects, as so many of us were able to do in our communities, it's really really sad to see that gone, and see if we can continue to work with our staff to make sure that the CBC continue to produce at least similar results.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you. I have a motion, if clerks can put it on the screen.
Sorry, are we allowed to ask questions to the mover? Madam Chair, I thought Councillor.
Yeah, yes, you are. If you want to ask questions to the previous speaker.
Yeah, I put my name down. I think Councillor Perks might have had his name down too.
I don't see your name here.
Okay.
Hold on, I see it now.
Yeah.
I see it now. Sorry, it just came up on the screen.
That's all right.
Okay, Councillor Perks, you have a question to the previous speaker?
Yes.
3 minutes.
Yes, on your, thank you. Through you, Speaker, to Councillor Bailao. On the first motion, I just want to make sure I understand the phrase charges the second and, if necessary, third and fourth residential unit. When is it not necessary? I don't understand.
Because we already exempt the second and auxiliary. So for example, right now in our wards where we can have different units, you don't pay for the first secondary unit and you don't pay for laneway housing, right?
Yeah.
So if necessary, right?
Okay, I just want to make sure it's
Yeah.
clear, like what
It's to
the
a top of
necessity that
four.
may or may not be there. And the other thing is, I see that you haven't tied this in any way to the cost or tenure of the units. So whether they're, you co-own a house, and there are 2
somebody
units in
creates
it
a
that sell for
condominium.
$1 million each.
So
Or
you're
is-
saying, that's a good point, no condominiums allowed kind of thing. You want to move an amendment on that? Let's work this out. Like, there's a
So
few more
you'd
speakers.
be willing to go back and
Yep.
and try to tie
Yep,
it
I
to
see what you mean.
something to do with tenure or
Yep,
affordability?
yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a question to the previous speaker?
Yeah, on the same first recommendation, and this isn't tied to someone's principal residence. So any sort of land speculator that wants to buy a house and put extra units in, he's going to get exempt from he or she's going to get exempted from development charges. Do I have that correct?
Any property owner that owns a home and has, extra units, The same thing as right now, we have the second auxiliary, the second unit and the laneway or coach house.
So you're basically exempting developers if they're smaller developers from paying DCs, but they're just developers just the same as any other developer. They just get a benefit because they're doing it on a single lot. Have I captured that?
I'm just trying to allow for some growth in a part of the city where the growth already exists, the infrastructure already exists, and in some areas like mine and many many, I mean, the maps have been going around, there's actually been a population decrease in many of these neighborhoods. So it's not like they're growing. The growth is not happening. So the concept of growth paying for growth, what we're saying in these neighborhoods, there's actually been a decrease in the population. So let's allow for some of these units to happen in there, have some of this, this housing being created, much needed housing, and use this as a form to incentivize that.
Yeah, so small-time developers get a windfall as opposed to just regular developers that have to pay full DCs.
Like I said, anybody that would create these units, Councillor, a homeowner, anybody that develops those units.
So this is a windfall for land speculators.
That's your description. It's not mine. If you describe missing middle and the whole concept of other units as land speculation, I don't think is so. I think it's a very good form of housing in 35% of our land that has not seen growth. In most of the parts has seen a population decrease that is well served by infrastructure. And when you're facing a housing crisis, I think it's a good way to ensure that these units are being provided for the people of Toronto to live in. And we do have 50% of our population that rent and 50% of our population that own. So both will benefit because some will own and some will be rental units, and 50% of the people of Toronto do rent.
And most especially the land speculators are going to win on this.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. Councillor Holliday has a question for you, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
How does this benefit the tenant of the new dwellings?
How does that benefit?
Benefit the tenant of the new dwellings, the new units?
Well, I think in a lot of neighborhoods, if you don't allow for these units to be created, a lot of people will not be able to live in many, many neighborhoods in our city, correct?
But
So
how does that benefit the tenants?
it benefits
If they're
because
out looking for a place to live and the rent is dictated by the market, how does it benefit the tenant? It sounds like it makes it cheaper for the landlord to build the space and then they keep the money.
it literally brings more supply into the equation. And we saw when supply, I can give you an example of what happened, for example, in downtown Toronto when we had more supply of rental. As soon as the pandemic hit, our rents came down $500 because there's more supply as well. So it allows people to live in our neighborhoods. It brings more supply. This form of construction, because it's wood frame, it's usually more economical as well. So it has several incentives, but I'm surprised that coming from you. You are such a staunch defensive of market policies. You want me to control rents now?
Would you agree? No. I'm just trying to get at the economics. Would you agree, though, that if you are purchasing a property with development potential, and that would be to put extra units on it, and the fact now that you don't have to pay DCs, do you think that that would have an impact on the purchase price? Because a clever vendor would know that. So what I'm getting at, would you concede that the economics are a little complicated on these things?
I understand that the economics that my residents, because I represent an area that has this built form, and they say that the biggest impediment for them to do this kind of property, to have these units, is development charges. And so in order to have these units being built and available for people to rent and to live in them and to live in our neighborhoods, I think this is a good way to deal with this issue.
So to be clear on this, the go decision of the people that are building second, third, and fourth suites is whether they pay a DC check to the city. Is that what you just told me?
Say that again, sorry?
In other words, I think you just told me, I just want to confirm I heard it right, in the neighborhood you were talking about, the go, no-go decision by people that want to build a second, third, or fourth suite on their property is based on whether or not they cut a check for DCs to the city.
I've encountered a lot of residents that have told me that they're not going to build the units because it just doesn't make sense. It's too much. They don't have that source of funds available. And if not, with the construction costs, with DCs, with everything, it's just too much and they end up not
They
building.
didn't have the funds available, so now they're looking to the
Yeah,
city.
that was your last question. You have 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Is there more?
Councillor Fillion, did you speak already?
Rose to introduce motion, but then you went back to questions.
Okay, Councillor Fillion to speak.
So if staff can put the motion on the screen, I'll read it out. The City Council requests the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, in consultation with the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, to maintain flexibility to reallocate funding to emergent community-based priorities as part of the Community Benefits Charge allocation methodology. Joe? So the purpose of this is for staff to create as much flexibility as they can within an inflexible world. And Councillor Bailau spoke about it very well, that it will become incredibly difficult to do some of the things that some of us have done in the past. For example, I have on the agenda today a new childcare center being built at no cost to the city, leased to the city for $1 a year for 99 years. And that was due to, that didn't even exist 2 months ago. It was an applicant agreed to do that, and we worked out a way to do it so it didn't cost them time or money, and it will help them with their rental units and in being good citizens, so why not? I'm not quite sure how any of that gets done in the future. The rules are so punitive and inflexible. This is, all very bad news for communities. And just on the financial side, for those who are thinking, oh, the poor developers are getting hit with, greater development charges that are being phased in. If those charges were to be introduced today in Willowdale, the development community would still be ahead by quite a lot, because the difference between the Section 37 and the CBC in Willowdale in particular, because of the fairly unique planning rules, probably the difference is more like 70%. So 46% increase in development charges, a 70% decrease in Section 37. So it is going to be really tough for a lot of councillors to keep up with things like childcare centers, which are not part of the DC bylaw, and I don't know how they're going to get built unless other levels of government provide the capital funding. It's just going to be really difficult. And even if the other levels do provide the capital funding, I don't know how you roll that into coming up with new plans. But hopefully council and the next council and the staff will come up with some ways of doing this, because it is obviously vital to all of us and to our communities that as we have growth, that we are able to keep up with all of the essential services to meet the demands. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support the report, but I have some concerns about the current marketplace, as I think Councillor Bradford has illustrated very, very clear about. I echo what he says about the current marketplace. My own involvement with the real estate sector tells me that this may not be the right time to increase the DC charge by so much. Although it's been kind of phased in, it really helps. And, building materials and labor costs for instructions are rising, and we have inflation and we have high mortgage rates. and they will only continue to go higher. We are operating in such a different market than we used to. And now we have a lot of project delays or cancellations. And at a time that the council puts housing affordability number one, I'm not sure adding this one will, to the price of a residential unit is necessarily the right strategy. And I would believe that, like Councillor Bradford said, the developers will just download it back to the consumers, and which is not a very, very good thing to do. And in terms of the CBC, I really wanted to think that how this money is going to be spent is very important to local councillors, because if we cannot determine where the funds raised by the CBC in the ward to stay in the ward, we're having a bit of a difficulty having the residents to buy in. I do have a development just last month on council that we had $1 million CBC, Section 37, and the residents only buy in because that we tell them that this $1 million is going to be spent right in the ward, because they have a petition and they really, really against it. And when I sell them with the Section 37 money that we can get some community benefit out of it, they kind of buy in, although not all of them do that. But I think it's very important that we spend as much as possible back to the ward. But I really look forward to the allocation strategy that staff is coming up, and I will support Councillor Fillion's motion, as well as I will support Councillor Bailau's motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak. Councillor Perks, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. This issue is a tremendous struggle for me. The City of Toronto is profoundly constrained in terms of its ability to spend money to achieve public good. We are limited in terms of the tax tools we can use. We don't have access to taxes that grow with the economy. We don't have access to taxes that generate large returns. We don't have access to taxes that are, well, we have one or two, but most of our tax base is not, broadly speaking, progressive. So as a result, if we're going to pay for the costs of development, we are stuck with very bad choices indeed. What we really need is a federal and a provincial funding partner for the infrastructure for growth, from which they get income tax and sales tax. Or we need a federal and provincial government who is willing to give us access to part of those revenue tools. Many of us on this council for a long time have been arguing that we need 1% or 1 cent of the sales tax. If we had that, we would have the capacity to fund an awful lot of the necessary growth-related infrastructure. But we don't. By law, we don't have those options. Now, I've argued many times that one of the constraints we put on ourselves artificially is keeping property taxes low. As I said during the budget debate, though, we've now transitioned to a place with the City Building Fund where we actually are increasing property taxes considerably above inflation. So we're using the tools that are available to us, and we're now stuck with this problem. If we do not increase development charges, we do not have the revenue to buy new buses, we do not have the revenue to construct new childcare centers, we do not have the revenue to fund affordable housing projects. Further, we heard quite clearly from city staff that we are legally constrained in our development charges. Legally constrained. We have to show that these are only growth-related projects. And as we all know, if we ever attempt to take any money out of a development charge reserve fund and put it into state of good repair or operating, we run deep legal risks to our whole capacity and ability to collect development charges. Also, we know that less than half of that growth-related funding comes from development charges. Already, the majority of growth-related costs are borne off the general tax base, the property tax base, the land transfer tax, or user fees. We are terribly, terribly handcuffed. And here we are in a real estate market where little margins do count. Little margins do count. And as a result, we're now in the perverse circumstance of the only way we can pay for affordable housing, because the federal government's program is too constrained and the provincial government program is non-existent, is by increasing development charges on housing for people in the middle income quintiles. It's a perverse situation, and it's one that's not sustainable. So, you know, looking at this, I've been struggling. I've been having a lot of conversations with people trying to figure out where's the right place to land. And I think the best I can come up with is this. I will vote for this today, but I'm only voting for this today because I have the assurances that the motions that Councillor Layton brought earlier this term, that we get a long-term financial plan on our desks at the beginning of the next term so we can really tackle fair ways of paying for our infrastructure, so that we can really have progressive taxation tools, so that we can really fund affordable housing and transit and all of the things that we need for a growing population. It's only because I know those tools, we have to look at a sales tax. We have to look at getting the federal and provincial governments to contributing to affordable housing and other programs much more substantially than they have, that I can hold my nose and live with this today. Because if we don't have this, it all stops dead. And nobody benefits from building housing in a city that can't provide basic services.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes. The irony in all this is that as we go into this new regime, which is not of our making, it's the provincial government, there's such a transformational shift happening to our financial markets here in Toronto and here in Canada and North America. So there's so many variables, even before, again, staff put forth this report and the long-term motions we've had. There's a fundamental reset taking place right now. I mean, I am quite frequently talking to investors, developers in my ward. I've got 82 major developments in my ward. That's more than 6 Canadian provinces combined. So I'm talking to builders on a regular basis, and they're telling me, folks, there's a reset. So these discussions we're having, this report, it's already outdated. It's not relevant now because everything has changed. And you tell me where it's going to stop. No one can tell you where it's going to be stabilized. So this is a very thoughtful, very thorough analysis done by our staff on how to deal with these changes. But this thing is such a unprecedented situation that we're faced with. And you can see what the Bank of Canada has been doing, unprecedented increase of 1%. You can see what's happening, you know, I'm sure you're getting it. I think Councillor Lau talked about projects being canceled. I don't think they're being canceled, certainly not in my ward. I got 2 new applications yesterday coming into my ward. One for three towers down from you, and another 8-story. I couldn't believe it. 8 stories came in. I said, wonderful, the low rise. So anyways, they're still coming in despite this incredible change that's taking place. So I think we've got to cooperate, obviously, with the 2 levels of government, and I think they've got to give their heads a shake too, because I don't think they realize the change that the financial markets that are taking place and the impact they're going to have on us providing housing, on the impact it's going to have on the development industry, and the construction industry, and all the related industries in Toronto, because that's one of the backbone industries we have. So when you have this fundamental seismic shift in our finances here in Canada and in Toronto, and we're trying to weave this path forward, I mean, I just don't know how we can really do it in a way that takes into account circumstances that nobody knows what the conclusions are going to be tomorrow, never mind next year, next month. So I really hope that staff somehow has a crystal ball that can predict what's going to happen to world markets and financing and the demands that are out there, and will people still buy purpose-built rental? Will they still buy condos with mortgage rates going up and the cost of, we saw rent has now gone up another 20% in Toronto, whatever. So these are uncharted waters. So I just think we have to be very flexible. We have to listen to everybody, whether it's the housing advocates, we've got to listen to the development, the construction industry, to our investor markets, which are very important in Toronto too, because all these developments, all this housing needs money. And, you know, we've been living, you know, with free money for the last 15 years. Free money, 1%, 0%. So the bubble is so big because everybody thought money's free. People buying $1.5 million mortgage, $1 million mortgages. Oh yeah, no problem, 1%. The chickens have come home to roost. So we've got to find a way of giving people some guidance through these very, very, as I said, troubled waters that we're facing right now. And I certainly don't have the answers, but I just caution, let's be flexible, let's be understanding, let's listen to everybody, because we're all in this together, whether we like it or not.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, would you like to speak?
Speaker, just before Councillor Pasternak speaks on a point of order.
Sure.
For the benefit of our hardworking clerks table and staff and councillors, there has been some food, and this is in deference. That when we suggested sitting till 8 o'clock, people said it's a long time to go without having, so there's a bit of food up there, which I hope you'll get. And just so that there's no misunderstanding of those watching, it was arranged by me and not at the taxpayers' expense. The taxpayers should probably quite reasonably, when we sit late, have this as something that they might invest in having sound decision-making made, but there is no issue of that at this point in time. Well, see, I knew you would say that, and so we'll get you more than a sandwich. But having said that, it is there, so please, please go and take advantage of it, because we are going to sit till 8 o'clock, and it was one of the points that was made if we do sit here. So it's there now upstairs in the members' lounge.
Okay, thank you. Councillor.
Thank you for being a civilized gentleman.
Councillor Pasternak, you took your name off? Oh.
No, I
Okay,
have to
Councillor-
move a motion, so, no, I'm there, I'm on.
Were you on or not?
I'm on. So, yeah, I have a motion. Madam Speaker, if we could put it on the screen, I'll go through it. This is a hospice that is being planned and developed in our ward. It's a crucial facility for the local community and the wider community. This motion forgives the development charges. This is transitional housing of the most desperate kind, and we're asking the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to report back to the Executive Committee on the financial incentives needed to ensure that all non-for-profit charitable hospices in the city are exempt from development charges. We'll see what they have to say on the long-term plan for this. Clearly, if we have an aging population in the city of Toronto, we must be prepared. And a city is often judged by the way they treat their seniors and the care that they give them at end of life. So this is an opportunity to create a case study where we're helping out a hospice get built and serving the wider community for those who are and need end of life care. I would simply say in this debate, look, nobody likes development charges. No one likes taxes. And clearly, I'm one of those who joined that chorus. But you know, if you look at, for instance, the history of the building of social housing, particularly in the United States, where they built massive amounts of social housing in many large urban centers, what they did was they built the housing, and two things happened over time. One was when they first moved in, everything was state of the art and everything was in good shape, but they didn't have funds for state of good repair, so things fell apart quickly. The other thing was there was no community. There was no community resources. There was no community center. There was no daycare. There were no wraparound services. So the whole system kind of fell apart. So if you're going to build, you have to have it as a complete community. I think we all agree on that. Many of the developers in the city do not like paying development charges, but they must understand, and I think they do understand, that they're more likely to sell their units if people are moving into a fulsome community. In other words, having the assets that I've just mentioned, a local library, a community center, some recreational facilities. That's when people buy into a community, parkland. In other words, this is the greatest sales pitch you can make, not just the unit itself, but the neighborhood they're buying into. And I realize it's easy for me to sit here. I'm not in the building industry, but I know what people look for when they try and select a place to live. They want a local school, they want a local park, they want a local community center, they want good transit and good road system, and that is really what drives sales. And it is this is not so much a cost center. It is an investment in their property, a lifelong investment in their property, to make sure that the people who buy into their property are given a complete neighborhood and a complete community where they live. And I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Oh, sorry. Mayor Tory, sorry.
Speaker, thank you. I'll just make a couple of comments because I had a chance to talk about this earlier in introducing the report of the Executive Committee this morning. But I think this has been a good discussion. And I think, you know, the main point has to be the one that was just made by Councillor Pasternak right at the very end of his remarks, which is that, you know, we would all rather, I'm sure, be able to say to the development industry, we'd rather be able to say to all the taxpayers, we don't have to collect any taxes anymore. You know, everything's just going to carry on without collecting any money from you. We'd love to be able to say to everybody in the development industry, well, we don't have to charge any development fees. It's all just going to happen. Money's going to come from somewhere else. And the fact is, and it is something that I think we should be pursuing as a new council in the new term, those of us who are lucky enough to get back here, that, you know, the present arrangements with respect to municipal finance, certainly as regards the city, like the size and scope of the City of Toronto, are just not adequate unless you feel it is the best way to raise those money through development charges. And there are those who would say maybe it is a very fair way to do it, since you're saying to those who will be given the privilege of building something somewhere that they also will make a contribution to the you know, the infrastructure that is necessary around it. But I sort of sometimes, you know, and this is an argument the industry itself makes. When I used to be a broadcaster, I would talk about, when people would talk about increasing corporate taxes, I'd say, well, look, corporations really don't pay taxes. I mean, they either increase prices or they decrease their dividends, which are going to people's pension plans and whatnot, or they take it out of what they might have given to their employees in wages, because corporations themselves are just a paper entity. And so what is said here about the fact that this is either eaten by the developers or more likely passed on to the ultimate purchasers, whatever that means for the rest of the price of the home, is partly true. But somebody has to pay, you know, in the end for this infrastructure. And I think the most important point was the one that Councillor Pasternak made at the end, aside from a crusade we might go on yet again to try and give ourselves more financial flexibility in terms of how we can pay for this infrastructure with the support of the other governments. The point is, do we want to build a city where we're going to have all this growth take place and not have the community centers and not have the libraries and not have proper transit and not have adequate roads and not have, I mean, the schools are not our direct responsibility to build, but it was the best example that I was able to cite earlier on today, because we all know it, and somebody made reference to it earlier on. that you have to ask yourself, are we doing everything right when there are developments going up that we have approved with signs on them saying your child cannot go to school in this neighborhood? Taken to its extreme, where does that end? And so I'm convinced here in the course of very long series of discussions that our very capable staff have carried out, and I commend them again for their professionalism and their patience, that they've come up with a balanced package that vis-a-vis the first item, namely development charges themselves, is an increase that is warranted and very much related to an obvious list of capital projects that are required to support the growth. That is phased in so that it is not imposed all at once. And thanks to the efforts of people like the Deputy Mayor Bylaw and others, and some motions that I moved at Executive Committee, has a series of accommodations and exemptions that will be fairer to things we're trying to accomplish on in other means by affordable housing, supportive housing, smaller developments, and so on and so forth. And on the alternate parkland rate, I think that given that what was being worked on was not ready for prime time, a very fair result was to say, fine, we will leave the existing means of calculating that in place and continue to work on the calculation so that when a council comes back and has responsibility for this, they'll receive a revised recommendation. So in an ideal world, we'd stand up and say, good news, we don't have to do this anymore, but we're not in that world. We don't live in that world. Somebody talked about free money. I've taught my kids since they were born, to the point of they're getting bored with it, that nothing is free. And I think we all know that's actually true. And in this case, the infrastructure that goes with growth is not free, and it has to be paid for. We are very limited in how it can be paid for. We're limited, albeit that the other governments have been generous on occasion on things like transit. There are other things where we don't have as much support from them, and we've simply got to raise this money. And we put in a lot out of general tax revenues as well, because as we all know, these development charges don't even begin to pay for the infrastructure that has to be put into a growing city. So I commend this package as being something that is as good a job as could be done in the circumstances, and with more to come when it comes to doing the careful job of looking at the parkland dedication. The CBC, what can we do? I mean, it's imposed on us by law. We have to basically just implement it and hope for the best in terms of the quantum of money that we collect over time and the flexibility we have to address real community needs. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay. EX 34.1. Do we have bells? Do we still have those bells?
Are they up there?
Okay, members, if you're up in the council chambers, upstairs. So we have the first motion, 1A by Councillor Bylaw, on 34.1, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, may I have your vote verbally, please?
It's affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 18-5.
Okay, are there any more motions on this item? Okay, next motion. 1B by Councillor Bylaw. On favor? Carried. That's, Councillor Carroll's motion. On favor? Carried. Councillor Pasternak, motion. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, on item 2, we have one motion by Councillor Fillion. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, item 3, there are no motions, just on the item. On item 3, EX 34.3, on favor? Carried. Okay, that's it. So the next item is EX 34.1, Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit. Councillor Perks held the item down. Councillor Perks, do you have questions of staff?
Yes, I
Okay.
do.
Do we have staff around anywhere?
Madam Speaker, the teams are on via WebEx, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could confirm my understanding that this arrangement establishes service levels and fares for I forget how long, and fixes them.
Just in case it rings.
So,
Right here.
to you, Madam Speaker, it's Derek Teugel from Transit Expansion. I will start, and then I will transfer this over to our colleagues at the TTC. So the fare setting is done by the city and the TTC. That's
Okay.
part of the agreement. There's no change there. And with regards to the service levels, that's a discussion that occurs between the TTC and Metrolinx as part of the service agreement.
So the City of Toronto and the TTC cannot establish service levels by themselves. They have to, Metrolinx has to sign off.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That was my question.
Are there any other questions? Eglinton Crosstown? Operating and funding terms, seeing none, did you wish to speak, Councillor Perks?
Yes.
I thought you might.
Thank you, Speaker. So I can't vote for this agreement. The provision of transit that is entirely within the City of Toronto and is integrated theoretically with the rest of our network, our subway network, our bus network, but which does not allow us to establish service levels, even if we choose as a local government to fund them, is unacceptable to me. The City of Toronto, for example, has public policy goals around public transit that grow out of our climate plan. Our official plan says we want to get people out of cars and into transit. If we decide that we want to provide deeper subsidy and more service, more frequent service at night, so that people in neighborhoods across the City of Toronto are attracted to taking public transit, we are not permitted to do that. We have to get the permission of the provincial government to do that. It's unacceptable. It's a bad deal. I can't vote for it. That's all I wanted to say.
Did you wish to have a recorded vote on the item then, Councillor Perks? I heard you say you wanted to vote against. Okay. So councillors, on a recorded vote, it is the review of the Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit Train Operating and Funding Agreement.
Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please?
In favor?
The item carries. The vote is 18-3.
Okay, councillors. The next item is EX 34.6, a new commemorative framework for the City of Toronto's public spaces. Yes. And it was held by Councillor Lai, but I expect there are questions of staff. Do I see questions of staff on this item? I see, this is the commemorative framework. I see Councillor Holliday to question. If there are other councillors who may be snacking, they may want to put their name on the list to question, because currently we only have Councillor Holliday. Councillor Holliday, you want to proceed with questions of staff?
I do. I think they're rather brief, actually. Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. The first one's a very technical one. In the recommendations, it refers to the previous city street naming policy. The one that I got off the website was dated 2017. The one in the recommendations seems to be 2015. And I just wondered if there was a reason for that or if it was just a typographical issue.
Through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor Halliday, the 2017 is a wording change that was made. 2015 is the substantive policy.
Okay. And so either or would be just fine. I think there was a very minor change in 2017, but that's the intent, is the older policy.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, my second question, it actually may be for the clerk, but it's a technical one as well. But it talks about, I'm talking about the change in the new street naming policy. And I find the section here, it's under 8. But it talks about the city varying its policy. I'm going to paraphrase. I'm going by memory here because it took me a minute to find it. But it basically says that City Council can go ahead and waive parts of the policy for various reasons as to whether or not it meets criteria elsewhere in the policy. But is it not correct that Council can go and vary its policy whenever it wants?
5, 6, 6.
Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct. Council can vary from council-adopted policies.
So would the suggestion in this policy then be redundant?
Madam Speaker, it may be redundant. I would also, you may want to ask staff if there's another reason why it was included in the policy as it's written, but otherwise it could be considered redundant, yes.
Thank you. Is there a comment from staff then about why that was added?
Through the Speaker, yes, Deputy Mayor Halliday. The reference is to City Council being possibly able to waive Section 6.1.3 of the policy requiring that 75% of property owners on a street agree to the name change if policy is deemed by council to wanting to have that item waived. So the criteria in Section 8.1 of the policy also needs to be met. So really what we're saying is that council does have the ability to waive the 75% property owners on the street section of the policy. That's what we're speaking specifically to.
So the clerk said we could waive any part of the policy at any time. Why did staff suggest that be included in the new policy?
Through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor Halliday, it was included because of staff's desire to ensure that council is aware that there is a focus here on underscoring the equity considerations that are being addressed through this policy.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. I see Councillor Buxton Potts to question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through you, my understanding is that as part of this new framework, there is delegated authority to staff to handle the name change if it is being requested as part of sort of the anti-racism framework. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, through you, Speaker, to Councillor Buxton Potts. Sorry, it's 6:30. Yes, there is delegated authority, and that would specifically apply to wayfinding names for properties.
So sorry, just to clarify, is that for any wayfinding or only within a specific part of the policy related to name changes because of like a racist accusation against the existing name? Sorry, for clarity, through the Speaker, the delegated authority is only wayfinding names for properties. So it only applies to wayfinding names for properties, the delegated authority. Okay, I don't think I understand, but that's all right. Oh, so like a park or something like that? It wouldn't be for like a Wood Street, for instance, if someone wanted to rename that.
Through the Speaker, Councillor Buxton Potts, yeah, the delegated authority is most likely to apply in a Parks and Forestry scenario, and so that's where we would likely see that apply. So yes.
Okay, no worries. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yes, he is back. Councillor Pasternak, you had questions of staff?
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The work of Heritage Toronto is really to recognize historical incidents or achievements, or sometimes it's tragedies, events. Is this policy, is this a blanket policy for the work of Heritage Toronto? Will they follow this protocol?
Through you, Councillor, to the Speaker, Councillor Pasternak. Heritage Toronto's plaques are governed by their own policy. They were members of the advisory conversations in the working group, but they have policies and objectives that will apply separately than necessarily this particular document, but their policies will try to and aim to align with our objectives. That's their desire through the work that they've been doing with the city.
Now, sometimes our namings are for group events involving a large cluster of people. Whether it's an achievement, whether it's a great moment, whether it's a tragedy, how does this policy govern where it's a cluster of people, a group of people? Is that outside of the parameters of what you're trying to do?
Through the Speaker, Councillor Pasternak, it's really our intention that we are naming for our group within the parameters, and that we ask folks who are seeking to name to look at these principles as guidance when they're deciding to name a city asset.
So let's go over how this all works. So, in my time at City Hall, usually we did not advocate a renaming. We had someone we wanted to pay a tribute to, someone who contributed greatly to the local community, maybe someone who had done some remarkable achievements, and then we would put that name forward, usually to community council. We would have staff do some kind of public consultation, and then they would write a report back. Now, under this process, would staff then do substitute names if they're not on the equity-seeking groups list here? Would they then report back with substitute names for what we were trying to do on a local level, or would they adhere to what I guess the local councillor and community council were recommending?
Through the Speaker, Councillor Pasternak, most recently in 2019, there was a renaming that happened, and it was on the, I think it was Russell Street, if I'm not mistaken, and that name was changed to Ursula Franklin, and it was using the guidelines that were provided in the 2015 version of the street naming policy. So the policies have included naming at the local level, and it has actually happened in 2019 in advance of this particular work being done. So our objective is really not to take away any opportunity for community councils to have their say. It really is to provide guidance through the documents that we're bringing to committee and council.
Okay, so in recent years, just the last few years, I guess there were a few names that came forward. There were some new streets, and there were some street namings for some remarkable Italians in their local community. I think we did something for Monty Quintra, the former MPP who had served for 35 years in the area. We did rename one park from Clanton Park to Elie Wiesel Park. Does this process continue as is? And I'm just to ask this question a second time, will the I guess the wishes or the recommendations of the council councilor and the community council override or be respected by staff after the community consultation, or at least to conduct the community consultation? If you know where I'm sort of going with this.
Through this to the speaker, Councillor Pasternak, I think I know where you're going with this. I think what I would suggest to you is that, you know, the process for renaming or the guiding principles for consideration of renaming, they will consider, you know, the historical research. They will consider the support from community. So what I'm hearing you say is that community engagement needs to be meaningful, it needs to be acknowledged, and it will consider that. It will honor Indigenous ways of knowing and being. It will prioritize, you know, the thoughts of community members who are Indigenous and Black community and equity deserving communities. That includes Asian, South Asian communities. It will include the thoughts of Torontonians that have connections to stories about Toronto, and it will really acknowledge your voice as a councillor and the stories that you want to hopefully tell through commemoration in your area, in your ward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, speakers. Councillor Law, you held the item down. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to speak briefly on the item. I'm very pleased to see that the Asian and South Asian communities were added to the recommendations. And I wanted to thank Deputy Mayor Min Wong for moving that motion at executive. And I also like to thank the executive member for supporting this amendment. I am a member of the Mayor's Anti-Asian Racism Roundtable, and many members of the Asian community have been the victim of racism, especially in light of COVID. The Chinese community especially is the largest visible minority group in my community, and I'm very happy to see that this being brought forward. I just wanted to thank staff for bringing the report, but maybe in the future you could be more mindful on adding some of these equity seating group. I think you know, to put the more equitable lens to some of these reports, I think is very, very important. And finally, Speaker, I just still have some reservation about the renaming of the Dundas Street. My office has received many calls on the estimated $8 million cost, and many of these calls and emails were from visible minority residents. And in the future, when reviewing such change, which is what this report is all about, we have to do a better job in the research and consulting with the community. Thank you. Those are my remarks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have three motions, and I will paraphrase them very briefly for Council. Motion A is that we would amend the street naming policy to maintain the requirement to document support from the local community, which is a minimum of 75% of property owners or residents abutting the street or lane when considering review of a commemorative name, and that's from the existing policy. Motion B is that City Council amend the street naming policy in Attachment 2 to require that naming applications must be submitted to Community Council or City Council, where an application crosses the Community Council boundary, for review to determine whether staff should evaluate the naming proposal and report back. And I'll explain that in a sec. Motion number C is that City Council amend the street naming policy to require the applicants be responsible for the costs of renaming a street. And you know, before my colleagues laugh, it is the 2017 policy. And motion D is that City Council require that staff reports regarding commemorative renaming reviews contain a full cost accounting, including direct, indirect costs, and costs borne by residents and businesses. So members, we have a set of revised policies before us. We just heard from staff where this had just been used recently in another part of the city. And I went through this policy, and there's two parts to it. There's the forward-looking parts, the new framework, the guiding principles. And I think they give us a lot of information about where council can focus its attention on where new things can be named after people that maybe don't find themselves represented in the names of city streets and city assets and different items and assets in the city. And I think that's really interesting and exciting, and there's a piece in the report that says maybe we could develop a name bank. And I'd suggest maybe we develop them for each of the community council areas so they're a little bit more customized to the area within the city that they'll refer to. But you know, what a wonderful way to proceed forward. The part that I've had difficulty with is the stuff that looks backwards at what we've got in the city. And I just keep coming back to this idea that the policy speaks to a city that's in disrepute. And the purpose of that is to reevaluate a name that brings the city in disrepute. But that's a very, very political conversation. And my fear is if we change the policy the way that it is, it becomes many, many political conversations that's going to inundate this council. So my motions, although they sound very aggressive, actually just try to maintain the 2017 policy. And that policy says if you're going to come forward with an application, you bear the costs to do that, to make that change. And I get it, like council can change policies ad hoc if things come up. But I think it's a starting point that says, you know, we all share in this responsibility, and this is a very serious thing. But the most important message that I would leave is the other part that I want to make sure is enforced and restored. And in fact, it's in the policy now, and I'm suggesting this extra language that talks about City Council waiving the requirement for 75% of the residents. If it wants to, it can do that anyways at any point in time. But again, it's about sending a message. And the most important message I could leave to council is when I listened to the executive committee deputations, a business owner came in and he talked about how the change proposed to Dundas Street could affect businesses. And his example was when he moved his business to that street. And it cost his business $100,000. And he said he had the bills to prove it. And I have to wonder how many times people will be affected personally or in their businesses with City Council taking a decision. And that's why I think the whole idea of costs need to be brought before us. And this litmus test about bringing a city in disrepute, well, who better than the people most directly affected, the street that they live on or the street that they have their business on, to give us their opinion. And that's why I think getting 75% of their support is critical when making these changes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We do have questions. Councillor Mantis, 3 minutes clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Deputy Mayor Holliday, just a question on motion 1C.
Yes.
You're asking for the entire amount of the cost to be paid by the resident that you're putting forward the application, or will there be an application fee that the resident would have to pay for the process?
Well, all I'm suggesting is that we stick with our current policy. So I know you can't see it on the screen, but part 3.9 in the staff report in the attachment says all costs to this to the city involved in naming or renaming, and it says a private street, which is underlined, shall be the responsibility of the applicant. It just says street right now. So the proposal that's before us changes it to private street. I don't think we should change it to private street. I think we should stick to the current policy that we've got. It's worked for us so far. And it also sends a message that you just can't inundate the city because you feel like changing names all over the place, that everybody has a shared responsibility in the seriousness of this, including the residents and the businesses that are affected. And I'm not saying that council should crystallize this and cover our eyes and say this is our policy and that's the end of it. But the starting point is those that initiate the change have to recognize there's a tremendous amount of cost involved. And so, it could be a street with 1 or 2 or 3 addresses on it, or it could be a street with 10,000 addresses on it. And if it's a street with 10,000 addresses on it, well, all the more serious is the gravity of the decision and the costs that are involved. So again, this says, it reads like a giant policy change, but it's not. It's only saying the policy change that's being suggested before us today is not one that we should accept. They're not broken out in little pieces for us to pick and choose. So the clerks have advised me it's the way that it needs to be written, but basically this little underlined word that says private street should go back to what it says right now, which is street. That's all my suggestion is.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, I feel as if I have the right to speak to this because I went through a really difficult renaming of a street and it led to the naming of a park and some facilities as well in this term. And the reason that street naming and commemorative naming has become a hot topic was just beginning to be live at that moment in time. And so I was keenly aware of it, and we should remain keenly aware of it, which is why I urge you not to support a single one, not a single one, of Councillor Holliday's motions. He has forgotten, with respect, why we're having this conversation. All of these motions are fine if you're comfortable that you have benefited from white supremacy from the minute you were born to every minute of your life, and if you should so choose to name a street. But we're having this conversation because there are large communities that don't have the money to change the name of the big street that shall remain nameless. But in a country as redneck and as backward as the United States, in every city, there's a street named Martin Luther King Boulevard. And do we think that we asked the Black community to pay for it after all they went through? No, we did not. No, they did not. And no, I will not in this city. When we wanted to rename a street and a park because it had been very inappropriately named in a neighborhood that was just literally dripping with names of white settlers in every street, in every building, we didn't have a fight about it. We simply found out who were the first citizens on this land, and we empowered them to come up with the name. And having done so, they came up with a name. Fortunately, a beautiful name with a beautiful meaning. But the fact that we needed to empower them as part of Truth and Reconciliation meant that everyone knew, whether you liked the name or not, you didn't turn around and say, oh, we're taking that power back, we don't like that. Because that's not what we're supposed to be doing right now, quite frankly, as white people who cannot deny that from birth to every minute you live, you benefit from being white. And in the commemorative policy, we have to endeavor to change that. And this policy does that. And the executive committee, patiently for hours, I watched you all from home, listened to all the deputations, poured through it, and then came up with a good set of supportive recommendations. They supported the work of Ms. Blackman. They made a few changes. Councillor Lai is darn right. Councillor Minawong's addition to make sure that we're adding the Asian community to that was a beautiful addition. And the recommendations that are before us are sound. We should simply adopt them so that the work that needs to go on in this community can then continue.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen.
Councillor Perks, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Perruzza, if we can have your votes, please. Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please. Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Perruzza, may we please have your votes?
Pasternak, Councillor Perruzza, please remember of the vote.
Members participating remotely, if you're voting, can you please turn your cameras on? Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please?
Yes, you may, in the negative.
And Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote?
Can I just clarify what we're voting on?
This is motion 1A by Councillor Holiday.
In the affirmative. Affirmative?
Councillor Ainsley, if you're there, can you please turn your camera on or indicate your presence in the virtual chamber?
My apologies.
Motion 1A does not carry. The vote is 5-18.
Okay, the next motion Do we need a recorded vote on all of them? Okay, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, are you voting on them separately?
Yes, there's different motions.
Okay, so what's the next one?
We're voting on Councillor Holiday's motion, 1B.
Okay.
Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Filion, Councillor Mantis, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote verbally, please?
No. Negative.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor Robinson, may we please have your vote verbally?
Negative?
Thank you. Motion 1B does not carry. The vote is 5 to 18.
Motion 1C by Councillor Holiday, it's on the screen.
Mayor Tory, Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Perruzza, may I have your vote verbally, please?
Can you open it? Can you open the?
Councillor Perruzza, may I have your vote verbally, please?
Negative.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, may I have your vote, please?
Again?
Against? Thank you. And Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please?
Yes, I'm in the negative.
Thank you. Motion 1C does not carry. The vote is 1 to 22.
One more? Okay. One more.
You just can't resist. Doug thinks he learned all there is to learn.
Motion 1D by Councillor Holiday. Recorded vote.
Why wouldn't it say born by city? Oops.
Councillor Perks and Mayor Tory, may we please have your votes? Councillor Perruzza, may we please have your vote verbally?
Negative.
And Councillor Robinson, your vote, please.
Affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 1D does not carry. The vote is 8 to 15.
Item as amended? Oh, just the item. On the item, on favor?
Recorded vote, please, Speaker.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, please. Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please?
Didn't I just give it to you?
No.
Negative? Negative?
Thank you. And Councillor Robinson, may we have your vote, please?
5-4.
What was that on?
The item carries. The vote is 20 to 3.
Item is EX 34.7. Councillor Barlow, you originally held it down, but I think somebody, who else, because Councillor Barlow released it, right? But who held it down?
I've held
Review
it down,
can-
but I have no questions of staff, if anybody.
Oh. Okay, so are there any questions to staff? No? On the item, on favor? Carried. Councillor Holiday is asking for recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll.
And what does he want to do?
Councillor Perruzza, may I have your vote verbally, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 20 to 1.
Our next item is EX 34.8. Councillor Mehebi, you held that.
Yes, I'm not quite ready. We're trying to work on a refined motion, so we could wait a little bit. That
Okay,
would be
we'll go
great.
to EX 34.9, update on Toronto Hydroclimate Action Plan. Councillor Mehevic, are you ready for 3410? Waterfront revitalization. You held the item down?
Yes, do you have the motion?
I think we're ready for 34.9, Madam Speaker. The hydro item. I have a motion that clerks have. I don't need to ask any
But
questions.
apparently I was told that was timed till tomorrow. Was it timed?
believe
Yes,
it was a
Councillor
different
Layton, it was
hydro.
timed so the hydro staff could be here.
I thought it was only the one hydro item staff. That's time. That's fine.
Around
Okay.
the LRT?
Yes.
All right, so.
Madam Speaker, we can go to item 9.
Oh, item 31 was timed. Okay, so we can go to item 9. Councillor Layton, do you have questions?
Nope.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Update on Toronto Hydro Climate Action? No? So
Yes, I do.
Councillor
I have
Layton,
questions.
did
I
you
have
want to
questions.
speak?
I have questions.
Who's got questions?
Councillor Perks.
Okay, Councillor Perks, question.
Thank you. I don't know who's here from Toronto Hydro. Is it someone familiar with our climate plan, City of Toronto climate plan?
Yes, Councillor Perks. James Nolan from Environment and Energy in the chambers.
Ah, hi, Jamie. Oh my God, like there are human beings in the room with me. I get so confused. I'm staring at the screen. So I had a conversation with staff from Toronto Hydro about this report. And I asked them, as I have asked you before, if anyone can give me assurances that our electricity grid and or our local generation or our batteries or anything that we've got now or have in the works would create enough electrical capacity in the City of Toronto for the various measures in our climate plan, particularly the electrical vehicle component. And the staff from Toronto Hydro said, at present, they don't have a clear plan. Do you concur with that?
Through the speaker, and I understand Toronto Hydro staff are on, but I'll start. That is the work that we are going to be doing with Toronto Hydro in particular as it relates to the report back on their rate case. Believe it's due next summer to the OEB. So we'll be working with them related to Transform TO, the implementation of it, and what that means from a grid perspective, and as it relates to any investments that are needed.
And like the kind of investments that we're talking about here are non-trivial. I mean, the last time the Ontario power system looked at how to get more electricity into the City of Toronto on a scale that could handle electrifying our vehicle fleet, I think the proposal was $100 billion and knocking down neighborhoods all the way along the Don Valley. Like it's a non-trivial exercise getting the electrical capacity to do the kinds of things like we would need to do to electrify our vehicle fleet, right?
Through the speaker, I might ask Toronto Hydro to speak to that. I know there were some high-level estimates included in their original climate action plan.
Through you, Speaker, Toronto Hydro's climate action plan speaks to the distribution system investments that are required. And we've extrapolated that the net zero strategy could require $10 billion in investments on just that type of infrastructure. Councillor Perk's question goes to the broader question, and it would certainly be a much greater expense for all of that generation and transmission capacity he's referring to.
And I'm correct that we don't at present have, I wouldn't even call it a roadmap. We don't even know what, like, we don't know whether this is new generation capacity or whether it's new wires coming into the city, or new batteries, or what proportion, or where, even if there's land to do those things. Like, we're not even at the point of forming a plan to have a plan, are we?
Well, our plan, the climate action plan, recognizes that the need for electricity will be to get from wherever it comes from, be it outside of the city or inside of the city. Outside could be a nuclear power plant, the hydro plants in Niagara Falls, new solar, new wind. But in Toronto, it could be from local solar. It could be from local geo-sourced power. And our plan is about wherever it might come from, it's got to move around within the city. And so that's the plan that we've started to put together. And
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Sorry, go
but you can't ask me to believe that we would transition the entire fossil fuel vehicle fleet in the city of Toronto to local geo-sourced electricity. You can't ask me to believe that that's actually a viable path by itself, right?
and that I wasn't asking you to believe that.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Layton, do you want to speak?
Sure, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I have a motion. Clerks, I think it was advanced circulated, or it may have not been, but clerks can display it. City Council, on behalf of the City of Toronto, as shareholders, request Toronto Hydro to expand its business activities beyond electricity distribution services by working through the council-approved net zero climate leadership table to ensure coordination and enhanced investment while avoiding duplication with city programs and services such as the Home Energy Loan Program, Mayor's Green Will, when implementing climate action. City Council direct the EED to report back at the end of 2023 on recommendations for the Toronto Hydro's role in climate capital improvement potential opportunities and identify any regulatory policy changes required from other levels of government and enable Toronto Hydro to own and operate climate action assets. 3, City Council, on behalf of the City of Toronto, direct the city manager to submit a net zero 2040 GHG reductions target and related Transform TO targets to Toronto Hydro for consideration in local capacity planning, processed with the IESO and Toronto's 2025-2026 rate application at the Ontario Energy Board in order to advocate technical capacity for necessary grid expansion and request Toronto Hydro report back in their annual progress report on the status of local capacity planning and integrating net zero 2040 goals. And City Council request city staff to intervene in regulatory proceedings as necessary to ensure Transform TO net zero goals are recognized and realized. First, let me say a thank you to Toronto Hydro staff. We've got a couple here, Amanda and Andrew, for their work on this. I believe that this is a deviation from the status quo in how Toronto Hydro has proposed to interact with the city's policy around Transform TO and our climate goals. While it's not as far as I wanted to see it in the first, I wanted to see us make a bigger leap in the first, in those first steps to catch up. I think it does tee us up to have or play a more significant role as the shareholders in actually achieving our climate targets, with the utility that will play a major role. Councillor Perks is right. Where we get our electricity will also be incredibly important as we transition over. We can't simply assume that every kilowatt is a green kilowatt. And there's a lot we can do locally through things like the Home Energy Loan Program to help add distributed energy renewable energy generation to the grid. I did it on my home, which I can talk about now because I no longer have a conflict. But we added about 60% of the electricity needed to heat, cool our home and our hot water and run everything and cook everything. And we did do it all on our rooftop. Now, that's not to say everyone's able to do that. And certainly we also don't have a car to power, so that would contribute to our overall energy consumption as a household. But it does indicate that there is some room there for us to do better locally on the generation side. Where we have to actually have or can play a major role as the local distribution or the major shareholders in the local distribution system is give them direction to start moving customers over from greenhouse gas generating energies like fossil fuels that we use in our cars or natural gas that we use in our houses for water and heat or cooking, and start moving them over to the electricity supply. It's going to take a long time. We're not going to get everyone there right away, but we need to be transitioning people in that direction while we also ensure that we have a green grid, one that's powered by renewable energy, which is, I think, another discussion that goes a bit further. We can have some of it here with Toronto Hydro, but it also then starts to take into account provincial generation. So I thank staff for these steps. While I would have loved them to be a little bit bigger, I appreciate that change is hard, but we are moving in the right direction. So I'm happy to make these put forward these motions that I think strengthen it, but also have a lot to do with ensuring that we're being a more active voice with our regulator, as well as teeing up the next steps that I hope we can take as a city towards achieving our net zero target. And thank you to Chair McKelvey as well as Lewis and the Mayor's office for helping me through working with Hydro in the motion.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll echo, sorry, I do have a motion. I just have some minor cleanups to a couple of the motions that are brought forward at the Mayor's Executive Committee, and those have been advance circulated. I'll just echo Councillor Layton's thanks to everybody that's been involved in this initiative, both on the Toronto Hydro side, at the City of Toronto side, and as well working in the Mayor's office to get to a good place where we can advance climate action goals together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. It is no mystery, no secret, no surprise to anyone who pays attention to energy economics and the way that electricity is developed and delivered in the province of Ontario, that it has never been possible for us to achieve climate change goals by simply replacing the fossil fuel vehicle fleet with an electric fleet. This has been a known thing for decades, that the capacity of our generation system and our transmission grid cannot do it. It's been known for decades that that path doesn't work. And yet, because it is easier to tell people you can have an electric car than you can't be using a car to go to work every day, we continue to develop climate plans based on electric vehicles, which we know will not work. We have always known it won't work, and we continue to put them in front of people. It's profoundly disappointing. I have been asking since the beginning of the conversation on Transform 2.0, how are you going to deal with the automobile? You can't solve it with electric vehicles. And I keep getting told there's a report coming, there's a report coming, there's a report coming. You know what? This is the report. And I asked the authors of the report, do you have even the beginnings of a plan for how you would get that much electricity into the City of Toronto and where it would come from? And you know what the answer was? We don't know. It is exhausting beyond the telling to have it plain and clearly technically impossible for us to rely on the measures that are in our climate plan to actually be able to work in order for us to meet net zero. It is just exhausting to know that it can't work and that we continue to put it forward as the main option because it's too hard to tell people that if you want to get to net zero, we have to stop having people drive personal vehicles every day. One day, I hope we get a climate plan that actually acknowledges that well-known fact.
Okay, thank you. So let's put the motion by Councillor Layton on the screen. It's on the screen, motion 1. On favor? Carried. Item is amended on. Oh, Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion? Huh? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I don't even remember. It was so fast. Motion by Councillor McKelvey. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, let's see if we can do one more item. 10's ready. Councillor Mihevik?
Yes, thank you. I don't need to speak to it. There are two motions.
Well, hold on. Let me see if anybody has any questions. EX 34.10. the phase of the new update on the next phase of waterfront revitalization. Are there any questions? No. Councillor Mahevic, speak.
Thank you. This is pretty well, it says all wards, but it's the main part is in the waterfront represented by Ward 10. There are two motions, and really this is cleaning up some wording and emphasizing at a political level things that are kind of hinted at in the report, but this puts it very clearly. One is to reaffirm the Waterfront East LRT transit as a priority project that is critical for future phases of the waterfront revitalization. We debated that last month. This puts it in the body of the recommendations. And the second one is around inclusive economic development, to pay attention to who gets the jobs, make sure that people who hitherto perhaps have been not as included in the economy of the city, fully participate in the development of the waterfront. I would regard these as frankly cleanup motions emphasizing the values that we all hold dear. I love it, Francis, when you listen to me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on the motion?
Two of them.
Yeah, we'll put the motion on the screen. There it is by Councillor Mahevic, motion 1A. On favor, carried. Motion 1B by Councillor Mahevic, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, EX 3412. Councillor Robinson, you held it down. Canada Infrastructure Bank Credit Facility.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on.
I'm just gonna release it.
You're just gonna, but hold on, let me see if anybody's any questions. Anybody has any questions? No? So you're just gonna release it, Councillor Robinson?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just gonna release it and just simply say this is very important for the TT Green Bus Program. So, that's all I'm gonna say. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
I'm going to hold that then.
On favor?
Councillor Perks, I'd like to hold it. Oh, we're on the item?
We're on the
Okay.
item.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to it then.
Okay, Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. So this is the famous Canada Infrastructure Bank, where instead of municipalities, which get favorable interest rates, going out onto the market at our favorable interest rates, issuing debt to pay for the purchase of buses and other stuff, you instead go to this infrastructure bank where private investors are guaranteed a rate of return beyond what we would have to pay if we simply issued public debt. So that we bring in, bring in all these new private investors to help pay for infrastructure. It is a sort of a backdoor triple P in terms of how you finance stuff. Instead of just issuing public debt, which is at a lower rate of interest, you create this facility where you're paying a return out to private investors at a higher rate. It is fiscally silly, and it is just part of some very showy thing that the federal government did to try to say, instead of raising taxes to pay for the federal share of stuff, we'll create this infrastructure bank. It's just dumb. It's bad public finance. I'm not voting for it.
Okay, so on the item, on favor?
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, oh, thank you. Councillor Robinson, did you want to vote on this item before we close the vote, or on item EX 34.12?
Affirmative.
Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 20-1.
Thank you. Our next item is EX 3415. Councillor Carroll, you held it down. 3415, the capital variance. Okay.
If clerks have it ready, I just have a technical motion to do with spending some Section 37 funds. I did. It's Section 37 funds. I found the last coins and I scraped them off the floor. Moi? Happy to. Sure. Yes.
The motion's on the screen.
Oh, on this screen, here we go. That City Council amend the 2022-2031 approved capital budget and plan for parks, forestry, and recreation for the Bellbury Park Improvements sub-project in the Park Development Project by increasing the total project cost of $156,000 from $300,000 to $456,000. And I would have to awkwardly scroll up, but I'm hoping that folks can consider it read. These are motions drafted by staff that simply move participatory budgeting funds from one reserve to the other, but they all originated as development dollars. There's no debt or property tax funds involved.
But aren't these partly my monies too?
Nope. If they were CBCs, the answer to that question might be yes, but they're Section 37 funds, so the answer to that question is no.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen. Does anybody have any questions?
And this is an additional motion. I'm also moving a technical motion that needs to be moved with this item so that the clerk can dispense with it, that City Council adopt the following recommendation in the transmittal from July 15th, 2022 from the Toronto Transit Commission Board, that City Council approve an increase to the Toronto Transit Commission's 2022 capital budget by 3.152 million gross and zero debt to undertake the Kennedy Station Infrastructure Relocation Capital Project for the Scarborough Subway Extension, with the total project cost to be fully funded by Metrolinx. So it's take the money. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to speak briefly to the first motion that I moved. I think the second one is self-explanatory, coming out of the TTC Commission. But to the first one I moved, this is yet another lament. And it's worth saying this evening before we go, because we adopted today moving to the CBC system. I have in as many neighborhoods as possible, and wherever we have a larger amount of Section 37 than normal due to large site development, I've always hived off about $500,000 of it and democratically decided in the community using participatory budgeting methods developed first in Brazil and honed in New York City to decide how those funds would be spent. Makes me very sad to be doing it tonight and wonder how I'm going to do it in the future. Those are my comments.
Thank you. So on the motion by Councillor Carroll, on favor, show of hands. I have two hands. On favor, carry. Okay, on the next motion by Councillor Carroll. It's on the screen, 1B. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Counselor Perks?
Yes?
Has a conflict on a portion of this item, so we'll do the vote, the recorded
Item,
votes.
we will have a recorded vote on the last item. The mayor has an interest on part of it. So we need a recorded vote. Okay, so we're going to have a recorded vote on motion 1B. Members of council, if you can please take your seats. We need a recorded vote on this one. Councillor Pasternak. Recorded vote.
Councillor Pertza, may we have your vote, please? And Councillor Cole? Councillor Cole, if you can turn on your microphone and give your vote verbally, we'll record it for you. Thank you.
Roots and I are affirmative.
Motion 1B carries unanimously, 20 in favor.
That's votes taken. Okay, motion 1A. Do we need a recorded vote on this? Yes? Okay, recorded vote.
Counselor Carroll, Counselor Thompson, Counselor Perruzza, your votes, please. Counselor Pasternak, may we please have your vote? Counselor Perruzza, your vote, please. Motion 1A carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
As it pertains to the conflict by the mayor. Recorded vote. Yeah.
The item is amended as it pertains to the interest declared by the mayor. It carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Wow. The balance of the item. Okay, recorded vote.
Counselor McKelvey, Counselor Cole, please. Counselor Bailao, please.
Counselor Bailão.
The balance of the item as amended carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, so we will do quick releases now. If you have quick releases, if you can put it on the screen. Which one? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll have to put my name on the list. Okay. So Counselor Layton, a quick release?
Yes, thank you very much. TE 34.8, University of Toronto St. George Campus Secondary Plan, official plan amendment. There's
Okay,
a motion.
What item is it again?
TE 34.8, University of Toronto Secondary Plan Amendment.
TE?
Yeah.
Okay. 30, just let me find it. Okay, I have it, yes.
There's an amendment.
Okay, do we have that amendment for Counselor Layton? There it is on the screen, T 34.8, amendment by Counselor Layton, amendment by Counselor Layton, all in favor? Carry? No? Okay, on the amendment by Counselor Layton, on favor? Carried. Item is amended, on favor? Carried. Thank you. Counselor Mahevic.
Speaker, it's Councillor Perks. When it's convenient, I have a point of order.
Pardon?
When it's convenient, I have a point of order.
Okay. Counselor Mahevic.
Yes, I understand the clerks have these technical amendments for various items on TE. Can I just ask TE 23 if you have the motion for that one? Okay.
T30 at 145 Wellington?
No, sorry. TE 29.
Oh.
29, you said you did.
On 29, 241 Richmond and 133 John?
Yes.
Oh, I don't think we have that one. Do we have that one? Oh, you do? Okay, it's on the screen.
Move approval of the recommendation from Toronto East Shore Community Council with this amendment.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor on the amendment by Councillor Mahevic? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
33.
33?
And then 37.
Okay. That's 315 and 321 Front Street?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have the amendment on that one? Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you.
37.
37. 462 Wellington, okay. So on the amendment for T 3437, we'll have to put it, yeah, there it is on the screen by Councillor Mahevic. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
And related to that is CC 47.48.
Okay, just a sec. Let me get to it. 47.8?
48.
Forty-seven point 48, okay. Councillor Mahevic, we have the amendment on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release EX 3434, Toronto Water 2022 capital budget and 2023-31 capital plan adjustments. I do have a motion.
Which item is it?
It's
3434, okay. Mhm.
I just have a quick motion about a basement flooding or street flooding issue.
Okay, so Councillor
Hold.
Pardon?
Councillor Perks, I said hold.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Now, NY 33.1, I understand a motion I submitted to the clerk for an amendment. That would be NY 33.1, 1184 Wilson Avenue. I understand this motion for demolition is out of order. Is that your ruling? Yeah, if you could reflect that in the minutes. Was an alternative motion sent to the clerk?
Which one are you referring to? I'm
33.1.
33.1.
A motion was declared out of order earlier, so I thought an alternative wording was sent, but maybe not. I'll hold the item down still. Uh, 30, why don't we try another one here?
Okay, I'm getting,
You're confused?
Councillor Pasternak, I'm really getting confused
Okay,
here.
okay, so.
What is it?
Okay, so
What
let's.
is it you want to do here on 33.1?
33.1, I had an amendment to approve demolition.
Yeah.
That I understand is out of order, so we'll hold the item down.
Okay.
And look at alternative wording. So let's move on from there. NY 33.3, 2808 to 2810 Keel Street.
Yeah, okay.
I have a motion for that. If we can put that on the
Okay,
screen.
we just have a few minutes, Councillor Pasternak. So do you have a motion? Do we have the motion by Councillor Pasternak on NY 33.3? Okay, there it is on the screen.
All right, if we could do a recorded vote on that and the item as amended.
Hold.
Hold. Okay, Councillor, we only
okay.
have 5 minutes, Councillor Pasternak. We have
Councillor
to-
Perks wants to go into next week. You know,
Yeah.
these are pretty innocuous
I don't know.
releases. No, you know what?
Okay, maybe, do you want
know
to
what,
do
wait,
these
no.
in the morning, Councillor Pasternak? Because we have some members' motion we have to get through. Like,
Okay.
How many more did you have?
Well, I thought the pressure was on to release items, so I have these items that, as I said, Councillor Perks wants to go to next week.
Okay,
And that's his prerogative. But these are items that we want to clear off the order paper.
okay, so we can clear it off in the morning?
They're all available.
Okay, I have a motion, I have to, that I want to reopen an item in Tobaco, because I just have a slight amendment to make EY 3311, that I just want to add one word into the recommendation secretariat. Yeah, so to reopen EY 3311, on favor, carried. The one word is secretariat. Se- Housing secretariat, see where the underline is? We didn't include it. On the amendment, on favor, item as amended, on favor, carried. Thanks.
Speaker, on my point of order, if you're ready.
Okay, now, point of order, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, the Toronto Star is reporting that once again, the Premier of Ontario thinks the people of Toronto are incapable of governing themselves, and that it's his intention to introduce legislation which will create a strong mayor system. The details aren't out yet, but I was wondering if you could consult with the city manager and the mayor's office to see if there are any details available for this council to consider. I think it would be inappropriate for us to end our term without having a chance to discuss a potentially very, very important change to the way the City of Toronto is governed. So if I could just leave that with you, perhaps you could give us some thoughts by tomorrow or some other point during the meeting. Okay? Is that fair?
You,
Will you undertake to do that, Speaker?
pardon?
Will you undertake to do that?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
yes,
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay, we do have some members' motion that we want to add on before tomorrow. If we can do that quickly. Councillor Bylaw, you had your name up there for quick release?
Yeah, I can try.
Okay, let me see if we have time.
PH 35.1, enhancing housing options in neighborhoods. No, sorry, I tried.
Okay. All right, let's introduce the members' motion and then we can do the confirming bill. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a motion to introduce. This is a reopening motion, I believe.
No, it's not a reopening. It's on the screen, Councillor.
And I don't know which let's put this motion up and see what it is.
It is on the screen. It's there.
Okay, this is about tree planting and proximity of water infrastructure. We're having some difficulty getting our divisions to align priorities.
On favor, carried. Councillor Mihevik, you have a motion to introduce?
Oh, yes. This is modernizing city policies regarding public realm projects implemented in partnership with BIAs. Let's call this.
On favor, carried. Okay, thank you. It is 8 o'clock. May I have a motion to introduce a confirming bill? Councillor Thompson, would you like to do that?
Stand? Yep. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm, to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council meeting 47 on July 19th, 2022.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands. Carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. So we'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow morning. Pardon? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, councillor.